CS Fan 001 here for the big 601 to 700 Platinum Trophies video. This is hopefully not going to be quite as long as the last two were, just because there was a lot less cleanup this time around compared to previous ones of these videos where I did, a lot of old game cleanup. There were only 3 or 4 games in here that were truly like old game cleanup this time, so hopefully it won't be quite as long. But anyways, I obtained my 600th Platinum Trophy, Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City, all the way back on April 9th of 2022. Ironically enough, I am actually recording this video, this first part of this video, so the first probably hour or so of it, on April 9th of 2023, so exactly 1 year after I obtained my Platinum Trophy in this game. I obtained my 700th Platinum about a week before this though, so it took me about 51 weeks to get that 100 Platinums, which is obviously fairly slow given how easily you can get Platinums these days, but I also made some changes to how I do trophies in this last year or so that increased the amount of time all this took. So go ahead and grab yourself some snacks and some beverages and get yourself to a relaxed position because we're certainly gonna be here a little while. So the first Platinum Trophy I earned after Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City was the PS5 version of My Friend Peppa Pig. So as you guys can see here, I had done the PS4 version right before and I had live streamed it, and it was one of my most successful live streams ever. And in all honesty, there's worse games than this out there. This is not, the worst game in the world by any means. You could certainly play worse. It's not quite shovelware like so many of the Platinums are nowadays. The Platinum Trophy is very easy though. All you have to do for it is, you basically just have to complete the game and do a few miscellaneous tasks. There is another Peppa Pig game out that at the time I'm recording this I do intend to play at some point in the near future and go for the Platinum Trophy in, of course. Now with this one, it was really funny because at the time when I finished this version of the game, I actually managed to hold the record on PSN profiles for fastest time. I held it for about 3 days until someone beat it, but I was shocked to see that I managed to set a record. It was the first time I've ever been the fastest achiever on a Platinum at any point in my life. So that was pretty cool. As for the Platinum Trophy, you have these couple of trophies that are related to stuff around your house. Like Daddy Pig's glasses is usually one of the first things you'll do in the game, because Daddy Pig will, 50% chance of wandering into the living room missing his glasses and needing you to help find him. And if it's not that happens, then it's this one where George loses his dinosaur and you have to go out and find it in the tree nearby. Then this is in the forest area. You just have to follow some tracks and then build a campfire. For this one, you just have to build a snowman in the snowy mountain. You just have to take the three or four different body parts and attach them together. This one is when you go to the beach, you just have to interact with the rock pools 3 different times. This one is when you first get to Granny Pig's house or Grandpa Pig's house, whoever owns the house. You just have to go to their house and then find 3 chickens around their property and take them back to the chicken coop. This one is over at the school. You have to go to a tree there. You have to find a ladder and you have to talk to Madame Gazelle or whatever her name is, the teacher, and she'll help you get the turtle down. Then you have to visit Windy Castle, which is one of the locations that you can go to during the game. I think you just have to visit it for that trophy, so that's one of the easier ones. Then visiting Potato City is supposed to be the last trophy you get in the game, which, it looks like it is for most people. So that's an area you go to once you've done pretty much all the other tasks in the game. You get to go to Potato City, and you don't actually have to finish the game from that point, because I think there's a little bit more after it. Also, this game has DLC. For some reason, I never played it because it never got trophies, thank God, because I'm sure it was as overpriced as the main game was. And part of the reason that this game, it's actually a bit of a weird speed run because it is heavily RNG based, because there's a chance that anytime you get in a vehicle, you can get stopped by construction workers, and they run through a cutscene that adds an extra 30 seconds to a minute to your time. So I can see this being a reasonably competitive speedrun type of game that's just based heavily on luck. Imagine that your whole job is speedrunning My Friend Peppa Pig. I'm sure that it's got a page on Games Done Quick or on speedrun.com or any of those. That would be kind of hilarious. I kind of want to go look that up now. This one is in the forest. You have to build those sticks, or you have to collect the sticks to build a campfire. There's also like a weird chance that Peppa can just apparently fall asleep on you randomly. It didn't happen to me on either version of the game, but supposedly it's a thing that can happen. For this one, you have to take the bus from the school to the museum and then explore the museum and ride on a little rocket ride inside the museum about the universe. So yeah, it's a very quick and easy platinum trophy. You can obtain it in 30 to 45 minutes depending on your luck and your RNG. But it is, there's not really much more else to say about it. It's a freaking Peppa the Pig game. There's really nothing more else to say about it. Again, I will be doing the other one at some point though, whenever I get the chance to rent it. So then the next platinum I got was Call of Duty Vanguard, the PS4 version. So this is on the easier end of the Call of Duty difficulty spectrum, but it does have several rather annoying trophies to it. So you have to complete the campaign on Veteran. Veteran is not too difficult in this game. I mean, it hasn't been all that difficult for several years now. This one has a couple of tricky portions, but for the most part, it's nothing too terribly bad. Just some levels might take several tries, but it's nothing insane. It's not that long of a game either in terms of missions. I think there's only 9 missions this time. Then in the campaign, throughout it, you have to kill 15 enemies with blind firing, which is when you hide behind an object and just randomly blind fire toward the enemies. It's pretty easy to get. Then you have to scavenge ammo from 15 corpses within 3 seconds of killing them. It's not like 15 in a row or anything like that. You just have to kill an enemy and then within a couple seconds of it, pick up some ammo from them. Then you have to kill enemies with 15 different weapons throughout the course of the game, which is pretty much unmissable. Then you have to tactical sprint through 5 walls. There's only a few places. Well, it's not just a few places. There's several places where you can do this. Then you have to die by your own grenade's explosion. I really wanted to save this one for last, or as close to last as I could. And let's see, how... Oh, was I really not even... Oh, wow. I guess I didn't really save it for last. Maybe I think I'm thinking of a different... No, I'm thinking of a different game. I'm sorry, guys. There was a different game where I was saving this particular type of trophy for last, and I know exactly which one it is now that I really think about it. It's quite a bit further up on the list. But that would be a funny one to save for last, because that would be fairly impressive. Although, because it's only in campaign, so I guess it wouldn't be as bad because you wouldn't have to worry about it in multiplayer. But anyway, you have to throw back 15 grenades that would have killed or damaged your allies. This one might come naturally because you're going to be playing through the game a couple of times, most likely to get everything. But if not, I'm sure there's good places to farm it. Then you have to watch the credits to completion, which I remember certain people complained about this trophy, even though it's extremely easy. All you have to do is watch the credits sequence. It takes like 15 to 20 minutes, but just, spend that time, go and make a coffee or a sandwich or run some other errand or vacuum or take a shower. It's not that big a deal. Then you have the character-specific trophies for each of the 4 different characters you can play as. So as Arthur, he has the ability to command squad mates, so you have to do 15 commands over the course of his levels. Then Paulina, you have to kill 15 enemies immediately after emerging from a crawl space. This one will probably come naturally if you have to play through the game a couple of times. This one is very easy. The focus ability makes it easier to hone in on enemies. It just takes a little while to refresh at any given time. And then you have to get 3 kills with each of 4 different types of lethal equipment as Lucas, but you can do this over the course of multiple runs of different missions, so it's nothing too bad. Then pretty much every mission has 1 or 2 miscellaneous trophies you have to get, and this is where the real difficulty of the game is going to come in at. So the 2 for Phoenix isn't too bad, standing atop a train car roof. There aren't a ton of opportunities for this, but it's nothing too difficult. The shooting a truck driver with a vehicle full of soldiers is fairly easy. You can do this pretty early on when you're up on top of one of the train roofs, I believe. I mean, I did them all both within like 5 minutes of each other. Then Operation Tonga is the second mission. This one, I think that he gets like a grenade thrown at him and you have to throw the grenade away or something. It's nothing too difficult. And then you have to throw smoke from the anti-tank ditch. This is toward the end of the mission. You just have to throw a smoke grenade in a specific time into a specific area. It's pretty easy. Then you have 2 from Stalingrad. Hitting the half track with a Molotov cocktail is very, very simple. It's when you're up on the rooftop and you're sniping people. But that's actually what's funny about this trophy is that when you're up on that roof protecting people, you're supposed to snipe them, but you can actually just use the Molotov cocktails to get almost all of the kills and not have to worry about missing because the Molotov cocktails don't count against you, so that's kind of funny. This trophy isn't as easy just because it has to be done in a single playthrough, and the plane controls are not good at all in this game because it is like an open world flying mission. So this one can be a little bit trickier. It might take a couple of tries to get through, even though I got it on the same day as the very, very brutal trophy Duck and Dive. This is considered to be either the hardest or the second hardest trophy in the game by most players. During the dive bomb section early on, and by the way, if you screw up during this mission, it's just like that mission in Battlefield 3, where when you get on the plane at the very beginning of the mission on the aircraft carrier in Battlefield 3, you have to go through like a whole pre-flight check that takes a good 5 minutes or so, plus walking up into the plane. And this mission does the exact same thing. The only good thing is it's not complete the entire mission perfectly this time around, and you get a checkpoint right before this section, so you can actually quit the game and back up your save. So if you screw it up, you can just re-download your save and you don't have to replay the early part of the game again, which is nice. So this one is very challenging. You can get hit by the explosions, but it's very difficult to tell when it's an explosion versus a bullet. It's incredibly random. You never know what's going to count and what's not. The screen will get blurred by everything. It is just an absolute mess of a trophy that should not have been in the game just because it's so random. But, I mean, it's not as difficult as things like, Mile High Club or anything like that, but it's definitely up there as one of the more annoying trophies within this franchise, especially when you're looking at campaigns. Then, Numa Numa Trail, this is the next mission. You just have to avoid getting hit by a sniper, which is fairly easy. Just, listen to your squad mates. And with this one, you just basically... This one's best done on Recruit, just sort of pretty much sprint through the first area of the game. It's really nothing too much to worry about. Then in Lady Nightingale, this is another mission that has a brutally hard trophy. So in this mission, you have to kill 5 snipers across the open field without getting hit by them. This one's not too hard on Recruit, but you do have to be kind of careful, and you have to be very good about using your signal a lot. So then we have Behind You, and is that trophy... Wow, that's rarer now than Duck and Dive? So what's... The Platinum's a 0.1%. What's the rarest trophy? What is the rarest trophy? So, Tickets Please is that rare? Dang. So it looks like... Yeah, that might be the rarest trophy in the game. What about the zombie stuff? Is there anything rarer in zombies? No, wow. So, that's now the rarest trophy in the game. Which, to be fair, it's one of the 2 hardest trophies in the game, along with Duck and Dive. But personally, with this particular trophy... I had less problems with this trophy than I did with the other one. Like, this one takes a lot longer, it's a lot more tedious to do, but it's not as physically difficult, in my opinion, to get. Because with this one, you have to use takedowns to kill the soldiers instead of just melee killing them or stealth killing them. You have to use takedowns specifically, which is not easy to do because, well... You have to actually sneak up behind them, including the big Juggernaut type of guys. Not only the Juggernauts, but the even machine gun guys that are like mini Juggernauts or Juggernaut lights. So it's an annoying trophy. It takes a very long time to do, but you do at least get a few checkpoints in the process, so you can pause the game and quit and back up your save at those points, so you don't have to replay the entire mission again if you screw up. This mission is very easy. You just have to bring down the Stuka using a pistol or a rocket launcher or a grenade. It takes a little while, but it's not difficult, especially on Recruit. This one is actually pretty tough to miss if you're just listening to their commands and stuff. It's not too bad. This one's very self-explanatory. Just get run over by a tank at the beginning. This was actually, I think, the trophy I got for the Platinum because it was a solid final one to get. During the final defensive portion of this mission, you have to just get twice as many kills as your partner. I just recommend pausing the game and, making a backup save here, uploading your save so you don't have to worry if you screw up. So then here you get down to the very final mission of the game, using leadership to take down the Jaeger mortar. Most people actually get this trophy that get this far through the game, so it's really not all that difficult because you can just command your squad mates to do all the work for you. And then with this one, really the only time where you might have friendly fire is right at the beginning when you're in the car chase sequence. It's nothing too bad though. So then you have your multiplayer trophies. The multiplayer trophies are not difficult, but they do take a little bit of time. So you have to reach level 55, which is like your typical sort of get to prestige or whatever. It's not difficult, just takes some time. You also have to max out an operator and a weapon. I don't remember exactly how you did this. I think you just had to get a bunch of kills with the weapon or complete challenges with it, as well as with the operator, you just had to complete whatever their challenges were as well. But neither of these were very difficult. You can pretty much get them along the way while going for the level 55 thing if you just stick with one or two specific weapons you like and a specific operator you like. And then you just have to join a clan, which I think you can actually create your own and that counts, so that's super easy. And then we get to zombies. Now, zombies in this game, despite being made by Treyarch, is an absolute mess. It is terrible. It makes no sense as to why they thought it was any good, but it's at least very easy this time around, so that's a plus. The 3 Covenants, I don't even remember what this was. It's been so long since I played this Zombies mode because I only played it for the trophies and never touched it again. Then this one, Sacrifice 13 Hearts, can be done over the course of multiple playthroughs. It's something that you get over the course of the game and you can just use them in each game or something. I don't really remember. Then you have to drink from the 5 Demonic Fountains, which I'm 99% sure were the perks. So just consume all 5 perks during the game. But I think you get your first perk for free in each playthrough of the map. Like the first time you buy the perk, it's free, which is really dumb. Regardless, eliminate 10 zombies. This is the 4 trophies that have to do with artifacts. None of them are difficult because you can do them over the course of multiple games, I believe. As you can see, I knocked out... I knocked them out over the course of several different days of playing because I couldn't stand to play the game for all that long, the zombies mode. None of these are difficult. They just might take a little bit of time to get through. Just a little bit of grinding with them. Then you have to eliminate 2,500 zombies with a Pack-a-Punch level 3 weapon, as well as 10,000 zombies total. This does take a while to do, because 2,500 is quite a bit, given that the game doesn't play the same as the old zombies. Same with 10,000 kills. They're just both very, very grindy. But, I mean, they're not difficult. They're just stupidly grindy. They don't have to be done in a single game or anything like that. I will do the PS5 version at some point, but I don't know when. I'm not really looking forward to it. Because the one good thing about the PS5 version, though, is that the multiplayer trophies auto-pop. And I believe, like, this trophy auto-pops randomly once you sacrifice 1 heart. But the other trophies don't, and they are known to be, like, kind of buggy, unfortunately, when you play the PS5 version after the PS4 version, from what I've heard. So I just need to look more into that and see exactly what I need to do to make sure they unlock. I think you just have to play offline or something. So next up we have Knight's Retreat. This is one of several different chess puzzle games, and I think I did all of them within the last 100 Platinums. These games are pretty easy if you follow a guide, and they're not as common as a lot of other Platinum trophies out there. So basically they're chess puzzles. You have to move your knight piece across the board in a certain way and hit certain slots across the board while avoiding being killed by other pieces. It's basically just chess puzzles, so if you have a guide, there's nothing really to worry about with any of these games. So, from what I remember, you're going to get every single one of these trophies. Is this one? Yeah, this might be the one where you get every single trophy just by completing the game. Yeah, I think, maybe not all of them, but I think you get most, if not all of them, just by completing the game. So if you just follow a guide, you shouldn't have any major issues with this one. I can't remember, is this one that has bonus levels? This one must not have any secret bonus levels or anything, or they're not too difficult to get to. So just complete all the levels in the game, and I think you get every trophy along the way in this one, but the other ones are not the same. The other ones do have some missable trophies in them. Okay, so next up was Overcooked All You Can Eat on the PS5. I think me and Ghost played through this one together from what I remember, and it was a blast. You guys know that I love Overcooked. I love this franchise. I cannot wait till we hopefully eventually get another one or something similar from this developer. I absolutely just love this franchise, so getting to play through it once again was an absolute joy, especially playing it in co-op and allowing someone else to experience the game for the first time. It's fun. It's fun. That's the best way to put it. It's a really, really fun game and a really fun franchise. So to get the Platinum Trophy in this one, All You Can Eat is the easiest of the Overcooked games because you really don't have to 3-star anything this time around. You just pretty much have to get 1 star on every level to forward the game. So you have to complete both games, both Overcooked 1 and 2, which is pretty self-explanatory. Again, you don't have to 3-star any levels this time. You pretty much just have to beat the levels with 1 star apiece. Then you have to discover all locations and levels, which is going to come naturally while playing all the different levels in the game. The Ever-Peckish Rises is effectively a new DLC type of campaign with 7 or 8 extra levels. It's very simple. It's just an extra bit of Overcooked for you to play. You have to complete the first level in all World 1s, which I do believe requires you to play all the DLCs, and you have to complete the first level in each of those DLCs as well. But I want to say that this might have been the version that glitched on me in a good way, where some of the trophies popped earlier than I thought they should have, and I think this might have been one of them. I don't really remember though, because it's been so long since I played. Then you have to throw 100 ingredients into cooking pots. That can only be done in Overcooked 2. You have to win a game in versus mode, which is very easy. You can actually do these just with multiple controllers. The extra trimmings worlds, those are the bonus DLC type of levels, or they were originally DLC levels. Complete the tutorials in both games is super easy. 5 tickets in under 30 seconds is pretty much unmissable if you're going for high scores. Then you have to complete a level by doing all the recipes in order. Classic mode is like the standard way that you play the game, but I think there's also an assisted mode that you can do that makes the game even easier. So that's kind of insane that they managed to do something to make it even easier, which is really nice for newer players to it and all, but I think that disables several of the trophies. Use all the emotes, there are 6 of them or something, nothing too difficult with that. Extinguish a single burning kitchen. Once again, if you don't get this one naturally, I'd be shocked. You have to run over the unbread 10 times. You do this on the map for Overcooked 2. You have to complete a kitchen in the Munch Mansion, Cosmic Canteen, Balloon, and Mines, which are just 4 level-specific trophies. You're going to get all of them just by beating the 2 Overcooked games. You have to teleport as a raccoon, which just requires you to find a level with a teleporter and go through it while playing as a raccoon. There's a lot of there's a lot of character-specific trophies in this game. You have to have 10 tiles on fire at a time. If you don't get this one naturally, then just let a kitchen catch on fire and burn to a crisp. You have to respawn 10 times. That's pretty much unmissable. You're going to be falling off enough on some of the harder levels that's pretty much unmissable. Deliver 10 wrong dishes. This one's very simple. I think you can even just deliver empty plates if you want to. This one should come naturally, especially if you're going for decent scores on levels, because sometimes you need to just pre-create a bunch of dishes and then save them. You have to finish 15 games in versus mode, which again can be done with 2 controllers, thankfully, or you can do it online. It's basically just 2 different players or 2 different teams competing against each other to get the highest score possible. It's a little bit grindy, but at least it's kind of a fun mode compared to one of the other trophies we're going to have in this game. Throw 99 items in the garbage bin. That's simple enough. Just throw away 99 items. There's nothing more else to say about that. The flamethrower to cook 20 items, there's not a lot of opportunities to do this. You can do it in the Festive Seasonings DLC for the first game. That's a good place to do it. I think there's a couple other places you can do it. So then we have the arcade mode, this is probably the dumbest trophy in the game, just because the arcade mode is literally just replaying random levels cooperatively. There's no point of this trophy being in the game. It's a boring waste of time. So I don't really know why they put this trophy in the game. Then you have to play a level with all 4 chefs being characters that are wearing glasses. And with all of these, you can do them with 2 controllers. If you have 4 controllers, you can certainly do it that way. But it's better. You'll probably only be able to do it with 2 controllers, as most people don't have 4 controllers for the PS5. So just set each character to be one that has glasses. This one is likely going to come naturally. Just wait until something's about to start burning and remove it. It might come naturally just while hastily running through levels. For this one, you have to go into the Campfire DLC, and you have to select all 4 of your chefs as bears, which is simple enough. So this is the only trophy that requires you to do something with 3 stars, but it's actually really, really easy because you don't need 4 players to do it, you just need 2 players. So just go into the very first non-tutorial level from Overcooked 1, where all you have to cook is onion soup, and just get 3 stars in it. You can be playing solo as long as your character is a box head character, and that's all you have to do. It's that easy. It's the only one you have to get 3 stars on, so it's nothing difficult at all. Play any sushi level as an aquatic creature is simple enough. For reptile chefs, simple enough. Play this specific level with these specific chefs within your party. Now, this one is probably the most difficult trophy in the game in reality, because you have to throw and catch an ingredient between 4 chefs without them dropping it, all within a single playthrough of a level. And it's not a whole lot of time, and you have to set it up in a very specific way. And I will say, the controls for 4-player, if you're playing off of just 2 controllers, are really, really bad. If you happen to have 4 controllers, it will make this trophy significantly easier. But even going through the menus and selecting your characters is really weird and broken if you're playing it off of 2 controllers. So just keep that in mind. Throw 5 tomatoes in another player is pretty simple. Just do it in an Overcooked 2 level with tomatoes. This level where everyone's a rat chef, that's the one where the rats will come in and take your stuff away. This one is, again, pretty self-explanatory. Any level where 3 characters are the same and 1 character is different. Push someone off a level, you'll probably get this one by accident or on purpose if you want to. Just hit the square button on any level in Overcooked 1 is simple enough. And then pet Kevel on Overcooked 1 and 2 within his throne room. Simple enough. So again, I love Overcooked. I really hope we get more Overcooked games in the future because I love this franchise and I will absolutely play any new ones that come out. Next up, Ghost Files Memory of a Crime. This is the first Artifacts Monday game on this list. It might actually be the only Artifacts Monday game on this list because I've gone down to where I only play them like once every 50 to 100 platinums anymore. So this one is a bunch of a few story-related trophies. I think it's got more story-related trophies further down, though. So several story-related trophies. You also have to find all of the collectibles in the game, of which there are probably like 30 or so, but I wouldn't really remember because it's been so long since I played it. I think you have another story trophy, another story trophy. This is another type of collectible, so there's several different types of collectibles in this game. And then just these forensic analysis things were like a special type of minigame for this particular game. I don't think there's that many of them, though. So it's just one of the types of minigames this time around that you'll have to complete to beat the story of the game anyway. But then we get to the more interesting trophies. So you have to finish 3 hidden object puzzles without a hint is pretty self-explanatory, pretty normal. You have to complete a hidden object puzzle without a mistake. Again, that's what you would normally expect. 1 hidden object puzzle without a hint, gonna get along the way to this trophy, as well as 3 hidden objects in 3 seconds, and completing a hidden object puzzle in less than a minute. So all of your very typical hidden object puzzle type of trophies that you normally have in these games, just finish a bunch of them without using a hint, finish one without a mistake, finish one very quickly, and find 3 objects quickly. It's all of your typical stuff. There's not really anything else extra to say about this. You also have to recollect the lost memories, which I can't remember if this is a normal collectible type or if this is just a part of the main story. I don't really remember. Then you have to finish all the mini games in the game without skipping, as well as finish one in less than a minute. As long as you're following a guide, you should have no problems with these. There were probably 1 or 2 randomized mini games, but for the most part, nothing that you would have really had to worry about with a guide. Because all these games have guides, plus this is another one where you can complete it on casual difficulty. You don't have to do the bonus chapter, so it's probably like a 3-hour platinum. Next up, Chess Knights Shinobi. This is another of the chess puzzle games, because I had already done one at this point. So this one, I think, is where we start seeing some miscellaneous trophies. So I think you're going to get all of these trophies, maybe. I think you're going to get... Okay, I think you're going to get every trophy through here just by beating the story if you're following a guide. But then there are secret levels this time around, and from what I remember, you have to stand on a very specific platform on specific levels in order to be transported to the secret stages, which you then have to complete successfully without dying in them much. So it can take a little while to get through everything, but I mean, it's another chess puzzle game, just like with the previous one. You can just follow a guide and you shouldn't have too many problems, just the controls and the camera is not always the best. But yeah, the secret stages this time around, I'm pretty sure, are missable compared to the first game that didn't really have anything missable in it. I believe this is a trophy for beating the final story mission, as is this. I think you get both of those. Yeah, you get them both pretty much at the same time. 5 levels without losing anyone. This one should come naturally while just beating the game and following the story. This one, I don't remember what this one is. I think it's for finishing all of the secret levels or something. Let's see. So 5, 8, 7... Oh, no, it's something else. So it's maybe just something you get for completing the entire game or something. I don't really remember. Then you have to complete the hidden jigsaw puzzle, as well as enter a secret stage for the first time. You're going to get this one naturally while going for the other trophies. This one is specific to one particular level of the game. There's one level where you can turn around and zoom into like someone's house, and they have a jigsaw puzzle with 3 pieces missing that you just have to plug into the right spot and you get it. It's a nice little secret item for you to do, but again, the controls in the game don't work that well, so it can be just a little bit more annoying to get. But again, you're going to get a majority of your trophies just by completing the game while following a guide, and then you also just have to complete the secret stages, which require you to stand on specific locations within certain stages to be able to access. So nothing else really to say about that. It's another chess puzzle game. I'm sure you could figure it out yourself if you're actually good at chess. I am not, so a guide is highly recommended. Next up, Castle of No Escape. I wanted to do both of them and do them both in a single video, but the second game was like $7 or $8, and I don't feel like spending that kind of money on it. So from what I remember with this game, it's somewhat of a, not really even a dungeon crawler. It's like you control your character and you can move them between different spots on like a grid, and there's something random in each spot. Like it can be an enemy, it can be loot, it can be the exit to go to the next stage, stuff like that. It's a very, very quick and easy platinum. It can be done in under 10 minutes, as you can see. It took me about 5 minutes, actually. So you have to start the game as each of the 3 different character classes, so you don't actually have to really complete the game. You just have to start a new game as each of the characters, so that's very easy. But then pretty much all the trophies are random in this game. They're not difficult, but they are all random because you never know what you're going to come across on any slot. So you have to meet a friendly NPC, but again, they could be in any slot, so it might take a while to find them. Successfully evade a single attack. Again, you have to find an enemy and you have to avoid their attack. It's random. Same with the orb, and same with finding chests. They're all just 100% random. You never know when you're going to find them. But then with this trying to find the crystal orb, I think that one, like if you find the orb, you can use it or you can fail to use it. And failing to use it took several attempts, because it just wouldn't ever fail, and it would just keep dropping my health every time I used it, so I ended up having to like restart the level or something a couple of times, just because I got really, really unlucky. So you could definitely do the platinum a little bit faster, but it is very random, very luck-based. You also just have to stand still for 10 seconds and find gold, which is another random trophy. So all the trophies are very easy, but they are just kind of random, kind of luck-based. So it may take you more than 5 minutes. You might be able to do it in like 2 minutes, depending on your personal luck. Next up, we have a couple of these premium games. I remember playing at least one of these back in the day on PS4 several years ago and streaming it, and it was one of the strangest things I had ever played because it asked some really weird questions. I believe the games were cross-buy, or most of them were, so that's the reason I did them again. They don't have platinum trophies, though. They're just 100%, so they're not quite as bad of shovelware. So for this one, you just have to finish any one of the 32 tests, and then you have to finish all the tests in each of these categories, as well as all of the serious tests. So basically just finishing all of these specific tests will get you all of the trophies. It does not matter what answers you pick, you just have to complete them. I would recommend maybe consider playing them legitimately and just see how weird these games get, because they get very, very strange. Then you have to complete all of these sets of tests back to back, so you just have to complete all the tests in that category back to back to back, and you should get these 4 trophies. And then there is one multiplayer trophy, but you can do it with one controller, I believe. I don't think you need 2 controllers for this. So just have 2 different players hopefully on one controller, just complete any test and compare the results. So basically complete all the tests, complete all of these 4 sets back to back, and you should get all of your 12 trophies. Palm Reading Premium, very similar, but you're just reading a palm, so you're clicking on like hand lines and stuff like that. So you have to test all these different lines, and I think is that all of them? No, it's not. So you have to complete all of the sets of line tests, which are just, once again, pick any option you want, and you'll get through it eventually. I mean, this one is a shorter one than the previous one, because let's see, 857... So this one only took about 5 minutes or 4 minutes. So this one was much shorter than Personality and Psychology. This one took, let's see, 8:30 was the first trophy. So this one took about 25 minutes to do, because I don't think I was taking it seriously, but it still just took a while because there are a lot more tests to go through, whereas this one is just a much more limited number of tests. You have to finish the general section of the palm finger tests and the thumb section of the palm finger tests. So basically all of the palm finger tests are going to get you most of your remaining trophies, or at least going to get you like 5 or 6 more of your remaining trophies. So finish all the palm finger tests, all of the lines tests, and then all of the extras tests. So basically just finish all of of the tests in the game, and you will get all of your trophies. There might be another one of those later on, but I'm not entirely sure. So next up we have Nape Retroverse Collection. This is a series of 3 sort of old school type of games, but they're actually very easy because of sort of a way you can not necessarily exploit them. But from what I remember, let me just take a quick look at the list here. Okay, so we'll talk about the Ushusen game first. So in these games, you basically have to go in and you're flying a little spaceship. You can fly left, right, up, and down. And you have to pick up these items. In this case, it's discs in the original and samples in the sequel. So in both of these, you just basically have to keep flying around the screens. You can basically just fly up and down on them until you find all the samples. It's very, very easy to get. You just can keep flying up and down on screens, avoiding the handful of enemies that you might see. It's all you have to do. It is super, super easy. There's nothing really to worry about on those. As for the shards employed, this one takes a little bit longer because it's a little bit of a longer game, and you have to jump back and forth left and right on screens, but they only spawn a handful of shards at a time. So it takes a few extra minutes to get through. So despite the fact that this platinum will look like a 3-minute platinum on PSN profiles or 4-minute platinum, it takes more like 10 minutes of actual playing to be able to get all of the shards in this first game. Because the other 2 can be finished in like less than a minute each, but this first one will take several minutes of jumping back and forth between screens. So did the PS4 and PS5 version, and the PS5 version is 100% identical. I probably did these on a Platinum Dumpster Dive stream last year if I had to guess. Oh yeah, this was 100% a Platinum Dumpster Dive stream. So the next game I did was the Cal G. There's not much to say about this game. It's just one of those hold X or R1 for 3 minutes and you get your Platinum Trophy while getting facts about cows after every so many things that you get. Okay, so this was definitely a Platinum Dumpster Dive stream because some of these old games are coming back to me a little bit. So the next games I got were the PS4 and PS5 North American versions of the Cal G. And I will say that at this point in time, I was doing a lot of the shovelware for sure and doing a lot of these Platinum Trophy Dumpster Dive streams. But as of 2023, I have significantly cut back on this shovelware crap that I've been playing. I've done far, far fewer. I did one Platinum Dumpster Dive in early 2023, and I will do 1, maybe 2 more later in the year. They're just a fun thing to do every now and then, just pick up a bunch of crappy games for discounted prices at any point in time where they go on sale, and then stream them, and those streams tend to do very well, so that's the main reason why I do them. But other than that, I'm not really doing shovelware anymore for the most part, so while this was a trend at the time, it isn't something I really do anymore now. So all of these animal letter games, all you have to do is hold down X or R1 for 3 minutes, and every single trophy will unlock naturally. Every trophy at least gives you a fact, so you get some facts about cows, like they can't see the color red. I don't know why you wouldn't just look up, 30 random facts about cows on the internet if you were so interested in cows to want these facts. But it is there for you if you want to call this some sort of a learning experience. So the PS5 version is exactly the same. There's no differences. Just hold the buttons for 3 minutes and you get the Platinum Trophy. There's really nothing else to say about it. Then we have Rainbow. This is a color game. It's supposed to teach, 2-year-olds about colors, I guess. So I guess you could call it an educational game. So you have to guess 25 total colors incorrectly, which is, pretty... All the trophies are very self-explanatory, but the way you can speedrun these games is that you pretty much just mash L1 and R1 back and forth, and every time you hit them, you'll either get it correct or incorrect. But after each question, it'll immediately flip to the next question, so you can get all of the trophies within 1 minute just by mashing L1 and R1 for about 1 minute. You'll get some incorrect, you'll get some correct. But either way, you'll get everything done within about a minute. So you have to finish normal mode with 75 correct guesses, as well as 75 correct guesses in kids mode, and all the other trophies will unlock along the way. So just basically mash the L1, R1 in both the kids mode and the normal mode, and you'll get all your trophies. The most time-consuming part of it is waiting for all the trophies to show up on screen. PS5 version is completely identical, just plays slightly better because it's a PS5 version. Anyway, moving on. Disco Cannon Airlines. From what I remember, this one is pretty much just another hold X and R1 to win type of platinum. I think that's all it was, because you get like launched out of a cannon and you're playing as a cow, and you just hit random things as you're floating up the screen, and that gives you points, and for every 1,000 points you get a trophy, except for the very last one at 25,000 points. So just hold X and or R1. It might have been both, it might have been one or the other, for about 2 to 3 minutes, and you will get all your trophies. Again, it's another one of those basically press one button to win type of games. So there's not, like I said, I think this video is going to end up being shorter than the last two, because I did do a lot of these shovelware games at the time, even though I don't really do them as much anymore. Next up, Astrology and Horoscope Premium. So this is just like the other ones. It's basically just select whatever answer you want on these games and you will get all of your trophies. I think there's one more that I haven't done yet. I need to look into that just so I can finish the entire series. So you have to, I guess you just had to plug in your horoscope, which I probably did it legitimately. I probably selected Libra because that's my astrological sign, just to see what it said about everything. So you just had to learn about your color and learn about your Chinese symbol and what tribe you might have fallen from when you were a child and you fell on your head, and therefore you now play these kind of games for a living, except that I don't do this for a living, thankfully. And then you have to read all the zodiac info about anyone's sign, read all of the numerology reports. So basically read all the information about your sign, or any sign for that matter, read all the numerology reports in the game, and use 5 different matchmaker things, which I might have actually done that one legitimately, I don't know. And then just read a yearly horoscope and 5 daily predictions. I don't think that you had to like change your internal clock or anything for this one. I don't think you had to do that. I think you could just like click on a calendar in the game or something, because looks like I did the platinum trophy in about 9 minutes, so I'm assuming that it wasn't like changing the time or anything a lot. And then we come to the end of the memeing trilogy of My Name is Mayo. We all know that technically My Name is Mayo was one of the first really quick, easy platinum trophies that you could argue were part of the reason trophy hunting has fallen so far from grace over the years. But at the same time, My Name is Mayo games are really not all that bad, and they feel like they're just trying to make fun of, like, easy platinum trophy games nowadays. They're very memeable, and they actually have some heart and story that go into them. Like, these games actually have a legitimate full-blown story to them, and I can respect that. They're kind of a fun, just meme type of thing to play. So I would recommend doing all the My Name is Mayo games just for that reason. They are just a fun little random experience to go through. And if you want to do a video of them, just do a video like I platinumed all the My Name is Mayo games, or the Trilogy of Mayonnaise, or something like that, or the Foursome of Mayonnaise, because it's you and 3 games. I don't know why. I guess because mayonnaise and something else look similar. I'm not going to go further into that discussion. I will say, though, that this is the longest of the My Name is Mayo games. This one takes around 45 minutes to an hour for one specific reason. We'll get to that a little bit later. A majority of the game is very similar to the previous ones, where you're just tapping on the jar of mayonnaise over and over again while dressing it up in various outfits and learning more about its life story and romantic troubles. So that is the vast majority of the trophies. This time around, you don't need to hit it 10,000 times. You only need to hit it 7,000 times in this one instead of 10,000, which is definitely would have made this platinum trophy faster if it wasn't for one other part of it. But again, hit the mayonnaise jar a certain number of times, hit it while wearing different outfits, and you will get pretty much all of your trophies. There are in-game counters that will tell you how to do everything, so it's really not difficult at all. But there is one slight difference with this game, so let's see, where is it? I think you unlock all the stories. I think you get that just by, finishing all of these different things where you have to hit it a certain number of times in each outfit. Let's see, where does the trophy list actually change? So it's just a lot of tapping with different outfits and such. Okay, so then we have the different part of the game is the last, 10 trophies. 10 or 11 trophies. So this is very different. You have to, as the jar of mayonnaise, you have to walk along a path through a forest. And let's see, so the final story was done at 9:15. So was that the last one in that? Yeah. So 9:15 was the last of the normal game trophy. So it takes 25 minutes to get all of the normal mayonnaise tapping trophies that you've come to expect in these games. But from there, from 9:15 to 9:42, so it takes another, what is that, 27 minutes, I think? Yeah, 27 more minutes just to get through the final part of the game that you can't really speed up that quickly. So during the walking section, you're just going to hold the control stick to walk forward, and you can like pick up things that mess with the screen in different ways. I think there's some speed boosts and stuff, and maybe some mini games you can play. But you just have to walk the jar of mayonnaise 10 miles or 9 miles. I think it was 10 miles actually, which is however many kilometers that is. It's a very time-consuming process that's rather pointless. The story there isn't as good as when you're, dressing the mayonnaise jar up and tapping on it. So the walking portion here was definitely not as fun as just continuously tapping the jar of mayonnaise 10,000 times and learning the story that way. But the story does have a satisfying final conclusion from what I remember, so I'm not going to complain too much about it. So at this point, I have now done every My Name is Mayo game with the exception of the European version of My Name is Mayo 3. I probably will do that version at some point as long as it's on sale. I don't really do European games anymore, as you guys are going to see in this whole list, but I wouldn't mind doing that one just so I could say I did every single My Name is Mayo game, and because, again, My Name is Mayo isn't quite the same as modern-day shovelware that we get, like all of these animal letter games and hold X to win type of games, so I probably will do that at some point. Okay, next up we have Tower of Dragon Asia. This is one of those games where you have a debug menu you can use that makes the game way easier, so it took me about 12 minutes to get the Platinum Trophy. I really don't even remember this game at all. I think you were playing as a dragon and, like, fighting other dragons or upping their stats or something. So it looks like I got a lot of trophies, like, all at the same time. So I think what you could do was, part of the debug menu was just that you could mark each level as being completed, so that's how you get all of these trophies really quickly. Just clearing all the levels, just, use the debug to clear the level immediately. And then you have to clear the final level of any tower as pretty much each type of dragon, or as a bunch of different types of dragons, as well as unlock all of them and beat a level as every dragon, which you're going to get probably naturally with some of these other trophies. And this game also has 60 trophies, by the way, which is a lot. Okay, so here we go. So a ton of the trophies were just for finishing all the different levels of the game. And that's where you just had to basically click on each one. Defeat your first dragon. That one, I guess, was very easy. You could probably use debug for that. Defeat 36 total and defeat 500. I think you just actually had to mash a button on one of the screens and it counted towards your stats for this. I think that's what you could do. So that's kind of nice. And then just complete a couple of levels without instructions. Again, I think you could just do this by mashing buttons or something. Again, I really don't remember this game because I didn't really care much about it because it was just for the Platinum Trophy and I used debug for everything. Some of these trophies have stupidly long descriptions, by the way. So I would recommend doing it that way just to make your life a lot easier. And, I mean, at least it's a lot of trophies. It's mostly bronze trophies, only one gold trophy, so at least there's that. It's not quite as obnoxious and offensive as some of the other shovelware games that are all gold trophies. Next up, we have Gav Odyssey. This is another game that has a debug mode to it. So really, the only thing you have to do legitimately is the very beginning of the game where you have to score 100 points while flying in the rocket at the very, very beginning of the game. So just score 100 points when you're just like shooting at asteroids or something, and then you'll crash land, and from there you enter your debug menu, cheat code, or whatever it is, and it allows you to just skip through every level within a matter of less than a minute to get your platinum. This is another one where, I mean, it's basically just hitting a button to win type of game. Like I said, there's a lot of this shovelware in this last 100, which is really unfortunate because it definitely devalues the list a little bit, but it's why I've mostly stopped doing shovelware as of 2023 unless I'm doing it for a platinum dumpster dive or a specific video. So at least it's going to not really be a big thing in the next 100 platinums video, or even toward the end of this 100 platinums video for that matter. Next up is Rally Racing. This was a game where I only did the North American PS5 version because I could not for the life of me find the PS4 version in the store. Maybe I was looking in the wrong place, but I literally could not find it anywhere. So I don't know if I'm just dumb or if it's just like was not there for some reason. So to get the Platinum Trophy, all you have to do is complete 13 total laps in the game. So I think each race is either 3 or 4 laps, probably 3 laps. So I think that means you just had to complete 4 full races and then 1 additional lap. It does not matter if you win or not, you just had to complete a total of 13 laps. I think the reason why this platinum's so rare is because the game is so terrible and the controls while you're driving the car are terrible, the physics are terrible. It's just a really bad game overall. But it's a very quick and easy platinum trophy, so again, just 13 laps, you'll get your platinum trophy, and it took me about 13 minutes to get the platinum because you can't really do it any faster than that because you can only complete the laps in like 1 minute or something, so you can't really do it any faster than that, even if you're like really god tier level at the game or something. Next up, Chess Knights Viking Lands, the third and final of the chess puzzle games that I did. This one, I believe, also... This one's actually pretty rare, by the way. This one has a super rare platinum trophy. And the only reason I own this one is because I bought it thinking it was one of the other ones that Bad Driver had a video guide for. But thankfully I was able to find a video guide for this one and was able to, you know, knock it out. I mean, I didn't do it all consecutively, but you can do this platinum trophy within a couple of hours if you're, you know, dedicated enough to it. So I believe that every trophy in this one might actually be story related. Yeah, so... Okay, I think that actually every single trophy in this is story-related, so they're not in order, but I think that every single trophy in this one is story-related. Can I sort by newest to oldest? Oh, I can't sort it by oldest to newest? That's kind of weird. Okay, so let's see. So are those in any coherent order that makes sense for that? 37.9 and 36... Okay, so something must be extra in this, or something must be missable, because that looks like it's a story-related trophy, but it's rarer than these ones are. So maybe there's something in this game that was missable. Oh, maybe it was like you didn't have to complete every single level in the game, or I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe you just didn't have to complete every single level or something. I'm not entirely sure. But it seems like the trophies, they're out of order, and then they seem like they're kind of weird percentages at times. So, I don't know. Maybe some of them were not required. Maybe, I don't know. Again, I really don't know. Next up, something that I actually do care about. Minecraft expansion packs 14, 15, and 16, aka the second trophy list for Minecraft. So, I had already done this first one, but I can talk about the whole thing because, you know, it's something I can talk about. Okay, that took a second there. So, the first of these 3 DLCs was to get in a boat and float with a goat. That would not really be all that difficult in a normal world, just because, you know, goats, I don't think were all that hard to find. They must be fairly new, though. I haven't played Minecraft much in the last couple of years just because I really do not like Bedrock Edition. I think that it changed things up a lot and the game just doesn't function that well on PlayStation 4 anymore ever since they changed it. Maybe that was just me, but I really don't think it functions all that well anymore. So you have to get in a boat and float with a goat. That one should be fairly easy though. You have to team up with an axolotl or axolotl and win a fight. I don't really remember how you tame these or make them like you, but apparently this is the most common of the 3 trophies. And then you have to find copper blocks and apply and remove wax from them. The thing about all these trophies is that there is a world, like a realms type of world, that you can go into. You can find, I think, Cookiest Monster is the one that runs it. And that actually allows you to unlock almost every single trophy in Minecraft with really very little effort. Now, I did the entirety of the PS3, PS Vita, and PS4 base games and all of their initial DLCs and everything. I did everything legit. The only time I've ever used his world is for these 3 expansions, I think. I don't think I used them for the rest of Minecraft. I'm actually going to scroll down here and find the original list for Minecraft, so I'll be back here in just a second. Okay, so I found the original list, so let's see. Expansion 10 was the villager update, or the pillaging update, the raid update. Then this one was when they changed to Bedrock, and it was weird to get used to, and it had some kind of annoying trophies in it. But I know I did that one legit because some of the guys I trophy hunt with used my world for it. Expansion 12 was the Honey and Bee update. Yes, I know I did that one legit because, again, people used my world for it. I think... I think I actually did this one legit as well. I think I did this one legit because I might have looked up worlds to do them in. I mean, Bullseye's easy, but the other three, I think I looked up worlds to get the nether biomes and the netherite armor in, but the other two I just did in whatever worlds I already had or created new worlds for them. But I did do this one legitimate as well in my own world, so in my own, or on my own without using the trophy world. But I would highly, highly recommend if you want to start up Minecraft, there is a trophy world out there that can get you almost every trophy in the game. There's only a few that you can't get there. For example, the one for throwing diamonds to one another, I know you can't get there, or at least I don't think you can. You might be able to if you have another player in there with you, but I don't think you can normally. There's that one, and then there's like the play for 100 days one. You have to do that one legitimately, but you can just do it on peaceful and sit in a hole for 33 hours. So in expansion 15, you have to free fall from the top of the world to the bottom of the world and survive. This one doesn't seem like it would be all that hard because I think you could just put water at the very base as long as you could build all the way to the build limit, just have a bunch of blocks and then just make sure you dig a hole down next to it and then dig a hole back up from the side of it. That probably wouldn't be too difficult. Now, this one seems like it would actually be pretty annoying to get a villager all the way up to the build height limit. I'm not sure if there's a way to, like, carry them around or anything to do it, but I did all these in the trophy world. So then, this one I think you have to have a specific record to do it, and you have to have the specific biome, but I don't think it's too terribly difficult overall. This one I know would probably be pretty difficult because these are the things that you can, like, ride in the nether, but you have to somehow get one into the overworld, which I think requires you to, like, either maybe tame it or carry it around with a leash or just trick it into flying into a nether portal and bring it out into the real world, then lead it to lava. That one would be awful to do in a real world. And then there's expansion 16. You have to kill a mob next to a catalyst. That one's actually probably pretty simple. Same with... Looks like both of those are actually pretty easy because they're both pretty common. This one, these are some kind of new mob that are in the game, and it's like they'll help you if you do something for them, so it's sort of like trading with them. And then the frog lights, I don't really remember what that is, but once again, I did all these in the trophy world, so I got 3 of them, no problem, but this one I think was just being kind of buggy. I think this trophy was buggy at one point in time, but it's a lot easier now. But like I said, I would highly, highly recommend that if you're going to be doing Minecraft, just use a trophy world. It's going to make your life many times easier. I think the last thing I'm going to talk about for this first segment, because it's going to be recorded in like 3 or 4 different segments, is Horizon Forbidden West, PS4 and PS5. So for now, these are at 100% and platinum, but it's very likely that by the time this video goes up, these games will actually have gotten their DLCs and will be lifted up to the higher part of the trophy list. Well, the PS5 version. I don't think the PS4 version is actually getting the DLC, so that's really nice. Then we don't have to worry about that. No cross-save or uploading save or anything like that. So I played the PS4 version of the game just so I could auto-pop all the trophies onto PS5. I liked Horizon Forbidden West overall, but it had a few annoying aspects and trophies to it. But I enjoyed the game overall. So you're going to have to reach level 50, which does take some time to get up enough skill points for it and get enough XP for it. But it's nothing too major overall. I mean, it's just, kind of a grindy level-based trophy. Then you have several story-related trophies. Actually, every single one of these trophies through here is story-related, but some of them can be done in different orders because you can find some of these different subsystems in different orders depending on, where you want to go first. And then you have some side quest specific trophies. These 5 trophies through here are all related to different side quests in the game. There's a lot of side quests. You don't have to complete all of them. You just have to complete these specifically marked ones for these trophies, as well as more if you want to get more XP from them. You have to climb all 6 tall necks in the world. I think that there's one that you can't get until a lot later in the game because you have to land on it by flying to the top of it. So there's that one that's a lot later. There's also one that's submerged in the water that you have to pull out. And I think there's actually one in one of the cauldrons as well. You have to complete all of the rebel camps. That's these 2 trophies. So I think there's 6 total rebel camps. You have to liberate all of them. And then at the very last one, there's a secret boss fight you get for doing all of them. You have to reach the core of all the cauldrons. There are 2 story-related ones that you will get that don't count toward these trophies. And then 4 ones that are out in the world. that you have to get. I don't like the cauldrons. They're not fun to do in this game. They take way too long. They're just not really an entertaining part of the game. You have to earn the quarter stripe mark in all of the trials in all of the hunting grounds. So I think there's either 3 or 4 hunting grounds. So that's, 3 quarter stripe marks, I believe, in each of the 3 or 4 hunting grounds. So like 12 things you have to do. You thankfully don't have to get the full stripe, so you don't have to be perfect. I ended up doing all of them eventually, but a couple of them are kind of tricky to do. So thankfully you only have to get the quarter stripe, which is a whole lot easier. Then you have to kill one of every type of machine. Initially, one of these trophies was missable because there were... Oh, no, actually, no, the killing one wasn't missable. Never mind. Yeah, you had to kill every single one. Or you didn't have to kill every single one. You don't have to kill all the variants either. So you don't have to kill, like, the acid variants and the fire variants and stuff like that. You just have to kill one of each type of machine. You might not get this naturally, but you'll get most of them naturally. And there's nothing missable about that one. I'm thinking of a different trophy. You have to ride each of the 3 rideable mounts, although I don't think that any of these include the one that flies that you can ride on. So this trophy was initially missable when the game first came out because you can miss out on scanning both the Spectre and the Spectre Prime. There's also 1 or 2 machines that are much harder to scan if you don't get them during the story. You can still get them afterward, but they're way harder to find. But apparently now both the Spectre and the Spectre Prime, their entries just appear in your notebook once you beat them now, which is really, really nice, so they're not actually missable. You have to glide for 60 seconds. That one's very easy. Just find a high ledge to jump off of or ride your rideable mount up to a really high area and just jump off and glide down. So the flying mount here, there's 4 quests that require it, but you only have to complete 2 of them. You have to win 2 of the gauntlet races. There's 4 of those total. You have to complete all the contracts at a salvage contractor. There's 4 or 5 salvage contractors in the game, I believe. You have to complete 4 rebel outposts, but there's double-digit numbers of them, so you are allowed to miss quite a few. You have to find 3 of the relic ruins. There's either 8 or 9 of those. You have to complete 1 set of arena challenges. There's 5 sets, and they are brutally hard unless you're playing on the easiest difficulty. If you're on the easiest difficulty, then they're all a joke. If you're on any of the higher difficulties, even on normal difficulty, they become absolutely brutal. And this game is harder than the first Horizon game because there's not as much of the overpowered gear that you had, like the Shield Weaver armor, and just certain aspects of the game are just made a lot harder. So this game is more difficult, but once again, you can do everything on the easiest difficulty for your Platinum Trophy, so that is a really nice touch about it. You can still play on Story difficulty, or whatever it was called, or Explorer difficulty. Then you have Machine Strike. This is a mini game available within this one. It's sort of like a version of chess, but more complicated. And you just have to win a match against 2 different opponents, and there's 15 total, so that's very simple. Obtain 1 weapon from each class is pretty much unmissable. Inflicting every elemental state at least once is pretty much unmissable. Perform the 3 different unlockable melee combos should be unmissable while you're going for the melee pit trophy that we're going to come up on later. Perform a stealth kill on 10 machines is pretty much unmissable. It's one of the first trophies you're probably going to get that isn't story related. Detaching 100 components is extremely easy unless you're playing on the highest difficulty where just shooting them doesn't detach them. Well, actually that's from normal and on, but if you're playing on easy or story mode, it's super easy. Then you have to pick up 5 different unique heavy weapons, or different heavy weapons, but there's several different opportunities for this one throughout the course of the game. There's a bunch of them. There's maybe 9 or 10 total. You have to override 10 different machines out of the 20 plus that you're allowed to override. Then you have this one, requires you to complete all the melee pits in the game. I think there's 4 of them, and then you have to go defeat a secret boss. The Valor Surge, fully upgraded, just requires you to use skill points in any one of the skill trees to fully max everything out in it. Fully upgrade any 3 weapons and outfits is very simple. It just takes enough resources to do it. You have to fully upgrade the food pouch, potion pouch, resource pouch, trap pouch, and 1 ammo pouch. Upgrade each one of them once, which is very easy. Just again requires you to have some materials. Equip any weapon with 2 coils. You just need to have one with 2 coil slots available. Unlock 3 different weapon class techniques. That's just from purchasing skills pretty much, as well as learn all the skills in one tree. There's 5 or 6 skill trees, and you should have enough skill points for all of them by the time you finish everything in the game and hit level 50. Then you have to find one of each type of other collectible in the game. So the survey drones fly around. There's like 10 of those. Black boxes, there's like 10 of those. They're in crashed aircraft. A relic ruin, again, there's like 9 of those. One Vista point, I don't think there's as many of those. And I can't remember how many signal towers there are, but just one of each. They're all tracked in your menu, so it's super easy to keep track of everything in the game. You also have to use dye flowers, which you find while climbing usually, and unlock and apply any new dye to the game. So the Platinum Trophy is not particularly hard, especially if you're playing on an easy difficulty. If you're playing on story or easy mode, it's not going to be a problem at all. And it is a fun game overall, but it's a lot more fun when you're playing on the easier difficulties because the game is pretty brutally punishing at times, especially in areas like the arena. But then we come to the New Game Plus DLC, the infamous thing that exists in so many games nowadays. You know, now that I think about it, the original Horizon Zero Dawn was one of the first games to do this, because the original Horizon had a New Game Plus harder difficulty trophy, but it was easier because you had the Shield Weaver armor, so you could blast through it in just a couple of hours. There were a lot of skips you could do as well to skip enormous parts of the game. But yeah, I legitimately think that Horizon was one of the first games to start this trend with Sony that has now existed in Spider-Man, Miles Morales, except it's part of the base game and no difficulty-related stuff. God of War has a New Game Plus, but you surprisingly don't actually have to play the New Game Plus in either version of the game. There's those, and then there's... Does Death Stranding have one? No, I don't know why I was thinking Death Stranding. Days Gone. Days Gone has like 3 of them. I think Rage 2 has just pretty much almost every game nowadays adds in this kind of New Game Plus DLC trophy crap. And it's kind of annoying. It's really something that should be there with the base game if you're going to tie trophies into it, because it could speed up your process. So you have to complete a New Game Plus playthrough on any difficulty, which stacks with completing it on the new Ultra Hard difficulty. Now, Ultra Hard difficulty is pretty challenging in this game just because it's an overall more difficult game. But the good thing about this trophy, there's a couple of good things, is that you can do it in New Game Plus, so you can carry over certain highly upgraded weapons and outfits. There are several really good outfits that you can use, and there are certain weapons that are considered to be the best if you can fully upgrade them. Though, interestingly, I used one of the spike throwers as my primary weapons. It was one of the legendary spike throwers. And I don't see a lot of people suggesting that particular strategy. A lot of people suggest one of the specific blast slings that's really good. But using that spike thrower, I was able to get through Ultra Hard without a whole lot of problems, along with a fully upgraded outfit. So, in reality, I did not have as many problems with this as I thought I was going to have. Like, it's got some annoying parts for sure, but the other nice thing is you can once again just speed run through the main story, which you can beat in like under 10 hours, way under 10 hours. Because there's only 17 story missions and like 3 of them are intermission type of things, and there's not a whole lot of required combat in the game. Plus, you can immediately override one of the flying machines, so you can use that to fly around and make your travel significantly faster and easier. So it's not as bad as it could have been. Like I said, I used a spike thrower. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people use other weapons, but it worked for me. And whatever works for you, works for you. So again, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, but it's still just annoying that they added it in, and it is still going to cause some problems at times, especially if you're trying to do like the arena on Ultra Hard. My god, I can't even imagine that. Then you have this trophy, which is just pointlessly, needlessly grindy, because unlocking all of the weapons, dyes, and face paints requires you to farm champions tokens, I believe they're called. They're like a new item that you get in New Game Plus every time that you complete a mission, some of the side missions, some of the camps and stuff, the cauldrons. Most everything you do will net you at least one of those tokens, including finishing all the story missions. All the tall necks are among the easiest required things. So you have to complete a whole bunch of other actions, and in this game, if you select Ultra Hard mode, the game will not let you drop the difficulty even after you beat the main story. So you're locked into Ultra Hard. So what I would recommend doing is blast through the game on Ultra Hard, completing just the story missions, finish maybe a few of the easier side missions that earn you tokens, and get all the tall necks because they're all really easy to get. They're all super easy to get. You just look up where they are and just fly to them, and you can land on top of them very quickly. And you'll have a certain number of tokens after that. But then you're going to want to start another new game, and play it on the easiest difficulty and just grab all the tokens super quickly that way, just by blasting through the game again. And you can potentially blast through the game several times if you really want to, because you need over 100 tokens from what I remember, so it takes a very long time to grind them. So that makes this DLC take way longer than it needs to. So overall, I mean, I liked Horizon Forbidden West, but it did have some annoying trophies to it with that DLC. Now, the PS5 version has an identical trophy list, and it does allow for auto-pop. So what you can do is, anytime you save your game at a campfire, you can then download that save onto the PS5 version, and it will auto-pop any trophies. With the notable exception of the DLCs being a little bit different. So with the DLCs, what I found was the only way to get the New Game Plus trophies to unlock, you have to do things a little bit differently. As soon as you finish your ultra hard New Game Plus playthrough, immediately save at a campfire, then immediately switch over to the PS5 version and upload your save that way, and both these trophies should unlock that way with no problem. Then, for this last trophy, for this one, you have to, the best way to do it is to purchase all but one of the items, but make sure that you have enough tokens for the last one. Then save your game and upload that save to the cloud at that point. Then go and purchase your final item on PS4, and you'll unlock the trophy for PS4. Then go into the PS5 version, load up that save where you're missing one item, purchase your last item, and it will unlock that way. So just keep in mind that it's very finicky with auto-popping the DLC compared to the base game. The base game works perfectly fine with auto-popping, as you'll pretty much see here. They all were earned at different, very different times, actually, from very different sessions of the game, but all at the same kinds of times. So Horizon is getting another DLC for the PS5 version. It is coming out in April, and it may very well be out by the time I do this, by the time this video goes up. So that would mean this would be a lot higher up on the list by that point, possibly, but it won't be covered again until that next video, until the 701 through 800 at some point. So just keep that in mind. Man, we're already an hour and 15-ish minutes in on recording time. It's probably going to end up being less than that, though, once it's edited. And we're only through Horizon and Minecraft and Chess Knights. Actually, I'm going to check and see how far down I am, actually, because that is not as much progress as I thought I was going to make. Okay, so that is only 21 platinums down. Oh god, this video might actually take longer than I thought, and I've been trying to skim over some of this stuff. Oh man, this is actually going to take quite a while, apparently. Alright, I'm going to go take a break, and I'm going to record the next part soon. Alright guys, well it took me like a week to get back to recording this whole 601 through 700 because I was super busy this past week. I was working on Resident Evil 4. You guys probably saw some of the streams. Anyway, we're now back. Horizon Forbidden West in that time period has not gotten its new DLC for PS5. It hasn't appeared on here yet, even though at the time this is being recorded, I think it comes out this coming week, or it might be the week after actually, so I guess it makes sense. Anyway, the next game up is LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga. This game was a lot of fun. I highly, highly recommend it. It is so much fun if you are a Star Wars fan. It is 100% worth playing. However, this is a very time-consuming platinum. This is currently the longest of the LEGO games. This one takes a good 70-ish hours to get. So it's not a difficult 70 hours, but it is a very time-consuming platinum. So that's probably part of the reason why the platinum's so rare. It is easy to just pick up and play, like just get home after work or school or whatever, and then just pick it up and play it for like an hour, and you slowly make your way through it. So this, of course, was the PS5 version. I don't know if I'll go back and do the PS4 version. I wouldn't mind doing the PS4 version, except that I assume it doesn't function anywhere near as well as the PS5 version. So you're going to get some trophies just for beating the game. All of those trophies will just be earned by completing the 45 story missions in the game. Then you have to basically complete every single planet. So this is going to be like find all the collectibles, complete all of the side quests, unlock all the characters, etc. Now, this isn't particularly difficult to do, except for the fact that there's just a lot of planets you have to do this for. There's like 18-ish planets that you have to do this on, so it definitely takes a very long time to knock all of them out. Plus, there's also stuff to do in space in each area, so that definitely takes some time as well. I mean, once again, this is an easy platinum. It's just a very, very time-consuming one. You have to achieve True Jedi in every level, each of the 45 story levels. This is very easy once you get the red brick multipliers that are in most LEGO games at this point, so just fill up the stud meter and you're good to go. You have to complete all the level challenges in the game. Pretty much every level had, I think it was it either 3 or 5? I think it was 3 level challenges that you had to do, and you could do them over the course of multiple playthroughs, so that was totally fine. A few of them I remember being just like a little bit more annoying than some of the others. They're not too difficult overall, but there's a handful of them that'll definitely take a couple of tries or require you to have a guide there to be able to follow it. You have to find all of the mini-kits. I think there are 5 mini-kits in every level, so I think that's what I was thinking of with the challenges. So I think it's 5 mini-kits and 3 challenges per level. The mini-kits, usually you can't get all of them just by playing through on story, so you'll usually have to go back in during free play to get the remainder of them. You have to fully upgrade all of the character classes, which just requires you to invest, I believe, both studs and kyber bricks, which are the replacement for the golden bricks in this game that are in most LEGO games. Then you have to collect all the data cards, which I believe might have been the red brick replacement in this game. Let's see. Yeah, I think that was the replacement for the red bricks in this game, was the data cards. You have to collect 1,000 kyber bricks, but you're going to have to find all of them anyway to complete all the other trophies. I think there's 1,200 total. I think it was fewer than that at first. It was like 1,150 at first, but then they added in more ships as DLC. It was free DLC, by the way. It just got patched into the game or something. So they added more ships that gave you even more kyber bricks being available. I'm not sure if you have to finish all those extra ships, though, to get this complete all the events in the galaxy. I mean, I did just to have true 100% completion. Then you have to collect all of the characters, of which there are like over 300 now, especially with all of the DLCs. Now, speaking of DLC, this game is apparently not going to be getting any actual level pack DLCs, which I was really sad about, because this is one of those rare times where I would like for a game to get DLC. And I know the game technically does have DLC, but they're all just character packs and such that have greatly increased the number of characters available in the game. But I really do wish that this game had gotten true DLC, like true story DLC. They could have done so much with it, because they only have levels from the 9 main movies. You have 2 other... well, technically 3 other theatrically released movies, but we don't talk about one of them. You guys know which one I'm talking about. But with Rogue One and Solo, I'm very shocked that we never got, DLCs for those, or even for any of the TV series. I mean, not getting one for Clone Wars makes sense, because they made a whole game for Clone Wars in the LEGO universe. But, I mean, they have a lot of other TV series they could have done, especially with all the live-action ones that are coming out now. So, definitely a little bit surprised they didn't do any actual trophy DLCs or story DLCs, I mean. I guess it's nice for those who don't have a whole lot of time to work on the game or don't want to keep working on the game. Maybe if you're not as big of a Star Wars fan, I could see people being not wanting it as much, but I am a big Star Wars fan, so it was definitely the one LEGO game where I would have liked to have seen some DLC. You have to complete all of the races and challenges throughout the galaxy. These are going to be earned along the way to completing all of the events. And then we start getting into some miscellaneous trophies. So you have to use Jedi mind tricks to make 5 people fight at once in the cantina, which is actually the very last trophy I got. And the first time I did it, I still remember Count Dooku screwed it up and he started attacking everybody for no reason. You have to ride all of the creatures throughout the galaxy. I don't think there's a ton of them. You have to earn 17,000 studs and then 10 billion studs. Am I counting that right? Yes, that is 10 billion studs total. Again, not difficult once you have the stud multipliers, but just keep in mind you will need quite a few studs in this game. You have to destroy 100 TIE fighters, which is very, very easy, and it'll probably come naturally while you're doing everything else. 3 enemies at once with an explosion will probably come by accident at some point. I don't remember where I got it, though. You have to shoot the helmets off of 50 enemies. There's certain places where this is easier than others, I believe. Create 25 disguises. This one takes a while because you're not going to need them that often, but it's still fairly easy. The combat multiplier isn't too bad. From what I remember, you should get this one very early on. You have to complete all of the faulty droid missions on Tatooine, as well as all the Gonk droid escorts. So these are just types of side missions that you'll have to do on route to completing all the events in the galaxy. And you have to complete a flight level without dying, which should also come naturally, especially once you get the invincibility bricks. So overall, awesome game. Absolutely loved it. even though it was a very time-consuming one. I had a lot of fun with this one and would highly recommend it, especially knowing that it's not going to get any DLCs with trophies in it, so you'll know that once you finish it, you'll be all done with it. Next up, Resident Evil 2 on the PS5. Thankfully, this game actually auto-pops from PS4 to PS5. I would definitely recommend doing that. I mean, Resident Evil 2 is not a particularly hard platinum because of all of the DLC thing that you can buy. Because for those who don't know, there is a DLC that you can purchase, I think it's $5, that automatically gives you all of the stuff you would normally unlock by playing through the game and, you know, completing the higher rounds and stuff, or the higher difficulty challenges. But now you can get all that stuff for free. It includes the infinite rocket launcher, and it makes the platinum many times easier. So you're going to get all of these trophies through here by completing the game 4 different times. Or maybe it was only 3 times total, but I think you had to complete it 4 times because there's a there's a Claire A and B as well as a Leon A and B scenario. The true ending I think you can get from either one of those scenarios, though, possibly. So wait, hold on a minute. Oh, I blanked out there for a second. I thought that I got all these trophies at once on the original version of the game, and then it's like, oh no, I remember I auto-popped it. I just mentioned that I auto-popped it. Combining 2 inventory items is very simple. That's like combining herbs and such. Increasing your inventory is very simple. Plenty of opportunities for that. Customizing a single weapon, defeating an enemy with a knife. A lot of the trophies in the game are very simple and tied to collectibles or just miscellaneous combat actions. Then you have a few that are related to certain events like boss fights, so you have to defeat Stage 2G using the crane only once. This is best done on the easiest difficulty. This one's pretty highly missable because I think you can actually pick those items up without using the photos. That's a collectible-based trophy. You have these 2 trophies that are based on completing the Ada and Sherry segments in certain ways. The Ada one's not too bad, especially if you do it on an easier difficulty. The Sherry one is actually a little bit tough, I remember. This one took me several tries just because the timer is very strict here. And then you have 2 related to the final bosses of the game, but neither one is particularly hard once you have the infinite rocket launcher. Then you have collectible trophies for finding every single file, destroying every single Mr. Raccoon, which are little statues, unlocking all of the safes and locks. And then you have to complete the game on hardcore for each character, which is pretty easy with the infinite rocket launcher. You also have to get an S rank on standard or hardcore. So I think you can get all 4 of these trophies from just 2 playthroughs. You just do a hardcore S rank and then for Chris, and then for Leon, and then a hardcore S for Claire. And you should get all of those. You have to complete the game without using a recovery item. This one's not too hard because I believe this game had some kind of healing token that came in that sort of DLC pack that you could use, which allowed you to have some sort of passive healing up to like half of your health or something. So definitely made it a lot easier. You have to clear the game without opening the item box. The only disadvantage to this is that you can't use the infinite ammo weapons, so you just have to do this. It's easy, though, if you just do it on assisted. It's not going to be a problem. You'll have so many supplies, you don't have to worry, and you can beat the game in a really short amount of time. 14,000 steps or fewer should come naturally during one of your S-rank playthroughs, because I think that was purely tied to the amount of time it took you to beat the game. And then you have the 4th Survivor mode, which is a secret extra mode where you have to play as Hunk and go through the sewers and everything, go through several other areas. It's not the easiest thing in the world. This is definitely considered by most to be the hardest trophy in the base game, at least when it comes to, you know, having the DLC items. If you have the DLC items, this is definitely the hardest trophy in the playthrough. It's not that bad, though. I finished it in less than 10 tries. It really didn't take me that long to figure out. It took me a few tries to get used to everything, and his set loadout, you can't pick up any other stuff from what I remember. It's really not too bad, though. Just stick with it. It'll take a few tries, but it's nowhere near as bad as, say, Ethan Must Die in Resident Evil 7 or something like that. Now, this game does have 2 DLCs. This one popped up very randomly. It's just an extra collectible that got added in. It's in the Kendo's gun shop, and I think it's only in Leon's scenario. It's just a random extra thing they added into the game much later to get people prepared for Resident Evil 3 Remake. The ghost survivors, you have to destroy all the Mr. Raccoons. There's some in each of these 4 chapters, and this is not that hard. However, this is by far the hardest of the DLC trophies, and arguably the hardest trophy in the entire game. You can complete the first 3 scenarios in training mode, which is basically easy mode and not much of a problem, but you have to complete the No Way Out scenario on the standard difficulty, and this is pretty challenging. It's basically you're holed up in a gas station from the beginning of the game, and you have to kill 100 enemies without dying. Equipment is very, very limited. This is definitely a little bit like that Ethan Must Die mode, but it's more of a horde mode, so I guess it's a little bit more like when you were in the basement section in Resident Evil 7, because what was it called? Nightmare or Night Terrors, whatever that mode was called. It was a little bit more like that. So this one definitely took several tries for me to get through on the PS4 version. It was definitely quite annoying at times just because you can die very quickly and the area is so tight and hard to maneuver in. But again, just stick with it and you will eventually knock it out. So that's Resident Evil 2 Remake. Great game. Definitely recommend it. But definitely play the PS4 version first so you can auto-pop the PS5 version instantly. Same thing here with Jedi Fallen Order. So with this game, I was able to auto-pop most of the trophies, but like 4 of them didn't auto-pop, which was really, really weird. I don't know why that happened. So you had various combat trophies in the game, like this one and the Mysterious Creatures. You have to unlock every single, or collect every single chest and secret, as well as all the skills. You have to complete all of the holo maps, which I think was just for exploring every part of the world. Complete the story, of course. You have various story-related trophies through here, I believe. Yeah, I believe that like all of that stuff was just story-related trophies, so you get quite a few just for beating the game. And this is very fitting given that I'm recording this like a week or 2 before the second Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order game, Jedi Survivor, comes out. Then you have to defeat 50 enemies with reflected bolts. That's very easy. Same thing with parrying 100 enemies. And same thing... Well, this one's actually a little bit trickier doing the kicking one. This one does... This is one of the ones that did not auto-pop for some reason. I don't know why it didn't. But it's very easily done in the sort of combat training simulator thing. You can just fight against like whatever one specific enemy works well for this. I don't remember which one it was, but there's like one specific enemy that works great for this one. 3 enemies with a single lightsaber throw is also very easy to do in the combat simulator, but I also didn't get that trophy to auto-pop for some reason. The slowed blaster bolt, from what I remember, might have been like kind of finicky with what you had to do with it. I can't remember what it... Maybe it's that trophy, maybe it's a different one, but I think this one's kind of finicky with how you're supposed to do it. The 20 enemies with explosives, this one didn't auto-pop either. It's not particularly hard. You can just reflect explosives back at enemies with the force push, so it's not too bad, but it is just one that didn't auto-pop for some reason. This one should come naturally while playing the game. This one, I don't think is too bad. It's just kind of grindy to get to that number of it. The 25 enemies over the edge, this one will probably come naturally. Okay, I think this is the one that was really annoying. The empowered slow ability. I think this is the one that was kind of really finicky as to how it works. Like, you just have to do it in a very specific way to make it unlock. That one should come naturally. That one is pretty easy because there's only 3 lightsaber types. This is a specific type of enemy, and when it's doing a specific attack. This is your health upgrades. It's just another collectible type. The terrarium takes a while to grow, and it has been known to be just slightly buggy with taking longer for some people. So just keep that in mind when you're going for it. Recruiting all the crew members, I think, is a story-related trophy, except for like one of them is maybe a miscellaneous one. Then the logs are another collectible type, I believe. Fully customize your lightsaber. I can't remember how early in the game you can do this. Then you have to fully customize the look of Cal, BD-1, and the Mantis, which is your ship. That's fairly easy as well. Scan all of the enemy types. That one takes a while because there are a lot of enemy types in the game. The bounty hunters, I think you get some of them just by beating the game, but a couple of them you have to sort of go out of your way to find, or they pop up randomly as you're playing through later portions of the game. And then the Force Echoes, there's tons of these around. There's way more than 75, so you should get this one by the time you finish the game. So it's a very fun game. Definitely would recommend playing it as well, and definitely play the PS4 version first so you can auto-pop it onto the PS5 version. Next up, Ghost of Tsushima. So I got this Platinum Trophy quite a bit, like, earlier on in this set. but I didn't get the 100% until later. So with this game, you can see it has a lot of DLC there, and the Platinum Trophy is very easy, and this is one of my favorite games that I have played in the last few years, and on the PS5. This game was just an absolute joy to play from start to finish. It was so much fun. I mean, I have Japanese heritage. I think that we've traced it back, and I might have some sort of maybe a little bit of samurai lineage, but I'm not 100% sure. I need to talk to my cousin that knows a lot more about that than I do. But for this game, it took me a couple of months to get the platinum in. I actually did not do this on the PS4 version and auto-pop it. I wanted to make sure I got to experience the best version of this game, and therefore it was the first game I played when I got my PS5 at the end of 2021 for Christmas. So that's the main reason I didn't do the PS4 version. If you want to get 2 platinums, you can auto-pop all but 1 trophy from the PS4 to the PS5 version. The PS5 version has a photo mode trophy, so that takes all 5 seconds. So you get several story-related trophies, as with many of these kind of games. And the Platinum is also very easy because you can play the game on the easiest difficulty. I would recommend playing it on a little bit higher of a difficulty so you can prepare for some of the DLC stuff. But every trophy through here is unmissable and story-related. Then you have Norio, Masako, Ishikawa, Yuna, and the Mythic Tales. These are just 5 of the different sets of side missions you can do. Each of these form a full story arc for these specific characters. But you have to complete all of the Tales of Tsushima as a whole, of which there are quite a few. I think there's over 60, and it's more than just these 5 categories. There's a bunch of others. There's a few that are really well hidden and not even, shown on the map until you get very close to whatever you're supposed to be doing for it. 20 enemies with a counterattack after a perfect parry. This one took me quite a while to get, just because I guess I wasn't really doing the perfect parry correctly. I got it eventually, but it took me a little bit more time and a little bit more difficulty than I expected. You have to shoot a terrified enemy with an arrow while they're fleeing. You can do this anytime when an enemy's fleeing. This will happen plenty of times. The maximum amount of enemies in a single standoff is 5, and you need the fully upgraded Sakai clan armor to do it, I believe. I believe it's the Sakai clan armor, but it's one of the armors has to be fully upgraded to do it. Staggering enemies 50 times is pretty much unmissable and should come just by completing the game. Completing every duel. I think there's only 5 of these. It's the ones that are on the open world map, so I think there's only 5 of these, so that's not too terribly bad. You have to kill an enemy with fall damage by knocking them off a ledge. I actually got this one by accident, and I don't think I did it the way you're supposed to. I think I sort of knocked someone off a cliff, but not with the attack you're supposed to use, because there's a specific attack you're supposed to use to do it, and the best way to do it is to climb up a tower and then use that attack to kick them off of the side of the tower. That's the way you're supposed to do it, though. Kill 20 enemies with Ghost Strike Stance, or Ghost Stance Strikes. This is an ability you're going to get later on in the game that requires you to charge it, but it's super powerful and really, really cool when you get to do it. This one you should get naturally while completing all the other missions in the game. This one is pretty much unmissable. It's just getting the 4 different stances. The throwable ghost weapon techniques, I think you have to purchase some of them as skills or whatever, but that's about it. You have to fully upgrade your sword, which just requires quite a few materials to do. Equip a charm in all 6 slots. You'll get enough charms to do this easily over the course of the game. The gifts just appear at the altars throughout the world randomly, and you should get this one naturally while playing through the game as long as you're checking the little shrines throughout the game. You have to get 30 pieces of vanity gear. There's a lot more pieces than that. You have to get all the lighthouses, which are basically just small enemy outposts, and then you just have to climb up to the top and light them. This one is a certain location. I think this one's actually story-related. I think you get this one about midway through, Act 2. The Shinto shrines are basically platforming puzzles. They're not... I wouldn't say they're necessarily difficult, but some of them are just very weirdly laid out and kind of annoying to go through. Then you have to bow to 10 hidden altars. These do not appear on the map at all. These you are going to need to follow a guide for, or be really, really vigilant about them. The Pillar of Honor and collect its sword kit you should get naturally while going for the other trophies. Purchase an item from each of these 2 dye merchants will just require flowers. This one requires you to obtain specific items and then equip all of them in order to cosplay as Sly Cooper. This one requires you to play a specific song from finding a few of the singing crickets and play it at the friend's grave, which is marked on the map. And then you have the photo mode trophy, which, like I said, this one I don't think auto-pops from the PS4 to the PS5 version. It just might not have been in the PS4 version. So this is the only trophy that you'll have to actually do on your own if you're auto-popping it. Then the 20 records and Mongol artifacts, there's way more than 20 of each. It's just another collectible type, and you can set your like guiding wind to go find them. Then you have to complete all of the hot springs, which are just locations on the map where you get extra health, like it increases your maximum health. The haikus, you get to compose your own haiku, and that's basically it. The Inari shrines are where you follow the foxes around a little ways, and then you get to pet them, and it's adorable. The bamboo strikes are the ones that give you more resolve, and a couple of those do take quite a few tries just because they're a little bit finicky because you have to hit 7 buttons in very quick succession. You have to liberate all of the areas across the game, and that is going to be it for your platinum. So it's an easy platinum. It can be done in like 30 to 40 hours if you're really speeding through it and not trying to do a lot of the extra stuff. I came pretty close to 100%ing the game. I don't think I found every single collectible, like all the vanity items, but I found a majority of them. Now, this game does have a lot of DLC, though, as you can see. So that is where a lot of time is also going to be spent, and the main reason why I don't ever want to do the PS4 version of the game. Because if it was just the story and New Game Plus and Iki Island, I would totally go back and do the PS4 version. But when you add in this multiplayer mode, that just takes away from me wanting to do it again. Now, don't get me wrong, I actually didn't really mind this game's multiplayer that much. I didn't really think it was bad, and it wasn't overly difficult. But it's just not something I want to go through again. It took some time, and it's just not really something I want to do again. So, Legends mode is the main part of the online. The hardest trophy of all is to complete the 3 chapters of the raid. So, the first 2 chapters are pretty extensive. There's a lot you have to do in those first 2 chapters. The last chapter, if you have a group that's spec'd correctly and knows what to do, they can finish it in like probably within 5 minutes or something. It's some insane strategy you can use for the final boss fight. So the final raid chapter is very, very easy. It's just the first 2 that are a lot harder and take a long time. I would definitely recommend looking for a group that's really good at the game that would be willing. I mean, I didn't necessarily fully get carried. I didn't know the mechanics of the raid by any means, but I could hold my own in most of the combat during it. So I could at least hold my own in the combat. It was just not knowing what the mechanics of the raid actually were, because some of them are fairly strange and complicated. So definitely look for people, or you yourself learn how to do the mechanics of the raid, and then as long as you're good with the combat, you should be good to go. You do have to be a pretty high level, like a pretty high gear level though. You have to reach rank 20 with all roles, which is quite time consuming because there's like 4 different roles you have to do this on, so it takes some time to grind up to level 20 with each. The final wave in a gold survival. This one's not too bad. I actually got this one with randoms. I think me and Ghost both got it with randoms. The Legends mode story is basically unmissable. This is probably going to be the first trophy you get in this whole DLC. You have to complete all of the Legends mode stories on a single difficulty. That means just do them all on the easiest difficulty, and you should get this one. And then you have to reach rank 20 in any role, which will come along the way to getting rank 20 with all roles. So we'll go ahead and talk Legends, Rivals, and Mastery Challenge. So the Legends Rivals match, this one is easily boosted. I don't remember exactly what you have to do it, but you can definitely boost this one as well as summoning the 5 shades, and I would recommend boosting them because it's going to make your life a lot easier instead of playing with all of the like really good players that are actually like really good at this mode. Purifying a cursed piece of gear, I don't remember what you had to do for this. I think you had to get your gear up to like a pretty high level or something, or you had to get a certain type of gear, and then there was something specific you had to do to purify it, like maybe complete a certain challenge with it. And same thing with binding a piece of gear to a class. I think you might have had to like complete a challenge with it or something. None of these trophies are particularly hard. This DLC is much easier than the other one. And you'll probably get this cursed piece of gear and binding a piece of gear while you're working your way up to being able to do the raid. Because a lot of it's just grinding for better items, the way of, Destiny or other games that have a power level to them. Then we have New Game Plus. So, shockingly, this game's New Game Plus did not include a new higher difficulty that you had to play, which is very unusual. Most of the time when a Sony exclusive type of game has a New Game Plus DLC, it almost always forces you to play through the game on a higher difficulty. I mean, Spider-Man did it, Horizon did it, Last of Us did it. A lot of games have done it. But this one is actually very different in that it does not. You can play through the game on the easiest difficulty, so you can just blast through it in like 6 hours or something on the easiest difficulty, which makes this trophy much more simple. You also have to purchase something from Baku the Voiceless. I think you need a specific type of flower to do this, but you only need to purchase one thing, so you only need probably like 5 flowers to do it, so nothing too bad there. And then there's Iki Island, which is the main expansion for the game. It's just a whole nother extra area that you can explore, and it's a pretty large area. It's the size of like any one of the 3 areas from the main game. So this is a story-related trophy that's unmissable. This is for finishing all of the story and side missions on Iki Island. I can't remember if there were any that were really well hidden this time like they were in the base game. You have to build your legend and earn this title, so that one should come naturally while doing all of the tales. This one, I believe, is also an unmissable story-related trophy, or at least I feel... Or no, I think this one is for, like, liberating all parts of the island and clearing out all the groups of enemies the way you would a territory in the main game. The Mythic Tales are just another, type of side mission in this. The Memories of Your Father, I believe, are sort of technically a collectible, I guess you could call them that, but I think you can also set to find those through your Guiding Wind. And then the Unwritten Tales should, again, go toward this Tales of Iki. So, did I get those at the same time, 7:13 p.m.? Oh, no, so the Unwritten Tales are something different. Okay, well, I was wrong there. So those are just, I guess, something that isn't tracked at all by the main tracker for this trophy. Iki Island Exploration is... This is what they did with Horizon Zero Dawn's Frozen Wilds expansion. They had one for story trophies and one for, like, exploration, open world stuff. So this one, I believe you had to complete, like, all of the monkey shrine stuff. I think you had to go to several different shrines and explore them and do all the animal stuff across the DLC. You had to complete all the animal sanctuaries anyway. For this one, there's 3 or 4 of those. The bronze or higher on all archery challenges isn't too bad, but if you're trying to get a gold medal or whatever it is on every one of these, it's a lot more challenging. The duels here, most of them are easy, but like one of them was a lot more tricky. I don't know if I was just not understanding what I was supposed to do or if I was just getting really unlucky, but I struggled with one of them for a while, and that one definitely took me several tries and probably a good hour to get through. You have to find all of the haikus, the Shinto shrines, the bamboo strikes. There's not that many of them. I don't remember what the onsen are. But basically, you just have to find all the different locations across this map, just like you did in the main game, and complete all of these little extra tasks, just like in the main game. And then you have to purchase an item from the Crimson Dye Merchant, as well as a dye for your Sakai horse armor. That one is just, again, purchasing the dyes. I believe you do it with various banners as well as with flowers. It might only be banners this time around, though. So overall, fantastic game. Easily one of the best games I have played in the last few years. Loved pretty much every minute of it, and would highly, highly recommend checking it out if you have not already. But if you want to auto-pop the PS5 version, feel free to do the PS4 version. I wish that it did a backwards auto-pop because I would totally do the PS4 version. And again, if it was just the base game, the New Game Plus, and the Iki Island, I wouldn't have a problem doing it. Even if this one was part of it, I wouldn't mind. But it's just this Legends mode, especially the raid. I just don't want to do that again. Next up, Resident Evil 3. This was another auto-pop from PS4 to PS5. This is, of course, the shortest Resident Evil Platinum trophy in terms of the main series games, or at least in terms of the numbered Resident Evil games. I don't know if any of the other games are technically considered main series. They're shorter than this. So you get several trophies just for, like, everything through here you get just for beating the game, and this is a much shorter game, of course. So you'll get every trophy through there just by completing the game, and it looks like I might have completed the entire game in, like, one day or something. Oh, wait, no, of course. I forgot once again that I auto-popped this. You have to complete the game on Inferno, which is the highest difficulty, and it's definitely not easy unless you play the game in a very specific way. So with this one, I don't think they released a purchasable DLC with all the extra items, but what they did do is they have an in-game shop where you can use points that you earn from completing other in-game challenges that aren't necessarily tied to trophies. Some of them are, some of them are not. And you can use those points that you get to purchase various items, including the infinite rocket launcher, and I think some kind of, like, healing token as well. So it makes Inferno much easier because you can run through the game with the infinite rocket launcher. You have to craft an item, improve a weapon, expand your inventory. A lot of similar trophies to what we saw in the previous game. Causing Nemesis to relinquish an item, you just have to shoot him enough times to make him drop it, and this is very easily done with the infinite rocket launcher because it's like a one-shot. Then defeat Nemesis on the rooftop. I can't remember if this is something where you have to actually do enough damage to him to forward the game, or if just doing enough damage to him like ends it, whereas otherwise you just have to dodge him. I don't really remember. This is just an extra thing that you can do. It's not required for beating the game. It's just an extra thing you can do for some rewards. This is a story trophy. This is a story trophy. And then you have to finish the game with an S rank on Inferno. This is the hardest trophy in the game. It just requires you to complete the game on this highest difficulty of Inferno in a certain amount of time. I want to say it might be like 2 hours in this game. It might be even less than that. But this is a very, very short game. And on Inferno, S rank, the only difficult part with the infinite rocket launcher is the final battle, just because you don't get the infinite rocket launcher there. I didn't have any problem though on Inferno. I think I finished that in one try, but I had more trouble on whatever the difficulty before Inferno is, because you have to beat the game several times to unlock Inferno, because like beating it on one difficulty unlocks the next difficulty and so on. I believe that's a story trophy, and that's a story trophy. This one is a time-based trophy. When you get to the warehouse, you have to basically run around quickly and pick up fuses and then insert them within a certain amount of time. It's not too difficult, especially if you're doing it on a lower difficulty and have the infinite launcher. You have to defeat stage 2 and 3 Nemesis, so these are just boss fights you're going to be doing during the later parts of the game. You have to destroy a Charlie doll, which is a type of collectible. 2 enemies with a single shot. I think the rocket launcher counts for that. Story Files is a collectible type. Charlie dolls is the bobbleheads. It's just another collectible type. Complete or collect all of the weapons. I don't think there's anything majorly difficult here because you can unlock some of them through that unlockables menu. You have to unlock everything in the game. So all of the safes, lockers, strong boxes, etc. And then you just have to complete the game on the different difficulties, as well as get an S rank, all of which are pretty simple. You have to complete the game without opening the item box. That's easy, except for the fact that, once again, it means you can't use any of your infinite ammo gear this time around. And then you have to complete the game using 1 or fewer recovery items. You are allowed to use 1 during the spider section when you get poisoned, because that's an unmissable event that happens. So they're at least nice enough about that. And then you have to complete the game in under 2 hours, which you'll get while getting the S rank on Inferno. So this was also a fun game, I'm not going to lie. I definitely enjoyed playing it back on the PS4. It's not as good as Resident Evil 2 or 4. And some people are not happy with how much it took out from the original. But, I mean, I enjoyed the game enough to play through it, and honestly, it's not a bad time at all. It's a pretty fun time, especially if you're a Resident Evil fan. Next up, the Pigeon Pea. Now we're getting into a little bit of shovelware. This was probably all... No, that wouldn't have been a dumpster dive. Yeah, that would not have been, because it's only 5 platinums. Unless I did like a really short dumpster dive or something. Anyway, the Pigeon Pea is another hold either X or R1 for 3 minutes and you get the platinum trophy. And that's literally it. There's nothing else to say about this. We've already talked about at least one game like this earlier on in the video. So I'm not really going to go into much depth on this one. But just, again, hold either X or R1 for 3 minutes. You get your platinum trophy. Nothing else to say about it. Let's move on. Round Invaders. This is a really bad asteroids type of game. I guess that's what you could call it, if you could even call it a game. So to get the platinum, you have to finish the first 4 levels of the game, and along the way, you're going to want to collect 400 points. I think you need to get more points than that, though, 2,000 points. But I think you'll get this well before you get to level 4. So you should get that naturally just by playing through the game. I think as long as you don't die, you should be fine. The red saucers appear on either level 4 or 5. I don't remember which level they appear on, but it's either 4 or 5, and you have to clear level 4 anyway to get the platinum. Shoot 1 time is going to be the first trophy you get, and then you have to shoot a rocket as well as finish a level without using a rocket. So basically, you're going to complete the first level without shooting a rocket. Then the second level, you can shoot a rocket and finish it. Levels 3 and 4, just finish them, including the red saucer if it appears on level 4. And then finally, when you get to level 5, you're just going to shoot all of your rockets, then let yourself die. Altogether, you can get this platinum trophy in about 2 minutes. It's a very bad game, and it's not worth talking any more about, if we're being completely honest. Next up, we have a visual novel game, Takarita Meets Fries, the North American PS4 and PS5 versions of the game. So, for this game, you have to basically just play through the game several times and unlock all of the different endings. By doing all the different endings and all of the cutscenes, you will get every single trophy along the way. Basically, you'll just be making a few backup saves at certain points before certain dialogue options, and then reloading those backup saves to go back and complete the other endings and choices throughout the game. If you are following some sort of a guide or walkthrough, you can get this Platinum Trophy in about 6 minutes. So, once again, nothing much to worry about there. Just follow a guide, and you will get the Platinum Trophy in 5 to 6 minutes. So, let's see, 8:32, So this one only took me 4 minutes, so I guess you can do it even faster than I did, but this was also the PS5 version, so it probably functioned a little bit better. So yeah, give it anywhere from like 4 to 6 minutes, and you'll get your Platinum Trophy on each version. So maybe I did do like a mini Platinum Dumpster Dive or something. Let's see, that was 7-8. Yeah, so that was a mini Platinum Dumpster Dive stream. Okay, I got it. I kind of forgot that I did that at some point. Next up, we have Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon's Keep, a Wonderlands one-shot adventure. This was a really, really weird game to occur, because it's basically just the Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon's Keep DLC from Borderlands 2, but made into its own standalone game. So I was lucky enough to have Ghost actually power level me in this game, which allowed me to get through the Platinum much faster than I would have otherwise, as you can see here. I can't remember what we did. I think he just like took me into the dragon raid boss fight, and we just killed it a few times, and it just leveled me up super quickly. So with this, I got the Platinum Trophy in about 2 weeks, but you can certainly probably do it a little bit faster, or it could take a little bit longer. So for this one, you have to complete the first rank of all of the non-level specific challenges for a character. This one takes quite a while, because it basically means you have to get certain numbers of kills with like each type of weapon, with different attachments, grenades, all that kind of stuff. You also have to kill a chubby, but I don't remember if that is... Let me see if that's an actual trophy. Okay, it is. So we'll talk about that a little bit later, because that's the worst trophy in this DLC. Or, well, I want to call it a DLC because it was originally a DLC, but it's now a full game. So you have to reach level 35, which is one of the last trophies I got. By the time that you finish the game on your main playthrough, you probably will not even quite be at level 25, or you might... If you are level 25, you won't be anywhere beyond it. And then by the time you finish a true Vault Hunter mode playthrough, you will not be at level 35. So you're going to have to basically spend a bunch of time just grinding your way to level 35. So that's just really dumb that they made it level 35 instead of like... It should have been like level 30. Because you could have had level 5, 10, then level 20 here, and then level 30. And that would have been more than enough. Because I'm not even sure if you would hit level 30 normally, but at least it would cut back the amount of grinding you would have to do by a good bit. Purple rarity gear or better in every slot is quite easy, because you should get plenty of purple gear just by, playing through the game, especially if you play on true Vault Hunter mode. And you'll also have things like the Ludapult that you can use, and you have a raid boss you can fight. You have to kill 100 enemies with the Saber Turret. That is the Commando's special ability. You have the Phase Lock ability for your Siren. Do that on 100 enemies. That's pretty easy. The Gunzerking one is definitely a bit challenging, because you have to level up pretty far as a Gunzerker to be able to do this one. I don't remember if this is the one that he powered level me on, or if it was the other one. Did he power level me on Zero, or did he power level me on Gunzerker? I don't really remember. But with Gunzerker, to do this for 90 seconds, you basically have to be leveled up a certain amount to have a bunch of skills that extend the amount of time you can stay in Gunzerking mode. And once you do that, you then have to have enough enemies spawn and kill them quickly enough to be able to stay in the mode for 90 seconds. You want to do it in that starting area, I believe, is the best place to do it, that beach area, because there's tons of enemies down there every time you respawn. Then we have the Chubby, and this trophy is a real pain in the nads for many players. I was lucky enough to not have too many problems getting it. I got it within about 2 to 3 hours of farming for one, by just going up and down the beach, killing all the enemies, and hoping that one of them was a Chubby. But unfortunately, this one is extremely random, And this game has one of the worst spawn rates for the chubbies in the entire franchise. At least it did when I did it. Maybe it's gotten easier in the time since I did it. But as far as I know, it hasn't. And therefore, this is by far one of the hardest trophies in the game. Just because it takes potentially an insanely long amount of time. There are people that have spent over 20 hours to get this one trophy. I'm not even joking with that. I know people that have spent a good 20 hours getting this trophy, which is just absolutely horrendous. Like, there should be at least some way to guarantee that one spawns after some amount of time, just to not waste players' time like that. It's just ridiculous. Then you have to redeem 25 tokens. I think those are badass tokens, so that's just the typical stuff you get while playing through the game. Zero's Deception mode, of course, you have to be upgraded to a certain level to be able to do this one. So basically with both this and the Gunzerker, you have to be at least a certain level with certain skills purchased to do them. But I don't remember which one had to be a higher level. So whichever one had to be a higher level would have been the one that I got power leveled on. And then the other one I would have just done more normally. Shoot this guy in the face is a little side mission that was in the main game for Borderlands 2, and they brought it back into this DLC. So it's brought back in this standalone. Then you have to unlock 10 customization items. This is pretty easy and should come pretty naturally throughout the story. Then you have to revive someone on your friends list that's in fight for their life. So you will need to have another online player for this one trophy. I think it's the only one, though, that is an actual online trophy. So you'll just have to revive a friend that goes down, and they have to be on your friends list. So might as well knock that one out early just because it's a multiplayer trophy. And we all know that I'm not a big fan of multiplayer trophies. Then you have to purchase 5 items from the black market using, I believe it's Iridian in this game, whatever the stuff is. So just purchase 5 items and you'll get that one. You'll get more than enough of it throughout the course of playing this game. Complete all the side missions isn't really too bad in this. There's quite a few of them, but most of them are fairly short and not too overly difficult by any means. Then you have to slay Mr. Bonypants Guy, introduce yourself to the White Knight, and rescue the Queen. Those 3 are all story-related trophies. Then, once you go find the Noble Queen when she returns to the starting area, that main village, you'll have to feed her 3 times using the Iridian, and she'll poop out a weapon for you. This, I think you have to, like, go into a cave or something and kill a secret boss. It's not a raid boss, but I think you just have to, like, go into a secret cave and kill the enemy that's there for this one. For this one is... It's not that it's missable, but it's best done in certain areas of the game. I remember it was best done when you're at that giant tree before you go into, like, the main castle or whatever it is a great place to do it, where you have to fight several sort of bosses in, like, a singular boss fight. The Murderland's Temple, this one takes a while. You are going to have to be pretty high level to be able to do this one, even when... you know, you have good gear and all, just because it's very easy to end up dying in this by accident because there's a lot of traps you have to worry about. It's not so much the enemies, even though the enemies can be a problem. It's mainly the traps that are a big problem if you're not careful, because it makes it a lot harder to move around without, you know, just randomly getting speared and dying. Wielding the Mysterious Amulet, this trophy is technically missable, I believe, because I think there's a way that you can skip it. But if you do manage to miss it, if you have someone on your friends list that has the amulet in their inventory, you can just join their game and have them give you the amulet for a few seconds and you'll get the trophy. Then, with this one, you have to roll either a 1 or a 20 from rolling the Magical Treasure Orb of Many Sides. You'll get plenty of opportunities to do this. There's a bunch after the raid boss, and there's plenty of other chests throughout the game. So just as long as you find them, you either have to roll a 1 or a 20, and you will get this trophy. You might get it along the way while just trying to get decent gear and such. Then the Ancient Dragons of Destruction is the raid boss. It's not as hard of a raid boss as some of the stuff from other parts of Borderlands 2, so it's definitely not the hardest one in the franchise, but certainly not the easiest one either, because it's several different enemies that are flying around and sometimes kind of hard to hit in a pretty open arena, so that's also a bit of a problem. I would definitely recommend bringing along a friend to take this one on. Then you have a Death Trap trophy. That's a character-specific trophy. Have it kill 100 enemies. I think this is for using Gauge. And then this is for using the Psycho. So just go into Buzzaxe, Rampage, and kill 100 enemies total throughout the course of using it. You have to fire the Ludipult as well, which I believe requires some Iridian. It's in a specific area, but it's fairly easy to do, and it's a good way to get some extra items. So yeah, that game just, its mere existence really makes no sense to me why they would do that kind of a spin-off. I mean, okay, I know why. It was because Tiny Tina's Wonderlands was a thing at this point in time, and I think this came out before that to help sell more for Wonderlands, I guess. That's my best guess for it. Next up, we have Pinball Machines 1 and 3 for the Our Church and Halloween RPG games. So the only reason I did these is because I've done all the other Our Church and Halloween games because I thought they were done with them. Unfortunately, they decided it would be necessary to release these pinball machines. So it's a very simple pinball game. And to get the Platinum Trophy, all you have to do is earn a total of 1,000 points in a single game. Now, this does require some luck, because sometimes the ball just won't really do what you want it to. Sometimes it'll just immediately go out of bounds and you'll lose on different plays. So it may take a couple of tries to do this, and I know that at least one of the other versions took more than one try. But this version I was able to do first try because I got very lucky with how it bounced, and it didn't just screw me over early on like I was worried it would. So all you have to do is just earn 1,000 points playing a very simple game of pinball. Every single thing you hit, I think, gives you 25 points, so you basically have to hit like 40 targets or something in a single game, and you should get your Platinum Trophy just by doing that. Machine number 3. The reason I did machine number 3 before machine number 2 is because machine number 3 came out before machine number 2 did. So yeah, great job there, developers. Also, this game has 36 trophies, which is absolutely insane. Pretty much every 25 points gives you a trophy, which is just absolutely ridiculous that they give you that many trophies for such a simple, short game. So I think this is the one where... yeah, so this one, I got to like 800 or 850 and then lost all my lives because you only get 3 lives. So I ended up having to basically replay the entire game again to get to the 1,000 points. So it took me a couple of tries. Like I said, it requires some luck if you just get really unlucky with how the ball decides to bounce and it just immediately goes out of bounds and you immediately lose lives. That can sometimes happen, but I was able to do it in 4 minutes, so it's still just a super quick, easy platinum. But if you're going for like a world record speed run for this on PSN profiles or something, do note that it's going to require at least a little bit of luck as to how the ball decides to bounce. Next up, we have A Plague Tale Innocence, the PS4 and PS5 versions. This was a fantastic game. I'm not going to lie, this was a very solid game, one that I would highly recommend playing. And I have not yet played Requiem. I know that it did pretty well, and it's still a fairly easy platinum, but it's longer. I will play it at some point, but I did do this one back in 2022 before Requiem came out. So, to get the Platinum Trophy, you're going to get 16 trophies, just 17 trophies by beating the game. So it's like 16 chapters and then an epilogue. So just complete the 16 chapters and epilogue and you'll get 17 trophies. So about half the trophy list just by beating the game. It's not a particularly long game either. It took me about a week to platinum it. So let's see. Yeah, it took me about 8 days to get the platinum, but I'm sure I could have done it faster if I was focusing more on it and, you know, playing it a little bit more often. It's like a 10 to 12 hour platinum, I believe. So you have to find all of the flowers in the game. I don't remember exactly how many collectibles there are total, but you basically have to find all of the flowers, of which there are probably between 10 and 15 of those. The curiosities, of which there's probably close to 30. The gifts, I don't remember how many of those there were either. Probably like 10 or so of those. There's quite a few collectibles in the game, but if you just follow a collectible guide, you're pretty much good to go. You have to fully upgrade both the sling and the equipment, and it's very unlikely that you can do both of these in a single playthrough. So it's generally recommended that you focus on upgrading one of them during your playthrough, and then once you've fully upgraded one of them, then you can go in and fully upgrade the second one on like a save reload or a chapter reload or something. But I think there's also a way to get unlimited resources. There's like a glitch to get infinite resources in this game. So if that's the case, then I would highly recommend using that because it will just make the platinum go quite a bit faster. It won't require like 2 playthroughs or anything like that. Crafting ammunition should come naturally. There's 5 alchemist carts throughout the game. They're usually worth going to even if they require some materials to get to, just because when you go into them, you will be able to get a whole bunch of extra equipment. The game has a very Last of Us feel, by the way, so if you're a fan of The Last of Us, you're definitely going to like this game. You have to complete the aiming training. This is a I believe that... Okay, yeah, these are all of the level-specific trophies. So this is in, like, Chapter 1. It's a slingshot practice section, pretty much. This one's in, like, maybe Chapter 2 or so. It's like you pick up an apple off of a tree or something. This is in maybe Chapter 4 when you're inside of the winery or whatever. Not necessarily winery, but just, like, the rows of grape crops or whatever it was, and you have to find Hugo before he finds you. Saving the soldier is in around, I think it was Chapter 6 or so. You don't have to save him. You can let the rats kill him, or you can try to save him. This one, I don't really remember where this one was. I think it was just a random thing that you find in one of the levels. This one is when you're in one of the towns, and basically you have to go through the main door when there's a side door that's much easier to access. If you go through the main door, I believe that you have to kill, like, 2 normal enemies and 2, like, armored enemies or something, or shielded enemies, so that's why this is tougher. You have to save the dying. I don't really remember what this one was. I think it was... Is it the... Okay, yeah, I actually do remember what this one was. It's in an area where a guy's, like, about to get killed by the rats, and you have to make them run away from the guy. It's toward the end of the game. This is in the Hugo chapter. You have to basically follow the captain without getting out of eyesight of him. And this is, I think, toward the end of the game. It's just another location. It's in, like, either the last or the next to last chapter, and it's just a certain area of it that you have to find. So the Platinum Trophy is pretty easy. It doesn't take too long, and it's definitely one I would highly recommend. I had a lot of fun with it. The PS5 version does auto-pop to some degree. What happens, though, is that most of the trophies will auto-pop, but not all of them do. For some reason, it's like pretty much all of the level-specific trophies seem to auto-pop. It's just these upgrade trophies don't always auto-pop for some reason. I don't know why that is. It's just like purely just the upgrade trophies don't auto-pop, or the crafting trophy may not auto-pop as well. So for some reason, it just does that. But the good thing is, on the PS5 version, you can use that glitch in the game to be able to have unlimited resources, and that allows you to fully upgrade your either sling or equipment pretty much instantly. So the autopop gives you most of the trophies just by uploading your save data, but not all of them. So just do be aware that you will have to go in and do just a little bit of extra work to be able to get all the trophies to pop up. But you can earn this Platinum Trophy within 5 minutes thanks to auto-popping, which is great. I don't know if Requiem has both a PS4 and a PS5 version, or if it has any sort of auto-popping or cross-save or anything like that, but I guess we'll find out. Next up, we have the North American PS4 and PS5 versions of Nowhere Girl. So this is another visual novel game, and I believe that with this one, you just have to follow a guide, and you'll just have to save in different places, reload some saves, beat the game a few different times with different endings, and you should get all of the trophies. The PS4 version took me about 7 minutes. Yeah, about 7 minutes for the PS4 version, and the PS5 version took me about 6-ish minutes. So this one will take a little bit longer than that Taquerita Meets Fries, but it's basically just another visual novel game. Just play through the game several times with backup saves to get all the different endings and everything, and you should get the Platinum Trophy just by doing that. These games all just kind of run together because a lot of them are just really, really similar at this point. Next up, we have My Little Pony, a Maritime Bay adventure. I played a My Little Pony game, and I streamed it, and that made it a lot more fun, and I don't regret it in the slightest, because at least it's not shovelware. At least I'm not stroking a dog for 4 minutes for a Platinum Trophy, because yes, that's a thing that happens now for trophy hunting. For this Platinum Trophy, I am probably going to do the PS5 version at some point once it's cheap enough that it's worth picking up. Because I got the Platinum Trophy in about an hour and a half, so you can do it in like 90 minutes. It's a super short Platinum Trophy if you know what you're doing. It's a very easy game, as you might expect. There's no combat or anything. It's basically just some mini games and some exploration. So I believe that these first few trophies are all story-related. There's nothing that's truly missable in this game because everything's just kind of laid out for you. But I want to say maybe everything through there is story-related. Most of the trophies in the game are story-related. You have to pick up magic bits. You have to get 1,500 total. I think there's closer to 2,000, so you are allowed to miss a few of them. but I think that by the time I had the Platinum Trophy, I had only missed a handful of them from one minigame that I then went back and completed, so I could say that I 100% completed a My Little Pony game, because it's a good flex to put on the dating profile right there. Using the magic mirror is not required, I don't think, because I think it's where you change your clothes at. So I don't think that's actually required. The secret training course here, I wonder if that's the most uncommon trophy. It looks like it probably is. What I believe happens here is you have to complete an obstacle course in the town park just to forward the game and get some bits. But then you can talk to the character again and do a harder version of the course to get more bits and get this trophy. Then, of course, talked about collecting the bits. You'll get a lot of them just by completing the game, and some of the others are just laying out and easy to collect, and the game has a good tracker for where you can find all of them at. And then I think you have a couple more story-related trophies through here. I'm not sure if all of these are story-related trophies, but they're kind of structured in the way I would expect story trophies to be. So I'm assuming that most of the trophies are story-related, along with collecting the magic bits and interacting with the mirror and completing the secret obstacle course. So most of the trophies should be unmissable and or story-related. A few of them you might go out of your way just a little bit to get, but obviously there's nothing too difficult about this because it's a My Little Pony game. There can't be that much to a My Little Pony game. Next up, Pinball Machine number 2 from the Our Church and Halloween RPG series, because like I said, Machine number 3 came out before Machine number 2 because someone over there doesn't know how to count. Anyway, this Platinum Trophy is identical to number 2, or identical to Machine number 3. It is exactly the same trophy list. Get 1,000 points in a single game, and you get your Platinum Trophy. But this time I was able to do it first try, so I was able to get the Platinum in about a minute. You get a trophy for every 25 points, pretty much, and just, get 1,000 points in a single game, so hit about 40 targets in a single game, you get your Platinum Trophy in like a minute. Literally nothing else to say about it, let's move on. Steam Engine. These games are kind of clicker games, but there's a little bit more to them. So basically you're going to be mashing the square button to get money, and then you use that money to purchase things like gears, pipes, etc. Except it's different in each game, just depending on what kind of engine you're making. So you basically press square to earn money, and then you just purchase different items. And to get the Platinum Trophy in these games, you pretty much just have to install all of the items in the game, as well as learn all the technologies which unlock new items for you. You also have to fully upgrade things. In this case, you have to upgrade the button power to $11 per press, as well as fully upgrade it. So basically that's just fully upgrade the pressing the button, which is one of the first things you should do just so that you get a lot more money faster. But you'll get passive income the more different things that you purchase throughout the game. And then you have to clean rust and clean the tank. These might actually be missable because it's possible, I think, that you can end up not having the rust or the tank become a problem to where you might be able to miss those. Technically, every trophy in this game, or at least some of them, are technically missable because of the last trophy down here, but we'll get to that in a second. So yeah, I'm not sure about those two. You might not get those normally. You might just, I can't remember if it happens normally or not. Maybe it does, but maybe it doesn't. You just also have to purchase all the different technologies in the game, which again, unlock new things, new upgrades for you to purchase, and increase the amount of passive income that you make. So the hardest, well, I guess I could call it hardest trophy, but most time-consuming trophy is to earn $1 billion. This is the same across all of these engine games, and interestingly, when you get to $1 billion, you get an ending cutscene and the game ends. So if you missed any trophies, you'll actually have to go back and do them again, believe it or not. I found that out the hard way on one of the later engine games because I didn't know that would actually be a thing. So you get an ending cutscene when you reach $1 billion, and if this trophy is your last trophy, you get the platinum. If it's not, then you'll have to go back and play the game a second time. It looks like it took me about 17 minutes to get the platinum because I probably wasn't really paying much attention to it or something, because it definitely does not take 17 minutes to get these games done. You can do these in under 10 minutes easily. So it was probably just me being lazy. Now we have Round Out by Palki. Wait, hold on a minute. Did I only do one version of this game? I guess I did? Huh, that's weird. Hold on just a second, guys. Huh, well, that's unique. This Palki game only has PS4 versions. It only has a North American, European, and Asian PS4 version, which is... Most of the Palki games have 2 versions for each region. Like, Most of the games have either a PS4 and a Vita version, the old ones do, and the newer ones tend to have a PS4 and a PS5 version. But this one apparently only has PS4 versions, which is definitely a little bit unusual. I have no idea what this one was at all. Like, I don't remember this game in the slightest, so I really don't know what to say about this. Yeah, that's really all I can say is because I honestly do not know what this game was. I don't even remember this one. I can usually remember them, but this one has apparently been forgotten by time because it didn't even get a PS5 version, which is just, again, really, really weird to me. So you had to solve a puzzle. You had to solve a puzzle with a 3-letter words, 4-letter words, 5-letter words, and then find an 8-letter word. It almost sounds like the Ladders game, but it's definitely not. You also had to find a bonus word, so is it kind of word searchy? Find 5 bonus words in the same puzzle. I honestly don't remember what this game was at all at this point. Try an answer that isn't a word. I'm sure there's an inappropriate trophy or an inappropriate word trophy like there usually is. Try the same invalid answer twice, so those are both probably pretty simple. Let's try an answer that isn't a word and then try it twice in a row. Use a hint as well as solve a puzzle without using a hint and solve a puzzle without messing up. Oh, it was unscrambling anagrams? Really? That's what it was? Again, I'm just trying to think back to what this game was, but I legitimately have no idea what this game was. So, okay. That's interesting. I literally have no idea what this game actually was, but I guess it had something to do with anagrams. And this would have been the most time-consuming trophy and probably the last one I got. It was for the using 500 words into grids, so I guess you will not get that by just normally playing the game unless you did every single puzzle. Spend a minute considering a solution. That's a typical Palki trophy. Resume a partially completed puzzle. That's a little bit different. And then, like most of them, you have to insert, or not necessarily insert, but you have to do a bunch of word-specific trophies that can probably only be done in a single puzzle each. So that's pretty typical for Palki games, so that's like a third of the trophy list. And you have things like the spend a minute and then a grindy trophy for doing a certain number of levels. You have an inappropriate word trophy. You have completing puzzle perfectly trophy. You have a couple trophies for screwing up. So it's a pretty typical Palki list. Just, I honestly have no idea what this game was. I do not remember that one at all. I can usually remember what these games are, but that one I honestly have no idea what it was. I guess it was something with unscrambling anagrams. Next up, Destroy All Humans 2, Reprobed. Now, this is a game that I wanted to be amazing. I had super high hopes for this game. So I was expecting it to be amazing, or at least was hoping it was going to be amazing. Now, I enjoyed the game overall. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the game overall. It took me a little bit over a week to get the Platinum Trophy. But the game was definitely a bit of a disappointment in a few ways. One of those is the fact that they made the game noticeably easier, but maybe that's more just the fact that I've beaten the original to 100% probably 10 times at this point. So, now they moved around the collectible locations and such to where I needed to, it took me longer to find all the collectibles this time than it would have in the original versions because I didn't know their exact location. So they did move some of the stuff around, but even if you hadn't have played the original, I really don't think you would have too much trouble beating this one because they definitely made the game easier and you can play on the easiest difficulty because they made difficulty options. But the big problem for me was this game was super, super buggy. Not necessarily the trophies, but the game itself was just really buggy. Like, way more than it ever should have been on release. It's supposedly been fixed at this point, but when it released, it was very, very buggy. A lot of stuff could go wrong. And one of the big issues was that the game crashed constantly. It crashed in 7 out of the 8 streams that I did of the game. Ironically, it didn't crash in the final stream, which was the longest one. That was like a 4-hour stream, and it didn't crash there. But overall, the game crashed in every other stream, and it also had a nasty habit of not saving your data to where you would have to potentially go back and replay for a couple of hours if it didn't save your data. I think there's a workaround to it, and I think that it has been fixed now. But for that to have been a problem when the game first released was really, really unfortunate. So to get the Platinum Trophy, you have to upgrade Crypto and your Saucer at least once each, which is very easy. You have to use a Furitech reactor to purchase a special Capstone upgrade. This is a new item. You get Furitech reactors from doing certain things, like certain harder tasks within the game. and they are used to purchase the final upgrade for different weapons, or the final upgrades for several weapons. You have to replay a mission in the Holopox deck, which is probably going to be unmissable while going for a later trophy. This one, you basically just have to mash the button really quickly. It's going to be pretty much unmissable. This one, there's a hidden human hive in each of the 5 maps, and you just have to use the saucer's weapons to scare them out of it. There's one in each map. They're pretty difficult to find if you don't have a guide for them. You have to get 3 perfectly timed anal probes in a row. I think I did this one by accident, but it shouldn't be too difficult. You have to get 3 enemies with the dislocator at pretty much in a row. This one I also did unintentionally. I think this might have actually been like my milestone trophy, like my 24,000th or 25,000th trophy. No, it would have been 24,000th. But yeah, I think I got this one actually by accident, like right at the beginning of the game within 15 minutes of starting it. Then you have to try out a new look for crypto, which is very simple. Look through the Furonagami collection is simple enough. This one is a little bit tricky just because the Bliss Spores move pretty quickly, but it's not too difficult. As long as you know that the trophy's there, you should be able to get it in, like Albion is a good place to get it. Yeah, these are all story-related trophies. All of those are story-related. Those 2 are story-related. Those 2 are story-related. This is for defeating the secret boss. Okay, that was a weird beep. I think that was just my dishwasher. This is for defeating a secret sort of boss within Takashima. You can only do it once you finished all the Art Voodoo cults and most of the other side missions in the game. That's a story trophy. This is a side mission trophy for defeating a Yeti in Tunguska, but that is a side mission trophy. And this is for beating the final boss. So you get several story-related trophies as to be expected. You have to destroy a public toilet on each map. There's, I think, several on each map that you can destroy. So you are probably going to want to look at a guide for this one because some of them are pretty well hidden. This is for finishing your first Cult of Argvoodle mission. This is for finishing all of your Argvoodle cult missions. So those are all just part of completing the game to 100%. This is from a rather annoying side mission, or odd job as you typically call it, within Bay City. It's best to do this one once you have gotten at least the Sonic Boom. Well, really just the Sonic Boom for your saucer. It'll make it much easier. This is a Bay City specific trophy. You throw a cop through the giant donut. This one is in Albion. You have to drop a human from the top of the Albion Bridge. You have to climb all the way up Takashima Tower in Takashima. This is done during the boss fight, that secret boss fight in Takashima. There's not a secret trophy in this area for Tunguska, but I guess you could technically say that killing the Yeti is. And then you have to do this. This is the very last trophy I got. You do this on Solaris. It is a little bit tough to find the basketball and then get it all the way over there. It's a little bit finicky, but it's not too bad. Then you have to skate from one location to another in each map without any sort of interruption. None of these are particularly hard, but you do have to just be a little bit cautious because it's possible you can run into something and then, get thrown off of your skate ability. You have to complete all the odd jobs in the game. There's like 40 or so of them, along with the story missions. You have to find all of the alien artifacts. I believe there's still 10 in every area. You have to get all of the posters. I think there's maybe like 50 total of these, but I don't really remember. That's a new collectible type. Same with the songs. That's a new collectible type, but there's not as many of those as there are for the posters. I think that's how it worked, or it could be the other way around. Again, it's been quite a few months since I played this game, and again, the game was definitely a bit disappointing overall with just how buggy it was. Unlock all the Gene Blender upgrades. The amounts that you have to do for each upgrade have actually changed heavily in this version, and there's also new types of characters that you have to abduct, such as the Mafia in Tunguska, which are found hiding out in very remote areas of Tunguska, by the way, for anyone who gets stuck on that one. And then you have to complete all of the optional mission objectives, which you can do from the Holopox deck if needed. Most of the optional objectives in this game are very easy. I would say that it's easier overall than it was in the previous game, in Destroy All Humans 1's remake, but there are still at least a few that are going to be a little bit more troublesome. Also, I still specifically remember running into a really, really weird glitch in this game, in that I unlocked the Quantum Deconstructor early. I think I got it during, the boss fight against... No, I don't think I got it during a boss fight, but I got it way earlier than you're supposed to, and it just, screwed up the entire game from that point, but then it eventually fixed itself once I got to that part of the game. So yeah, that was a really bizarre glitch that I haven't really heard of happening to anyone else, but it did happen to me, so that was interesting. So again, I liked the game overall, but it was a lot buggier than I was hoping for it to be. So it has apparently been fixed, so I would definitely recommend trying it out now. But it was definitely a disappointment when it first came out, even if it's better now. Next up, we have Memories of East Coast. This is another visual novel game, and you get this Platinum Trophy in about 5 to 10 minutes. So it's just another complete the game, get all the different endings if that was a thing in the game, probably make some backup saves along the way. Or I wonder, was this one of those where you just had to finish the game maybe? Yeah, the way this is worded almost makes it look like you just had to finish the game, but I bet that there were probably several different trophies that were for making saves and then going back and making different choices. But it's just another visual novel game. Again, just follow a guide, you'll get the Platinum Trophy in like 5 minutes. Oh, this version took me longer, so I must have missed something on this one, or something went horribly wrong, who knows. But that's all you have to do. It's a simple enough concept. I've talked enough about visual novels at this point. There's not a whole lot more to say about them. Next up, we have Will Die Alone. This was a decent little, I guess you would call it kind of a puzzle game, but it's like basically you're going to be playing through like 5 days at this corporation that I think can make people forget their memories, I think was the whole concept of it. So finishing the 5 days of the game will get you several of the trophies, a third of the trophy list. But then you have to get different endings. So the secret ending comes from either getting them all right or getting them all wrong. I don't really remember which one was which. But basically you have to get all of the answers correct on one playthrough and then get them all wrong on your other playthrough. So that'll actually pretty much be all you have to do to get this Platinum Trophy, or the vast majority of it is get everything right in one playthrough and then everything wrong in a playthrough, and that'll get you the secret ending as well. Then there's also like a second story. I think that you get this one once you've gotten both of those endings, but then there's a second story you have to do, which is Tom's story. But with this one, I don't think it actually matters how you answer. I think you just have to complete it, and you get all the trophies for that segment. So this was a decent game. It wasn't difficult either. It took, 10 minutes to do. It was a decent game with a decent concept and all, the idea of erasing people's memories selectively if they don't want to remember certain things. So it looks like more people get them all wrong than get them all right, which is kind of funny. So the secret ending, I guess, is probably tied to getting them all wrong, though. Well, no, wait. It would be probably tied to getting them all right and then doing something else extra afterward. But anyway, simple, quick, and easy Platinum Trophy. Not much more else to say about it. Decent game, definitely worth playing and picking up if you can get it for cheap. Took me about 9 minutes for both versions, so nothing too bad there. Next up is Alien Zix. This game was really bad. That's all I can really say about it. This game was really bad. But this is one of those games where I believe that it had a debug menu or a cheat code menu that allows you to just skip all of the levels, so you could get the 8 chapter-related trophies just by using the debug thing within a matter of seconds. But then you also had to pick up these different bonuses, which I think you could just do on like the very first level. So you had to go in and you had to pick up the health bonus, the life bonus, and the shield bonus. And they're a little bit hard to tell what they are, but these trophy images themselves do kind of show what they would be. Let's see if we can get a good image of that. So the health bonus is basically the green cross. The life bonus is, I think it's just the word life in the circle, but it's kind of hard to see. And the shield bonus is the little purple dot inside of the pink square. So basically, use your debug menu or cheat menu to complete the 8 chapters, and then go back into the first chapter and get the 3 different bonuses, and you will get this Platinum Trophy within 1 to 2 minutes. Nothing much more else to say about this. This was, of course, back in the time when I was doing a lot more shovelware, so this was a lot more common for me to do back then. And I'm going to take a break again, but it looks like we are... Okay, I think Life is Strange was like number 652, so I'm right around halfway through the list, and there's still going to be quite a few shovelware games, but 650 is all the way up here because it took me a while to get through all the DLC. Alright, I'm on to my 3rd recording session for this video, and we're a little bit under halfway there, but I think that some of these later ones are going to go by a little bit faster. I think there's a little bit less cleanup going forward, or fewer of these longer games. Anyway, after Alien Zix, the next game was Fallout 76, getting it back to 100%. So I guess we can look back through the whole trophy list again. So this game has gotten so much better than it once was back when it released. The game functions fairly well at this point, and it's just downright kind of fun to play because they've added so much content to it, pretty much all of which was free. The game still has a little bit of pay-to-win elements with it, with some of the stuff you can purchase. I don't know if you can purchase, like, gold bullion or not, but I think there's other things you can purchase. Things like the whole Fallout First sort of controversy that happened. But as for the trophies, the Platinum Trophy is much easier than it was when the game first came out. Mostly because you have a lot of people that have really crazy high-level builds and just insane gear that just makes a lot of doing this stuff way easier. Plus, of course, this game has one of the friendliest player bases I've seen for this kind of a game, so that definitely helps a lot because generally other players are going to be very friendly towards you. So you have a bunch of story-related trophies. Pretty much everything through here is going to be story-related and unmissable. So just complete all the story missions, you'll get all those. There's one more story-related trophy, but it's at the bottom of the list for some reason. So then you have to build a camp and build 100 items in it. This is very, very easy if you don't really care that much about your camp and just want some simple shack to sleep in whenever you need somewhere to fast travel to. You can totally do that, and you can just build 100 crops or just walls or just something that's easy to build. It's that simple. Then we get to our side mission and event quest trophies, which start here. Mistress of Mystery is like a 5-parter side quest. Personal Matters is a side quest. Queen of the Hunt, I think, is an event. Or I think it's like a daily event or something from what I remember. Then you have Monster Mash, which is an event, which is basically just a type of side quest. This is a good place to grind out XP, especially during double XP weekend events. Scorched Earth down here, this was originally the hardest trophy in the game despite how common it is, and that's just because it required you to go all the way through a nuke silo, launch a nuke at a very specific part of the map, then go to that part of the map, and then win the Scorched Earth event that comes from it, which required you to kill the Scorch Beast Queen in about half an hour, a level 95, 3-star legendary Scorch Beast. It was initially very difficult when the game first came out because it would have required running through the silos to launch the nuke, just to even get a chance at doing it, and then you actually had to do it. But nowadays, this trophy is super, super easy because all you really have to do, if you don't have a group to play with, just jump lobbies over and over again, like keep yourself in that general area of the map, and then just keep jumping lobbies until you find a group that's farming the queen. And I guarantee that you will probably find a group within about an hour, probably even less than that. So, especially during like double XP events or any sort of special events, just, keep hopping lobbies until you find this event going on. Just join into it and you'll probably get yourself carried through it. So that's really all you have to do now. It's so much easier now than it once was. It's not even the hardest raid boss in the game. Yeah, and then Breach and Clear is another event type of side quest. So then you have our first multiplayer trophy. You have to join 20 teams. If you're playing normally and not with other friends, you'll probably get invited to teams sometimes. If you're actually playing with other people and doing the whole game in co-op, then you should get this trophy naturally. If you don't, though, a very easy way to get it is just to invite every single person in the lobby to your team. Chances are at least one person will join. Disband the team, switch to another lobby, and rinse and repeat until you get the trophy. It's that simple. Takes a little bit of time, but nothing difficult. Crafting armor and crafting a weapon are both very easy. You can just craft the most basic items that require the least amounts of material. So you have to reach level 100, and I think there are several other trophies related to this. Where are they? Where are they? Come on, where are they? Yep, reach levels 10, 25, 50, and of course level 100. Now, these trophies they're not necessarily difficult, but it is much grindier than it was in previous Fallout games, because by the time you finish everything that the main game had to offer, you might be like level 50, and once you finished all the DLCs, you'll probably be like level 60 to 70, maybe around level 70, 75 if you really went out of your way and did a lot of extra stuff, so you're still going to have to grind up more levels. Now, one thing I found was that when I was doing the Pit DLC last year, and, doing everything for that DLC, I found that I would level up really, really often in that DLC. Like, almost every run, I was getting a level up, and by that point, I was already, like, level 120 or something. So I was leveling up pretty much every time I played around through that, so that might be one of the fastest ways to do it now. I think I might have used, like, an XP glitch back in the day to get some of my levels. Not all of them, but I probably did that at some point. I'm not Or maybe I got carried through stuff. Honestly, I really don't even remember. It's been so long since I played the game. Because at one point in time, there were XP glitches available. Well, no, I wouldn't have done that because, yeah, that was all the way in 2020. So there's no way there would have still been XP glitches available at that point. So maybe I did do it legitimately, like without any... I'm sure I got carried through some stuff. Because I've been carried through raid bosses several times before just from randomly joining groups. But that's the only thing I can think of. So then you have to read 20 magazines, which you can find those scattered everywhere. Be at ground zero of a nuclear blast. Basically, wait until a nuke's going to go off. Fast travel to the closest location and sprint to the middle of it, and you should get this trophy. It's a little bit buggy, but it's not too bad. Fully rank up any one perk, so just take more of that same perk card until you get it fully leveled. There are some perks that only take 2 cards to fully level. You have to pick 50 locks and hack 50 terminals and mod 50 weapons. These are all pretty typical Fallout trophies. The locks will probably come fairly naturally. The terminals won't, but you can hack the same terminal 50 times by just quitting out of the game and joining back in a different lobby, so you might get this one naturally while doing everything. Modding 50 weapons is also fairly easy. You can just put the cheapest mods onto the cheapest weapons. You have to complete 20 challenges, which is not too difficult. There's tons and tons of challenges, plus there's, daily and weekly challenges as well. So you should easily be able to get these knocked out pretty early on in your playthrough. You have to revive players 20 times. If you're actually playing in co-op, you'll probably get this naturally. If you're not playing in co-op, then you can easily boost this one with one friend, so it's not too bad. You have to possess 10,000 caps. I don't think you have to have 10,000 at once. I think you just need to have earned 10,000 total over the course of your playthrough. Play a holotape game as long as you can find one. This one's very easy. 5 giant creatures is also fairly easy. A great place to do this. I think Fosnot Day pretty much always guarantees you fight a giant creature whenever that event's going, which that event's only for 2 weeks out of the year, and it's already passed for 2023. Discover 100 locations is a pretty typical Fallout trophy. It's in pretty much every Fallout game. Just run around the map, you'll find locations, or even just look up a map on the internet and find all the locations that way. You have to kill a wanted player, as well as kill another player and kill 20 players. These are our other 3 multiplayer trophies, and technically every trophy is multiplayer because you're required to be connected to the internet to be able to play the game. But these are the last few of the actual true multiplayer trophies. So I killed another player naturally just messing around at some point. This one may come naturally just by playing the game, but again, the player base is very friendly and there's not a lot of PvP that goes on in this game. There's not a lot of wanted players, so you're probably going to want to boost all 3 of these trophies. And it's very easy to do. Just get into a lobby with your friend, with just, one friend, and then meet up somewhere on the map that's a little bit remote, not really near anyone. Have them become wanted by attacking a settlement, like your settlement or something, then kill them, and then just kill them 20 total times, or just trade off kills if you're both going for the trophy, and that's all you have to do. It's really that simple. Then you have to kill 300 creatures. This is actually for this trophy as well, for these kill trophies, you might be able to do it in the nuclear winter mode, which would probably make it a bit easier. If that mode is even still going on. I'm not sure if that's even still a thing at this point. Then you have to kill 300 creatures. This one's pretty much unmissable. This is basically everything in the game that you can kill. I mean, there are human enemies now, but the vast majority are creatures, especially back when the game first came out, it was only creatures. Gather 200 pieces of junk is basically unmissable. 20 photos, it can be the same 20 photos of the same location over and over again. Very simple. Collect 10 bobbleheads. It doesn't have to be 10 different bobbleheads. It can be 10 of the same type by collecting one and then quitting and joining back in a different lobby and hoping that it's still there. Very easy to farm, so that shouldn't be much of a problem. Then the leveling trophies that I already talked about. There's no available glitches as far as I'm aware right now, but I do think that maybe I did use a glitch back then. I honestly don't even know. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I really don't know. But again, if you do the pit DLC, that you seem to level up pretty quickly there. And then finally, you have a trophy for finishing the final story mission, which is for launching a nuke. So that trophy does take a while because getting through the silos is not the easiest thing in the world, but it's not too bad if you have a decent group to play it with. It's just a lot harder solo. Now, this game does also have DLC. The Wastelanders DLC was the first one to have trophies. You had 2 trophies for basically doing the revamp tutorial. Then you have 2 mutually exclusive trophies for finishing the DLC. That's the main problem with this DLC, is that you can get one of these for finishing the game with the Raiders and one of them for finishing it with the Settlers, but you can't get both on a single playthrough. So to get the other one, you have to get all the way to level 20 on a new character and then replay the entire story of this DLC with that other character in order to be able to do the final mission for them. It's really, really annoying that they would put a trophy like that into this when they know that there's no way to reload your save and go back and do it again like you could in other Fallout games with trophies like this. Sophia and Beckett are the 2 sort of followers, I guess you could call them, that you can get in the game. They're not really companions like normally. They'll set up a base within your camp, but that's about it. But just finish all of their side quests, which are mostly short and simple, but require a bunch of traveling around the map and wasting caps. You have to become allies with both the Foundation and Crater. These require you to complete a bunch of daily quests for each faction. You can do both of these on a single playthrough, though, but you have to complete basically everything, like their daily quests, over and over again for several weeks in a row. Like, their daily quests are short, so you don't have to play for that long each day, but you are going to have to play for many, many days to be able to do these, unless a new method has come out that's faster in the time since. Then finally, you have to gain 1,500 gold bullion, but this one's actually super easy because, well, you should end up getting a good bit just by finishing the main story of this DLC, but even if you don't, all you have to do is take your treasury notes to a bullion machine, like the one in the Foundation or the Crater. I think that's what the 2 different settlement names are. Just trade all of your tickets for gold bullion, trade the gold bullion back into the machine for tickets, and repeat that process over and over again until the trophy unlocks. You do not need to have 1,500 in your inventory at one time or anything like that, thankfully. Then we have Steel Rain. For some reason, Steel Dawn did not get DLC trophies, but Steel Rain did, which makes absolutely no sense. You get 1 trophy for finishing the 5 story missions here, so that's pretty quick. The Elder rewards from a daily op, I think you had to basically complete the daily op pretty quickly, and this one was definitely tough to do if you didn't have a good team to do it with, but it wasn't too bad. I did it with 1 other random player or something, so it's not too bad. There's probably certain ones that are easier than others as well. And then you have to craft a 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star legendary mod. These would require you to have both legendary modules and the materials to craft stuff with. It's not too bad either. You should get plenty just from doing events and stuff nowadays, so it shouldn't be that bad. And then finally we have the Pit. This is the trophies that I got during this time period. So you have to complete Union Dues and From Ashes to Fire. These are the 2 different missions that you get inside of the Pit. I think you can do one of them each day, so you do one of them one day and then you can do the other one the next day, and I think that's all you have to do for this one. So just complete both of the missions available in the Pit and you will get this trophy. They're actually a little bit different. They definitely do have some differences between one another. You have to complete 10 favors for people at the White Springs Refuge. You can only complete, I think, 3 to 4 a day. So you're going to have to complete this one over the course of 3 to 4 days. But that's fine. It's not that much of a grind. This is the big grindy trophy, though. In order to get the Auto Axe back during the season when this came out, you had to reach level 17 within the season to get the Auto Axe plans and to be able to build it. But nowadays, I'm not really sure what you would do about this one because that season is long gone. So I'm not sure if it's obviously not missable. There's obviously some other way to get it. I'm just not really sure how to get it at this point. I would think that probably the easiest thing to do would be to find someone out there that's nice enough, that has an Auto Axe already, that's nice enough just to drop it for you or trade it to you temporarily so you can go kill trogs with it for an hour or 2, because it will take a couple hours and several playthroughs of this level to be able to get it, because you'll be constantly repairing it, and there's just a lot of trogs, but there's also a lot of other enemies, and there's not enough in a single run to do it. So I'm not sure how you get the Auto Axe now, but I assume that this has changed a little bit and gotten harder from where it was when the DLC came out. Fallout 76 is definitely not done yet, though. They've stated that they have plans to keep it going through about 2027 with new content, so it's likely that we will get several more DLCs with trophies in them throughout the next few years. We will have to see. I don't mind that, and they do say that they have a conclusion in mind. I assume that there's going to be DLCs that introduce the Enclave back into the Wasteland, and I assume that there are going to be DLCs that introduce maybe the Free States a bit more, stuff like that. So I'm sure that they're going to have plenty of content to continue expanding on. Next up, BFF or Die. This was real close to Platinum number 650, but it was certainly not 650. So this game was actually okay. This is a game that's meant to be played in co-op. It's a little puzzle type of co-op game. It's not a bad game. I would definitely recommend picking this one up if you can get it for cheap. You have to high-five 10 times, which I think comes from just finishing levels. So once you finish 10 levels, maybe you get this trophy. You have to complete Zone 5 without touching any floor buttons, so that's one specific level you have to complete without touching any of the buttons, but you can like pick yourself up with a crane or something from what I remember. You also have to replay that and complete it while touching all of the buttons, which is what I did first, because I guess that was easier at the time, because I could throw enemies like into one another or something. Die a total of 5 times is pretty tough to miss. Step on a single switch is impossible to miss. Rescue the Orbeez should be unmissable while finishing the 10 levels or whatever you need to do for the high-fiving. 6 moving hazards on screen at the same time. There's a certain level where you can set this up in. Use the grabber 10 times is pretty much unmissable. This one you'll get while getting those 10 levels completed. This one I think is a little bit grindier because you don't get as many opportunities to use it, but it's still not too difficult. Complete zones 7 and 10, so again you have to complete 10 levels of the game, as well as die 10 total times. There's nothing too difficult about this game. You can finish it in about half an hour if you know what you're doing, and it's best played in co-op, but it's really not a bad game. It's definitely worth picking up if you can get it for cheap. Next up, Cyber Engine. I think this might have been this was either 649 or 651. I don't remember which one it was. It was either right before or right after I got Platinum number 650. So this game is just like the Steam Engine game. You just basically have to install each item into your Cyber Engine, as well as learn all of the technologies and fully upgrade the square button to get more money per press. It plays exactly the same way, but as you can see, I did this version much, much faster. This one only took about 5 minutes to get, 4 to 5 minutes to get, versus taking, 10 plus minutes like the other one did. So you also have to purchase the overclocking and thermal paste, which is just more purchasing, learn all the technologies, and then earn $1 billion total during your playthrough. That's all you have to do. There's not much more else to say about it. It's just like the previous one. I think there's one more of these that's going to come up about 20 or so platinums from now, so there's only like one more. I think there is one more game that I haven't played. It's like the Windmill one that I never played. I don't know if I ever will, but maybe I will if it's listed as a series on PSN Profiles. Just because you do one, you got to do the series. Next up, Life is Strange True Colors. So this would have been done sometime after Platinum number 650. And this is basically Life is Strange 3, and it is a very solid game. I definitely would recommend playing this one. I think it was definitely better than Life is Strange 2, as well as Before the Storm. Because Before the Storm, you don't really even have superpowers in it. I mean, you can sort of read emotions, but that's about it. And then 2, I just thought dragged on way too much and just had some fairly dumb areas to it, plus the fact that you're not the one using the powers, it's your brother, and his telekinesis is just honestly so overpowered, it's ridiculous. But to get this Platinum trophy, it's very, very simple. Basically what you have to do is you have to complete each chapter of the game and find all of the collectibles in each chapter. So each chapter, I think, has 5 collectibles in it. So like chapter 1 is the crack memory, the Riley letter memory, the business card, the helmet, and the phone, and then completing it. Then like chapter 2 is the rent check, the umbrella, the t-shirt, the gummies, and the button. But this game was also unique in that it has 4 side quest trophies. These are really like micro quests, but in previous Life is Strange games, they would have just been options within the end of chapter menu. And it would have told you, 50% of, or 30% of people helped the hoodie guy find his dog, 70% ignored him. And now they actually give you trophies for some of them, which I have no problem with. I think that was great that they added that in. It gives more value to doing all the side stuff and exploring a little bit more. This game, though, is a lot shorter. This one can be done in well under 8 hours, so it's much shorter than the previous ones. And in reality, you probably could have cut out an entire chapter's worth of content. Because pretty much chapters 2, 3, and 4 altogether account for the equivalent of like one chapter in the bigger Life is Strange games. Because in those chapters, it's the coping throughout chapter 2, And then Chapter 3 is heavily just the LARP and the anger sequence at the end. And then Chapter 4 is just the Spring Festival. And that's basically it. It's a very short game overall. So in Chapter 2, you have to help the hoodie guy find his dog. He's in the record store, and you just have to like interact with the billboard in the record store to help him. The bird watcher is out in the sort of not really garden, more of a park, and you just have to go find the bird nearby and tell her where it is. Complete Chapter 2. Chapter 3, you have to figure out what the song is that this person likes, and then you have to go find the record by talking to Jeb. Pretty simple. And then you have several more collectibles to find in Chapter 3. Chapter 4, you have to help the jelly bean counter win, which it's funny because the trophy actually spoils what the answer is. But you just have to work down to the answer, solve it, and then just find your 5 collectibles in the chapter. And then you get to Chapter 5, where once again, you're going to be finding 5 more collectibles and finishing the chapter. This chapter is a little bit unique because the pendant memory is actually unmissable and story-related, so you do get one just for finishing the game. And then just find all the memory collectibles in Chapter 5 and throughout the game. Now, supposedly Haven Historian, for some reason, requires you to be connected to the internet to unlock. I don't know why that is, but supposedly that's a thing. So if that is a true thing, then keep that in mind. I don't know how true that is, but I know that PowerPix has said it, and at least one other guide has said it, so it must be true. But that's just really weird that they would require you to be connected to the internet for that trophy. It doesn't make any sense. So overall, great game, definitely worth playing. Would highly recommend picking it up for discount at some point or renting it. Next up, Borderlands 3 for the PS5. Me and Ghost blew through this game in like less than a month of just playing most nights. We blew through it in, about 2 weeks actually, so a little bit over 2 weeks. We were just playing this game like crazy for those 2 weeks, just playing this game like pretty much every night, just for several hours, just blasting through it. And I had not played through it in co-op previously. We also were not going out of our way to do extra stuff this time around. So you have to reach level 50, which in this game will probably come just by completing the story and all of the side quests, unlike in previous games where you had to go into true Vault Hunter mode to get there. You have to unlock 10 character heads or skins. And by the way, I remember this game was really buggy for me. Like some of the trophies were unlocking earlier for me than they were for Ghost. I don't know why. But yeah, that happened. It was really, really weird. I don't know if that happening to anyone else, but some of the trophies were like unlocking earlier for me than for him for some reason. So you have to unlock 10 character heads or skins, which you can just purchase from Crazy Earl. You have to unlock 10 parts via hijacking. It takes a little bit of time to get, but it's not too difficult. You have to tip Moxie, very simple. You have 3 multiplayer trophies in this game. You have to win a duel, which can be done with 2 controllers, same with reviving, but obviously we did them both just against one another because we could. So just win a duel and revive a player, and then you have to send an item to a friend, so someone on your friends list. This one does require an online connection, but it's that simple. Then you have to win a live grenade at a slot machine. He had no trouble with this. He got it within a few tries. It took me about 20 minutes to get, because of course it did. The firing range is still one of the worst trophies in the game. It's still rather annoying, but it's not awful. It's much easier in co-op. I will say that for sure. It's way easier in co-op and with the right weapons, but it's definitely one of the harder trophies in the game. You have to buy 20 cosmetic items from Crazy Earl, which requires Iridian. You have to decipher all of the slabs, which I think that this is one of the trophies that auto-popped for me from uploading my save data. So it was that one and the location trophies, I think, because yeah, the level trophies did not auto-pop for whatever reason. But yes, the Iridian slabs and the location trophies will all auto-pop if you upload your save from the PS4 version to the PS5 version. So that makes these much easier, because the Iridian slabs were really buggy in the original version, and probably still are. Same with the locations. So being able to cut out all the time it takes to find every single location and slab will definitely cut down on your time to getting platinum. The Circles of Slaughter are definitely tougher in this game than they are in some of the previous games. The first 2, the ones with the bugs and the regular enemies, aren't as bad, but the Malawan one is pretty tough. But this time around, I was able to do it in co-op, so that made it much easier being able to do it in co-op, and we were pretty high level by that point, so it really wasn't as bad as it could have been. Plus, we had just really good weapons by that point as well. Ghost got some, stupidly good luck with some of the weapons, I remember. So find all the named locations, talked about that already. You have to complete all the side missions. There's a lot in this game, and they can potentially be buggy, I think, or they might have been originally. You have to clear all of the Iridian Proving Grounds. There are like 6 of those, but they're all fairly easy, fairly straightforward to get through. You have to defeat all of Hammerlock's legendary hunts, which there's like 10 of those, same with Zero's targets of opportunity. These are just specific targets in different areas of the game that you have to hunt down and kill. You have to kill an enemy with an exploding barrel, which is very easy and will probably come naturally. This one is also very easy as long as you have a weapon with a bayonet on it. You can knock this out whenever. Oh, I got that one on my birthday. Fun. Kill 2 or more enemies with a single sticky grenade. This one's a little bit trickier just because there aren't a lot of great sticky grenades, but it's not too bad. I got it eventually when I actually decided to go for it and had a good sticky grenade. Then you have to equip purple rarity gear or better in every slot, which should be fairly easy to do once you finish the game because you get a lot of purple gear later on. You have to get the loyalty package from each weapons manufacturer, which requires you to get 100 kills with each classification of weapons. So like each manufacturer, so that would mean, Malawan and Torg and Atlas, etc. It's not too difficult. Just remember to switch around your weapons a little bit because everyone has their certain weapons that they prefer over others, that's for sure. Then you have some story-related trophies. Everything through here is story-related, so those are all story-related and unmissable. Now, I was trying to save Florida Man for my last trophy because I think that would have been kind of hilarious to be my very last trophy, and I almost did it. I got it like the next to last day we were playing the game. So I almost got this trophy last. That would have been hilarious to have gotten last because that's one that you're supposed to get probably pretty early on just from making mistakes and throwing too many grenades because it's a Borderlands game and because it's a hilarious meme because, well, I'm still sad because my Florida Man meme, when that was a meme and people were all looking it up, mine was really boring. It was like, man gets arrested for selling fake grills, like dental grills. That's boring. I wanted something like someone throwing an alligator through the Wendy's window because I think that was one. Then you have to use a golden key, which is done on the chest on your ship. You can get golden keys pretty much from, I'm sure that there's archives and videos and even like Discord servers and stuff that'll tell you when there are golden key codes that come out. So I'm sure that this is very easy to do at this point, and there might be certain codes that still work, like ones that have always worked. And then the vault rewards, I believe, comes naturally by opening all of the vaults and exploring all of them. So that's the base game, but this game also has 6 DLCs, which is a little bit ridiculous. So Mad Moxie's Heist of the Handsome Jackpot. This one is the Casino DLC, so you have to finish the story of it, which is simple enough. You have to sabotage all the statues, complete the mayor's outfit, and destroy the hot sauce. Those are all collectible types. You have to get a 21 in the blackjack minigame, which just requires luck. It definitely took me longer than I thought it would, but eventually I got it. Then return for a chat with the Clapstructor is done, like once you complete a specific mission. We did all this in like a... Okay, so this was one of those where you don't get like any trophies really until you finish the DLC, except for the blackjack one, which took forever. I think Ghost got that one earlier. And then the Wandering Debt Collector is the most obnoxious trophy in this DLC because it's so random. It's a completely random spawn, and it took like forever for us to get that. That one probably took a solid like half hour plus of farming for it to pop up to get. Guns, Love, and Tentacles, this is the Hammerlock DLC. I believe this was the longest one. So you have 3 story-related trophies in this one. I believe those are all story-related trophies. Oh, no, they are not. So these 2 are story-related, and this is like a raid... Maybe it's not a raid boss, though. I think it's just maybe a side mission or something. Death Trap, killing 50 enemies. We were actually very lucky to get this one knocked out pretty early on. You have to complete all the crew challenges and side missions, as well as all the echo logs. Neither of these are terrible, just as long as you have a guide for where they are, it'll allow you to speedrun it a little bit faster. You have to find and kill the 4 rare spawns, which took us a little while to knock out on that first day that we were playing, or one of the days we were playing this. And then this one I was able to get early because Ghost had the fish decoration in his room on Sanctuary 3. And if you listen to it there, you can do it for free and as often as you want. So you can knock the trophy out a lot faster if you do it that way. Then we have Bounty of Blood. This is the Wild West DLC. Basically, this one you get 5 trophies just for beating the story, and you get 2 for completing, or 3 total for completing all of the side missions and challenges. So not much more else to say about that. We knocked this one out in like one night. And then we have Psycho Krieg and the Fantastic Fustercluck. This is probably the best of the 4 original DLCs. I believe the first 5 trophies are all story-related, so unmissable. This one might be as well. Oh, no, it's not. No, this one's not. This one is a little bit harder to get. You have to go into the vault at the end, and you have to shoot a bunch of secret targets to access, like, the inner, smaller secret, or not smaller, but just inner secret vaults. That's how you get that one. But this DLC is really, really short. You can do this one in, like, under 4 hours, I'm pretty sure. And then you have to complete all the side missions and crew challenges. There's not very many in this DLC, and they're a lot easier. Then we have Designer's Cut. This is the Arms Race DLC. This one we each pretty much did solo. So you have to win a single round of Arms Race, which is really not that difficult once you get a run where you get some decent gear, but it might take a little bit of luck to do that. You have to explore every part of the Stormblind complex, which does take a while to get all of the, like, 20 locations. It's not too difficult, but it does take a while. And then you have to extract 100 pieces of gear, which is not difficult, just very time-consuming, because you can... Realistically, you'll extract just a handful of items per run, most likely, unless you're really playing it seriously. It was kind of a fun game mode, but it just drags on a lot with the 100 pieces of gear trophy. And then we have Director's Cut. This is the Raid Boss trophy. So, well, Raid Boss and a couple other things. So you have to solve all the murder mysteries, which it was nice when we were playing in co-op, because one person could go off and do one objective, and the other person could go off and do another objective. So you have to do all of the murder mystery podcast stuff. You have to destroy all of the iridium piles, or 50 of them total, but this is, you don't actually need the artifact to do it. And you have to defeat the raid boss, which he's not too hard to get if you have, you know, a good group to do it with and good equipment. Again, we both had stupidly overpowered weapons by that point, so he wasn't that much of a problem. Borderlands 3 was fine as a game overall, definitely not one of my favorite ones in the franchise. In fact, it's definitely lower down. It's above the pre-sequel, but it's still not that great. It's definitely not to the level of 1 or 2. But it's a fairly fun and easy platinum trophy, but it takes a while to do with all the DLC. Even when we were going through it pretty quickly, it still took, you know, a full month to knock out all the DLCs. So now we're getting on to some easy platinums again. Puzzle Frenzy. I think this game had 5 different types of puzzles you had to do, and you had to finish like a certain number of puzzles from each category to get all the trophies. It had like 5 or 6 different categories of puzzles, and you had to finish a bunch of puzzles in each category to be able to do it. Most of them, I believe, were just set to where you could do the same answer every single time to do it, but maybe a couple of them were randomized, but nothing was actually difficult. I know that, like, Bad Driver has a guide, I'm sure, and I'm sure that other channels do too. But it looks like this platinum took me about I cannot count today, apparently, about 20 minutes. So very quick and easy platinum, just I barely remember it because I know that it had to do with just a bunch of random types of puzzles. Then we have Lydia. So this was a decent little walking simulator type of game. It was a mix between walking simulator and visual novel. From what I remember, every single trophy in this game was story related except maybe this one. Because there was maybe like one, I think it might have been this one, where you had to talk to every single character in order to, well, you know, maybe it wasn't missable, because look at the percentages for the trophies. So maybe it wasn't missable, but I feel like maybe it's the only part of the game where you might get a little bit more lost because you had to like talk to every single character to do it. But every single trophy, I think, except maybe that one, but possibly including that one, is story related and unmissable. So beat the game, get 11 gold trophies and a platinum. Takes, you know, 20 minutes to do if you're 20 to 30 minutes to do if you're playing through it quickly, and that's really all there is to say about this. Moving on. Now we have Welcome to James's story, as well as Welcome to Aaron's story, and Welcome to Scott's story in the world of Our Church in Halloween visual novel games. That is another game that has an absurdly long title to it. So we'll just go ahead and discuss all 3 of these together because they're all basically the same game again. With each of these games, all you had to do was complete the game. So complete the 9 levels of the game, and you would get the platinum trophy in each of these. So basically what would happen is you would just skip through the dialogue in the first 8 chapters of each of these games. You would just skip through all the dialogue as quickly as possible. And then once you got through all the dialogue, all you would have left is Chapter 9. And Chapter 9 would require you to walk from one spot to another within a set amount of time, but the time limit was so lenient that there was pretty much no way you were going to miss it. So basically just complete all the chapters of the game, including that walking segment, and you would get the platinum trophy. As you can see, the James's story took me about a minute. The Aaron story took me about a minute. And the Scott story also took me about a minute. I think that each of these might have had another level in them as well where you had to walk around a little bit, but not very much. So it was basically just, finish the game and you got the Platinum Trophy 3 separate times. Again, the only reason I did these ones is because you do one game, you gotta do the whole series. And unfortunately, I stupidly thought it would be a good idea to do the earlier games in this series because they were the only breakthrough arcade games that actually seemed to take any real effort to do, and they were the only games that looked like they put any effort into making. But now they're just getting on to this craziness with visual novels and pinball. I hope, knocking on wood here, that that's the end of this series and they never do another one. But you honestly never know at this point because easy, free money for trophies, basically, from a developer that's probably making money hand over fist, putting these games out over and over again. Next up, Radioactive Dwarfs, Evil from the Sewers, the North American version of the game. So initially this game was already a really easy Platinum Trophy because there was like cheats or something you could use or a debug menu that allowed you to complete the game very quickly. I think that every trophy was earned just by completing the game and that was really all you had to do. But the funny thing is that this game actually is probably the fastest Platinum Trophy in existence or very close to it. Maybe not the fastest, it's very close to it though. All you have to do is at the very beginning of the game, walk backwards up the ladder for about 10 seconds, and you'll get like a secret ending for the game, and it'll unlock every trophy instantly. I don't feel like that's cheating in the way of some of these other shovelware games or using debug menus and stuff, because that's very clearly some kind of Easter egg built into the game, probably for the purpose of selling more copies to trophy hunters, but at least it's not like a debug menu or glitch or anything like that, because it has its own secret, not really cutscene, but secret like screen at the end, so it was very clearly built into the game by the developers for a reason, so it feels at least a little bit more legitimate. And this game actually doesn't have quite as common of a platinum as some of the other shovelware. It's a sub 96%. I know that sounds kind of extreme to say, but looks like quite a few people never actually finished this game that played it, which is surprising. Next up, Demetrios, the Big Cynical Adventure replastered version, aka the PS5 version of the game. It is identical to the old versions of the game, and this is a solid one. This is a good one. I still remember this was one of these sort of point-and-click adventure games. It's very cynical, and I have no problem with that because it feels accurate given how the world is these days. So basically it's a point-and-click adventure game. You can do it in like 3 to 4 hours for sure, depending on a couple of areas. So you have to find all the cookies in the game. Pretty much every screen has 3 cookies on it, and there's maybe like 30 to 40 screens, so do the math, that's like 120-ish cookies you have to find. So just find all the cookies, will get you a couple of the trophies. They're used as hints. You have to die 10 times, which you're going to get along the way to experiencing all of the game overs. I think there's about 60 to 70 game overs that you can experience, so it's basically another collectible type. And this is another one of those point-and-click games where if you just follow a walkthrough, you'll get the Platinum Trophy no problem. And it's definitely recommended because some of these game overs and some of these the cookies aren't too bad as long as you know that there's 3 on every screen. But some of the game overs are definitely a little bit out there and definitely a little bit hard to find if you're not really just trying to die in every way possible. You have to eat 3 rotten things on the floor. This is done pretty early in the game. You have to use 10 cookies, which are hints. Like I said, they're hints. You can't use them all at once. You'll have to use them sort of over the course of the game, but it's still fairly easy to do. Just use them slowly over the course of the game. Get rid of Caroline at the hideout. I think this is pretty late in the game in like chapter 5. This one was actually, I think in the original version of the game, when you did it, it wouldn't unlock until you finished the game or something, because Sandra has to write a postcard and you just have to use a bad word in it, or possibly even just several bad words in it. I know that according to the guide, you can just use the word crap and that unlocks, but I'm sure that there are plenty of other creative words you could use to get the trophy. But now it unlocks like immediately when you write it, which is nice. Same thing here with the hotel. You just have to write something insulting there, but that one already unlocked immediately. This is in the very last room in the game. It's another one where you just say something insulting and you will get this trophy. This is for photocopying your butt at the police station. Then you have to win 100 coins at the fun fair. I think one version of this game required you to get 1,000 coins, and it made it take a lot longer. The best way to do it, I believe, was from playing like the horse racing minigame. Then you have to win the plate shoot and pet shoot games, which one of these I know was actually kind of tough. I think it's the plate shoot because it's very random. Sometimes the plates just will not be nice to you, and you have to hit pretty much all of them. So that one may take a few tries. The pet shoot wasn't too bad. The worms race is fairly easy. The horse race is pretty easy once you know how to play it. Then you have a 100% luck-based trophy with you have to keep spinning the wheel until you land on the tiny sliver that kills you for one of the deaths for the game anyway. So that one may take a while. It took me maybe 10-ish minutes this time. So it wasn't too bad on this run, but I remember one version of the game, it took me like 20 or 30 minutes. I was just that unlucky. You have to win all the plushies at the Funfair claw machines, just like claw machines in real life. They are rigged, and you won't always win, but they're definitely less random than the wheel. You'll get these a lot faster, most likely, than the wheel. The pinball tombstone is toward the end of the game. It's in like chapter 4, maybe. It's when you're in like a graveyard and you just have to play pinball on it. It's very easy though, because you can just keep replaying it until you get to the 10,000 points, so it's nothing too bad. And then just finish all the chapters of the game to get those trophies. Again, it's not that long of a game. You can do it in 3 to 4 hours if you know what you're doing and have a guide with you. You have to fall from the roof accidentally. That's in like chapter 4 or so. This one is at the very end of the game. From what I remember, you have to... you like get poisoned by a scorpion or something, and then you just have to finish playing the rest of the game. This one is near the very end of the game. I think it's at the very end. This is at the very end. This one, I think both of these are fairly like middle of the game or something. I don't really remember. That one is a death. That one is a highly missable game-spanning trophy. So with this one, you have to, at the very beginning of the game, you have to turn on the water in your sink in your bathroom, and then just play through the rest of the game, and it'll unlock when you get back in the epilogue. This is in maybe like chapter 3 or so, and then all the Funfair items is tied to all those other Funfair trophies. So like I said, this is a solid game. It's definitely worth playing. Would definitely recommend picking it up if you can get it for cheap. It's not a bad time at all. Then we have the Tiger T. This was the final press X to win. Well, maybe not the final one, but it was the final of the animal letter games that I will ever do. The only reason I did this one in particular is because, like I said in that video, ever since I was in elementary school, my school mascots have been tigers, like from elementary school through college, which is insane. They've always been tigers, so I figured, why not honor the wonderful tiger by playing a game about a tiger and feeding it steaks or whatever. This is just like the other ones, though. Press X or R1 for 3 minutes and you get your platinum trophy. There's literally nothing else to say about these at this point. Thankfully, it's the last time we have to talk about one of these games because there are no more on the list and there won't be any more. Next up, we have Alien Engine. I think this is the last of the engine games that I've done, and like I said, I think there is maybe one more. It's like Windmill Engine. If they're listed as a series on PSN profiles, I'll probably do Windmill, but if it's not listed as a series, then I won't waste my time or money on it. But this one is identical to the previous engine games. You just have to install every single item into the engine, as well as purchase pretty much all of the upgrades, purchase all the items, fully upgrade the square button, learn all the technology, and reach $1 billion. But as you can see, this is the one where I found out that shockingly all the trophies are missable, because if you earn the $1 billion, you get an ending cutscene, and if you hadn't purchased the other items by that point, you'll have to start a new game to do it again. So it took me about 5 minutes this time to get the platinum. I mean, of course it's not difficult or time-consuming at all, but just that's something to take note of, that it's technically missable, which again was very surprising to me when I found that out by accident. Next up, we have Finger Fitness. This is one of the strangest games I've ever played on PS5. It is a game where you're constantly flicking the triggers on the controller, but all the stuff that happens in the background is just bizarre. It feels like you're playing some really weird fever dream of a game, and I'm going to say that at least one more time in this video. But it's just weird, in all honesty, is the best way to put it, is that it's just weird. And I would definitely recommend playing it to experience its absolute weirdness. So you have to open up all the different locations, which I think, like, you get points as you do things, and then you use those points to purchase other things. So it works sort of like the engine games in that sense, and then you get more and more residual points until you can get all the trophies. So you have to get all of the different pets, and you have to open up all of the different locations. Both of these sets of trophies just require you to have points to unlock them with by just constantly smashing those trigger buttons. You have to upgrade efficiency and stamina to level 23, which again just requires you to have points and just keep spending points over and over again until you get there. You also have to upgrade any pet to the maximum level. I think you're supposed to upgrade like the very first pet you get because it's the cheapest. You have to push 500 times as well as score 50,000 points, both of which are going to come naturally while purchasing all the upgrades. So like I said, this is one of those really weird meme games that's worth playing just because it's so strange and just so bizarre. It's worth experiencing purely for that reason if you can get it for like $1 or less, I would say. Because it's probably like $3 or $4 at normal times, which is definitely overpriced. So definitely wait for it to be on sale, but it's worth the experience. It's worth the $1 that you may spend to play it. It's a decent enough meme of an experience to be worth it. Next up, Neon Lore. This game is a cyberpunk-themed walking simulator, and basically to get the Platinum Trophy, most of what you have to do is just interact with every single character throughout the city, and you get a ton of trophies for it. So you get tons and tons of trophies, but you pretty much just have to like interact with every single character in the game, and these are not in order, by the way. They're in alphabetical order by default, not in the order in which you would like obtain them. But pretty much all of them are just for interacting with characters, but there are a couple of different ones. I think it's these gold trophies in the list. I think it's like 4 gold trophies that are related to either puzzles or collectibles that you have to do throughout the game. Yeah, I think they're like things you either have to collect or like a little mini puzzle you have to solve, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I played the game, and I don't have that good of a memory of it. It wasn't a bad game by any means. It's also a very large file. It's like a 5 gigabyte game or something. But I believe all you have to do is just talk to every single character and then interact with these like terminals or collectibles or whatever they were, and there's like 4 of those. So it looks like it took, let's see, 952, 951. Was that my first trophy at 951? Looks like 951 was the first trophy, and then the platinum was earned at 10:05. So it was about a 15-minute platinum, so not bad at all. Decent little game. As long as you can get it on sale, it's definitely worth picking up, and it's a very easy platinum trophy. Again, just talk to all the characters and interact with the computers or collectibles or whatever they were. Next up, it looks like the drinking game is not over just yet of taking a shot every time I have mentioned The Division in a video. It looks like it's not over just yet because The Division is finally done to 100%. This will be the final time I ever have to mention The Division 1. The Division 2 will be going on probably for quite some time, because by the time this video goes up, I probably will have started it, and will probably not be anywhere near done with it at that point. So, because of my deep-seated hatred of this game, because of how awful the survival DLC was, I'm not going to give it very much time. I will give it a brief overview, though. So, you got some story-related trophies in the base game, because I barely remember the base game. This was 7 years ago at this point, so I really don't remember it at all. But I believe you had everything through there was story-related. Reaching level 30 wasn't particularly hard. You had to discover safe houses. You had to finish all the missions at level 30 on the hard difficulty. This actually wasn't that bad if you had a group to play it with, because there were like 16 missions. Finish any one mission in challenge mode isn't too bad compared to doing all of them on hard, because you could just pick like one of the easiest ones. And I probably did that one with randoms actually, but that was all the way back in college, like junior year of college at this point. No, that would have been like sophomore year of college. Then at a level 30, you have to start and complete any co-op mission without anyone being downed or dying. It's not that hard because you can do it on an easier difficulty. Then you have to find a bunch of collectibles, 63 echo senses, 16 aerial photos, 24 survival handbooks, 130 phone recordings, 20 division profiles, and 40 audio logs. So there's a ridiculous number of collectibles in this game. It's an Ubisoft game. Of course it has a ridiculous number of collectibles. I think that these were story-related trophies. I think all of those were story-related. Fully upgrading the base just requires a bunch of resources, I believe. Skill mods was fairly easy, I think. I honestly don't know or care at this point. Finish off 50 enemies using skills is basically unmissable. Then this is all part of the base of operations. Activate the signature skills 100 times. It's easy, it's just a little bit grindy because they can't activate them instantly. This one, I don't know what that was. Already talked about those. Then equip all equipment slots with superior high-end items. So that's like a Borderlands trophy where you have to have only purple items in all of your slots. Then you have to craft 10 items. That's pretty much unmissable. Craft a high-end item is not too difficult to get either once you get like blueprints or whatever for it and the materials. Deconstruct 100 items is very simple. Join a creative group is very simple. Revive teammates 20 times is very simple. Healer buff 100 times is very simple. This is all simple if you're playing in co-op, that is. 20 missions as part of a group. You'll get most of this while going for all the missions on hard. Close a car door and cover. That's, of course, in this game because, of course, it was. I think it was a meme or something that happened. Kill an enemy with each of the 6 gun classes is pretty tough to miss. Then you have the dark zone stuff, the extraction zones in the dark zone. Basically, you had to extract an item from every dark zone as well as a contaminated item and a superior item. These weren't the easiest because these are PvP areas, but if you could get like a couple of people to do this with, it wouldn't have been too bad. And I'm sure that there's not a lot of people still playing the original one anymore because it's now even been, 6 months since I've touched this game. So it's probably not as bad as it once was with that, but there's probably also some hardcore players there now. I mean, I haven't touched the Dark Zone, at least, since I got the Platinum Trophy, so I don't know. Kill and named elite, they're just way harder to kill. 10 named enemies, again, they're just way harder to kill in that area. A player that's gone rogue and 20 rogue agents, you are going to have to boost this one, or else you're just going to get your ass handed to you for a long time trying to do it, so just boost this one. It'll be a lot better for you. Underground was tolerable, except it's way too time-consuming. You had basically 2 unmissable trophies, grind to level 40, finish with 5 directives enabled in a group of 4. It's not that difficult because if you get good objectives, it's not that bad. And then find collectibles, but you're going to be playing through this so many times you can find these pretty easily. We'll save you for later. Last Stand is an awful DLC. It takes, I think, 16 players to boost it. I think you can boost it, but it requires a massive number of people. I did do it legitimately, though. Finishing a round is easy enough. Capturing 50 objectives is fairly easy. Granting a perk 10 times isn't too difficult. Capturing an objective, building both fortifications, and unlocking the perks can be done over the course of multiple games. It's not too difficult. It's just this little pecker right down here. You have to win 50 rounds of the game mode. I just AFK'd this, in all honesty. I would just find a corner to sit in and spin in circles and just hope I would win and then just check in on it every now and then. And eventually it worked. I mean, I was winning probably 1 in 3 matches, and these matches take like 20 plus minutes apiece, so it was absolutely horrible. But it's just, I mean, it's not difficult, it's just absolutely horrible to do. Supposedly you can boost it, but I'm not sure I would want to try to do that. You might have to nowadays, though, because it's probably dead by now, because I haven't played this one in 5 years. And then, of course, survival. Oh boy, survival. Yeah, this mode is... You guys know my feelings on this mode by now. You have to survive and escape, which is not... Doing it once is tolerable. Crafting the virus filter and flare gun isn't terrible either, because those are both going to come naturally while escaping, most likely. Doing this one is just going to require you to pretty much sacrifice an entire run to only getting clothing that can survive in temperatures like that. This one should come naturally when you escape, on any run that you escape, or maybe not every run that you escape, but more often than not it'll probably unlock naturally. It's this trophy right here that took so long to get. Successfully extract 100 items from the survival dark zone. Oh, this one is just absolute hell on earth because you can only extract 6 in a run, and it's just an absolutely miserable experience. You'll die due to stupid crap constantly. If you're not playing with other people, you're kind of screwed. I mean, you don't want to play with a big group because then you have to split up the gear between everyone, but it does make it a lot easier to survive. And I did sort of get carried through this. There was a guy that was really good at the game that was able to help me sort of get guided through this mode, but even so, it still failed a few times because I was so bad at it or just because of absolute BS that would happen with like enemies just spawning in behind me out of nowhere, skills not activating, all that kind of good stuff. So it was an absolutely horrible experience that I would not recommend for anyone, but it's done, and I never have to touch this game again, and I still need to go home and do terrible things to the disc for this game, just because it's probably worth all of $5 if I tried to trade it in. And that was followed up by another somewhat annoying 100%, even though the platinum was platinum number 650, and we're up to platinum number 665 and 666 here. Black Ops 3, so... Oh, that took a while to load. In all honesty, I didn't find this game to be as hard as I thought it was going to be. Once you sort of have a strategy to do everything, it's not as bad as it could have been. So you have to finish every mission in the game on Hardened, Veteran, or Realistic, as well as finish the campaign on Realistic, but we'll talk about that in a moment. Finish the campaign on any difficulty, did that back in 2016. It took me a full year to finish the game once because I just didn't enjoy it. 6 enemies with 1 Blinding Swarm is fairly easy. 5 enemies with 1 Burst of Unstoppable Force is fairly easy. 20 enemies in a Talon you can do on like the second mission of the game. 10 enemies in under 3 seconds is pretty tough to miss. I think you actually get that as one of the challenges at several points in the game. All the collectibles, there's like 5 in each mission. That's honestly pretty easy. It's not really much of a problem. The campaign, kill 5 enemies with 5 different guns in under 30 seconds, was actually the last trophy I got. And it wasn't that hard, actually. I just did it at the very beginning of that mission where you drop down into the Hydro Center, because there's a weapons crate right there and there's a bunch of enemies. So just kill 2 enemies with your 2 weapons, then switch to another class, get 2 more kills, switch to another class, get 2 kills with that, and you're done. It's that easy. It's not bad at all. Decorations. Personal Decorator. This is the platinum breaker for most people. Some of the objectives are easy, like fully upgrading all of your cores and killing a certain number of enemies. Those are easy. But then you get to things like complete the campaign on Realistic, where you die in 1 hit from almost everything. But thankfully it wasn't as bad as I thought, because if you have the Draken with the, like, infrared sight or whatever it is that allows you to basically see through things, and like FMJ and certain other attachments equipped to it, it's not too bad, because with that you can just kind of hide and pick enemies off, and very few areas of the game actually have infinite enemies. You can also equip the auto revive ability, which is really, really useful, because it'll basically gives you 2 lives for each checkpoint. You can equip that, and I think that there's another item you can equip, like the invisibility cloak or whatever, that makes certain areas a little bit easier. So it's certainly going to be frustrating at times. Some missions are going to be problematic, but I did the entire thing on Professional. I did the entirety of Professional solo, and so you can totally, if I can do it, then you guys can do it. It was not that awful. Once again, it wasn't as bad as I was expecting it to be. In all honesty, the veteran no-death runs was probably actually worse, because on Professional, you can sort of just rush through areas at times, and it doesn't matter how many times you die, because you just go back to the last checkpoint. It doesn't matter if you die. When you're on Veteran, you aren't allowed to die, even though you're allowed to take a few hits. So that certainly took more tries than I would have liked to on some levels, like that giant robot room in the 5th mission, and pretty much the entirety of the final mission was awful. So there's just insta-kill areas. It's just an absolute mess. Not to mention the game is quite buggy and will sometimes either just kick you out, or enemies will not spawn correctly in certain areas. So it was just not a fun experience. There's also the grind, the weapons grind that you have to do. Did it seriously take me like a... Oh, I bet I know what happened. I bet I waited like a month because I was saving this for number 650, wasn't I? I bet that's what it was. But then there's also things like grinding out the hundreds of kills for every single weapon. That's not difficult. I don't mind grindy trophies for the most part, because it can give me something I can just sit back, relax, and just, listen to something else on my computer, watch YouTube videos while I'm just working on the grind. So it's not that bad, but it is still a very time-consuming grind, so just keep that part in mind. To get every single weapon is going to take many, many hours. Unlock all the camos for any weapon will be part of Personal Decorator. Take control of an ASP. That one's fairly easy. I just don't remember where I did it at. Discover all the collectibles in any mission. Already talked about that. 5 enemies from over 100 meters is very easy. Kill an enemy through a wall is pretty much unmissable. 3 enemies in a melee combo is pretty easy. Then wall run 250 meters is very easy. A gold rating in the training simulator. This one is not too difficult because you can do this one on recruit. So it just might take a couple of tries to get the patterns down because you just have to move really quickly. But it's not too bad. Then the enemy combat robot. This is one of the first trophies you'll get. 3 talons with a single grenade is very easy. You can do it on like there's a couple missions you can do it. I did it on the missions where you're on the giant trees. Fully upgrade a cyber core is very easy. It's part of personal decorator. All the attachments for any weapon is part of personal decorator. 5 stun enemies in 3 seconds. There's a few different places you can do this. I think you need a flash grenade to do it, and then you like slam them with one of the abilities to do it. Play Dead Ops Arcade 2 is easy enough. Then you have your zombies trophies. In the base game, they're all really, really easy because this Shadows of Evil trophies they're easy because you don't have to do the full Easter egg. Let's say that. They're not too bad. You don't have to do the full Easter egg. You just have to finish the rituals, which even I was capable of doing. And I earned most of the trophies in one single night back in 2017. Because, in all honesty, it really wasn't that hard. I mean, this particular map was fairly easy. Some of the DLC maps, not quite so much, and I still don't fully understand some of them. But Spot the Shadow Man 5 times you can do while doing the rituals. The Gobble Gum, that's just done over the course of 5 rounds. 10 zombies inside of a store in one game is a little bit tougher, but it's not really all that bad. Then the rocket shield attack on 10 zombies in one burst, just line them up and blast through them. Summon the Civil Protector in each district. I think that was in a different match because it does require you to spend quite a bit of time or points to do it. 10 zombies with Widow's Wine grenades is fairly easy once you get Widow's Wine unlocked. The 2 Margwas is fairly easy when you get to the higher rounds. It should be naturally unlocked there. Then 5 parasites were riding on the train I did back in the early days. And then you just have your multiplayer trophies, which are your typical level 10 and level 55. But you also have to do these 2 specialist-related trophies. 5 specialist medals in a single game, as well as a specialist medal for 3 rapid kills. They're not super easy to do. You might be able to boost them these days, but I'm sure that there are certain classes that work better for this than others. Now we're on to the DLC. I will once again admit to being fully carried through most of the DLC. Not all of it, but most of it. I was carried through nearly everything in the DLC except for some of the Zombies Chronicles stuff because I knew how to do some of the old Zombies Chronicles stuff because I finished all the old Call of Duties. So Awakening really isn't that bad overall. Like, this one has a fairly short Easter egg, and if you have a friend that can pop you the Death Machine power-up, it makes the killing every type of zombie using it much, much easier if they're kind enough to do that for you. Obtaining all the ancient bows is part of the Easter egg. This is the Easter egg trophy. Then upgrading the Wrath of the Ancients. I don't remember what this one was. I actually really don't remember what this one was, but I did it a long time ago, so it must not be that hard. Trap and Kill the Panzer Soldat. This is one that I think I might have actually gotten with Ghost at some point. Maybe not. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I honestly don't know. Then you had in Rise and Drock revive 2 players protected by a Ragnarok DG4. That one's not terrible. Wall by the BRM is fairly simple, but I don't really remember how I did it. Electrocute 121 zombies isn't a problem. Use every Wonder Sphere twice isn't really a problem. And then the killing a zombie while being flung by one. That one took me way longer than I expected because I just never had the weapons for it. I think you need to have a monkey bomb to do it correctly. So I was able to knock out most of these trophies that I had remaining within just a couple of runs, just getting carried through it by people who know how to play these Easter eggs just stupidly well and stupidly fast. But like I said, this is like probably the shortest of the Easter eggs from what I can remember. It's definitely one of the less complicated ones. I mean, ZNS is arguably a little bit easier, I guess, of an Easter egg. Well, I guess I would say the Easter egg is a little bit easier, but it's way more time-consuming than the one in Awakening, which makes it feel more difficult. Don't worry, we'll get to this little boy down here. Yeah, Eclipse, I still have no idea what was going on for most of this map, but the one must be saved, which is the Easter egg. Drink fresh Widow's Wine. I did that on a live stream back in the pre-pandemic era. Use a plant to return to life. That's just a random thing that happens in some of the plants. I don't remember exactly what it requires, but it's actually not that hard. Retrieve the skull. That was something done back in on like a live stream a long time ago. 10 zombies with a single shot from the KT-4. I think you just have to upgrade it, so that wasn't really all that bad. Then stay underwater for 1 minute, I think was not too bad either. I think you just had to... There was some way to do it, like with air pockets or with air bubbles or something coming up. Again, I don't really remember. I probably had a bit of alcohol in me when I was doing this, even getting carried, at least in the ones that I did at night. Survived getting consumed. I did that one back on that stream back in the day. Electrocute a zombie with a shield is fairly easy, as long as you have someone that knows how to build the shields. Remove webs in every possible way. I think it's like, there's like 6 different ways or something. Again, if you have people that know what they're doing, it can tell you exactly what to do. None of this is that difficult. I still don't fully understand most of these maps, which is part of the reason I don't want to do Black Ops 4. Well, part of the reason I don't want to do Black Ops 4 is because it's Black Ops 4 and it has the friggin' Blackout trophies. But I really don't want to do it because the zombies in that game is absolutely brutal because the Easter eggs are like 3 hours apiece. Descent is, of course, the hardest of the 5 DLCs just because Gorod Krovi's Easter egg is absolutely painful. You get this one as part of the Easter egg. This one was not. This one's like part of the Easter egg, I think you get along the way. Time Attack, I was able to get carried through once again. I mean, I got carried through every single trophy in this DLC except for... I thought there was one that I did legitimately in this without being carried. I really don't remember. And then we have Salvation. This one I actually do remember a little bit better because this is a map that I have done. I was able to get a fair number of these trophies on my own. So this is the Easter egg. Both of these are the Easter egg. Now, the interesting thing about this is that the second Easter egg trophy, this one only unlocks if you finished all the other Easter eggs, including Shadows of Evil. But if anyone in your lobby has managed to finish all the Easter eggs, it will actually count for you for this trophy, which is great. You have to recover the Pack-a-Punch machine from its abductor. I did a long time ago with Marshall because we sometimes would play this game together. Assisting the Keeper in defeating every type of enemy. I think there's only like, maybe it's 4 types of enemies or something. That one wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. 40 enemies with a single activation of the Corruption turret. This one is much easier in co-op just because more zombies spawn and your partner can run zombies over to you. This one, run around each location within 2 minutes. I did that one a long time ago. Did it actually by accident. Wear 3 different hats. I can't remember how I got this, but I didn't get carried through this one. I think me and Ghost did this one together. Kill 10 enemies in 1 shot with each Wonder Weapon. There's only 2 Wonder Weapons, so this one actually wasn't that bad. It was just getting both of them in a single game, because it has to be done in a single game. Override all the corruption engines before round 6. This one I think we also did by accident. Me and Marshall did, like, back in one of our sessions when we used to would play this game. And we still play every now and then. But this map wasn't actually too bad. Like, this one, the Easter egg, as long as you get carried through the Easter egg and you have a co-op partner for the 40 kills with a single activation of the turret, this one's really not all that bad. And finally, we have Zombies Chronicles. So this is the DLC that I knew the most out of all of them. Shinonuma, a zombie with 3 different traps in a single round, is fairly easy. You just use the flinger and then 2 of the electric traps. You just have to do it on kind of a higher round. Then Ascension, escape on all 3 lunar landers and kill a space monkey with a fire trap. Those trophies are both very easy because I've done all the Black Ops 1 stuff back in the day. Shangri-La really was not too bad in this version. We did it in 2 tries because the first try we just had really bad luck with the mystery box. Whatever the baby maker gun is called was not too bad. I got that one on my own. Then this one I did get carried through, but it's not that hard. I just was not having good luck with the excavators until this point. Same with this trophy. This one is still really annoying. You never know when the excavators are going to go off. You never know which one it's going to be. It's just a pain in the butt. I really am glad to have gotten through this. I mean, I could have gotten these on my own, but I did get carried, I will say. I could have gotten these on my own, though, because they're not necessarily that hard. It just is a lot of random chance to it, and it's just nice having someone that knows what they're doing that can carry you through things a little bit faster, and most of the time I'm just the one that goes and trains zombies until I'm told something to do. And then, of course, Origins. I still have no idea how Origins Easter egg works. I still don't understand this one, but that's why I got carried through it. Once again, I still have no idea how this Easter egg works. I didn't know how it worked on the on Black Ops 2. I didn't know how it worked, so I will admit to getting carried through that because I have no idea how that whole thing works. Then there's Knocked or Untoten. This trophy is really not that hard. Just don't let any zombies enter the building. It's best done in co-op, though, so you can have 2 people covering windows. Verrucht, this one took me a long time to get. You can't get it without Deadshot as far as I'm aware, but once you get Deadshot and the right weapons, it's not too bad. But it did take quite a few tries. And then Kino, visit every location the teleporter can take you to. That one's not too bad. It just takes some time to get in the teleporter 4 times. So that's Black Ops 3. It's done. That's definitely one of my prouder platinums out there. It's another Call of Duty game being done. I've done most of the Call of Duty games at this point. The only ones I'm missing are COD Classic, which I will go back for at some point. Both versions of Modern Warfare 2 from 2022, I will do both of those. Vanguard PS5 I will do. Black Ops 4 I will not do. Black Ops 3's PS3 version I will not do. Advanced Warfare's PS3 version I most likely will not do. And Black Ops Cold War, I don't think I'm going to do that one either because Ghost and Killer had horror stories of that game, and I'm just not sure it's something that I want to deal with. Next up, Destroy All Humans Clone Carnage. This is one that me, Ghost, and Killer played together, and it was actually a lot of fun. It's also a very easy platinum trophy, so it's definitely worth picking up for a Destroy All Humans fan because it's a very easy platinum. Plus, it can be done in under 8 hours of actual gameplay, with a lot of that being grinding for the 100 matches. So, you have to win a match in each mode. There's only 4 different modes, and you just have to win a match in each of them, and that's going to get you a number of your trophies. So then your technically your 3 most difficult trophies are right here. So abduction mode, you have to find and abduct the special target on each of the 6 maps. Unfortunately, it only unlocks for whichever player found the target. Therefore, you're going to have to play each map at least 3 times if you're playing in a group of 3, or at least twice if you're playing in a group of 2. It's not that hard, but it's very random as to where they will spawn. There were a couple of maps where it took multiple playthroughs for them to spawn at certain times. Then there's the 100 matches. This is not difficult, but you will not be anywhere near 100 matches by the time you've finished every other trophy if you were boosting all of it, which you should be doing. So this one took quite a while to get. It's just very grindy. The best way to do it is to do the Santa Modesta. I think it's Santa Modesta, the one that's the beach town. Just do the race there over and over again because it's the shortest activity. It only takes about a minute or a little bit over a minute to do, so like 2 minutes total with loading screens. So it'll still take an hour or 2 to grind out 100 matches, but it's not difficult at all to do that way. Then we have the most difficult trophy in the game in terms of like actual difficulty is this one. The 3-star rating on the local multiplayer co-op challenges, there's actually only 2 that you have to do. There's one in Rockwell, I believe it's called. That one's actually really easy. The difficult one's the one in Turnip Seed Farm. That one will probably take several tries, and I highly recommend doing it in share play unless you have another... Well, you pretty much have to do it in share play unless you have another real-life friend around to do it with, or else it's just going to be a lot harder trying to do it with like 2 controllers or anything, if you even can do it that way. But I was able to do it. I wrote a trophy guide for the game, so I definitely recommend picking that up or checking that out on PSN profiles. So then just win 1 race and abduct the secret agent, complete 50 matches, complete all the versus matches, just win a bunch of different matches. Then you have to destroy a saucer in Armageddon mode. Just wait for someone to pick up the saucer and then just shoot it down. It's that simple. Again, I'm assuming you're going to be boosting all these trophies, is why I'm saying this is all very easy. Kill another player using a chicken, basically PK a chicken into them. The chicken does not have to be alive. Complete a match. Be the first to board a UFO in Armageddon mode. Basically, just when the UFO spawns, run to it and get in it. Use PK to stun another player. I think you have to hit someone with an object in PK in order to stun them, but that's very simple. Finish a match, finish a match, finish a match, finish a match. You also have to finish all of the versus mode versions as well, which adds a little bit of extra time, but it's not really difficult. You have to... That's the local matches, by the way. You have to kill a player while controlling the UFO. Just get in the UFO and kill someone with it. It's that simple. Fly that many meters using the jetpack. There's like a barn you can jump off of in Turnip Seed Farm that works great for that in a certain mode. Steal a score cube from dead player, kill them, and then pick up their score cube. It's that simple. Jump in the water on any map that has it, and you will get this trophy. Catch a missile that's been fired at you from like a tank or something for this trophy, I think is how you do it. Get stunned by another player, just let yourself get hit by their PK attack. kill another player while they're stunned, so you can combine that with the other trophy for stunning a player. You can also stun a player while controlling the UFO. This one's a little bit annoying because you have to pick up the thing with the abduction beam and then send it flying at the person you're boosting with. So it can be a little bit finicky. It's not too difficult, but it's definitely a little bit finicky. Definitely took us a couple of tries to figure out. Then you have to use the Quantum Deconstructor, which requires you to fully charge it within the saucer. The problem is you only get the saucer for a short period of time. So you do have to fully charge it. Just fly around, pick up the green orbs only, don't focus on anything else, and then fire the Quantum Deconstructor probably as your time comes close to running out inside the saucer. You have to finish the race mode. So basically, when another player finishes the course, you'll have about 5 seconds after that to finish it. So just let them go through, and then you go through immediately after. If you're boosting, it's not going to be a problem. Revive another player can only be done in the modes where you can work together, so like 2v2 or something. Very simple, though. Throw the wrong object at the beam in abduction mode is probably going to happen naturally. This one, you need to have certain items equipped to the ion detonator. I don't remember what it is specifically, but there's a certain mod you can do that pulls all the enemies close to it. So that's the best way to do this one. This one means have all players in total die at least 10 times throughout the match. So one player can die 3 times, one player can die 7 times. Basically just have everyone commit suicide by jumping into the water on any map repeatedly until this trophy unlocks. This is the only trophy in the game that's a little bit buggy. This one took a couple of tries to unlock. Play any online match without any upgrades, but it seems to only unlock if nobody in the lobby has upgrades going. So just keep that in mind that this one might be just a little bit buggy, and just know that if you're in a boosting group. Again, it's an easy enough platinum, but it's not the best game in the world, but it's fairly fun, like, to play a little bit of if you're a fan of the franchise. If you have friends that are fans of the franchise, it's well worth playing just to boost it. I think the game costs like 2 cents as well, which is kind of hilarious and also amazing. So it's definitely worth picking up for 2 cents and boosting the Platinum Trophy. I still have a lot more to go than I thought. We're only on Platinum. We're only 2/3 of the way through and probably like 4 hours in. Wonderful. Alright, I'm on to my 4th session of recording for this particular video, and hopefully it'll be the last one. I think I might be able to get through the rest of the list today, but we will have to see. Anyway, the next Platinum Trophy was Platinum number 666, and that was Saw 2, Flesh and Blood. So this is a classic, terrible PS3 title that is very difficult to obtain. The game itself, not the platinum at all. The game itself is very difficult to obtain. It's quite expensive. I was able to get a used copy on Amazon for like $42 or something, thanks to Ghost pointing it out to me. And that was way on the cheap end compared to what it normally is. This game's usually like $80+, which is insane, at least over here in the US. I mean, I know that in some countries you can get certain games for cheaper. I know that Killer tends to be able to get some of these games for a lot cheaper over there, but definitely not here. So this Platinum Trophy isn't particularly hard, but it isn't a very good game, as you might expect. So your first few trophies here, everything through here is story-related for finishing chapters. I want to say like Chapter 2, Chapter 3, 4, 5, 6... or it might be like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't specifically remember. All 3 of these are story-related trophies as well. You'll fight the Bullish Man 3 times. Only 1 time will you actually be able to actually kill him. This is a story-related trophy. This is a story-related trophy. And this is a story-related trophy. I think this is the one that you get at the very end of the game. Yeah, I want to say this is basically for beating the final, I guess you could call it a boss fight. And that's also a story-related trophy. So simply by completing the game, you're going to earn all of these trophies just by beating the game. So you get a lot of them just through completion, which is nice. A lot of bronze and silver. The game is not particularly long. It's only 8 chapters, and you can beat the game in well under 10 hours for sure. That's even if you're going for all the collectibles and stuff. So it's not a particularly long game, but you aren't going to be able to do everything in a single playthrough, and I'll explain that in a moment. So you have to find all of the puzzle pieces in the game. There are 25 of them, so you're going to get several trophies just by finding all of those. The Billy Puppets, there are 7 of them, 1 in each chapter except for the prologue. So you're just going to have to collect all 7 of those. With all of these, if you just follow a collectible guide, you're not going to have any problem finding them. I did miss one of the collectibles. I want to say it was one of the case files. So I did miss one collectible, but it was entirely my fault for misreading the guide that I was following or misunderstanding where he showed it was. So that was on me. It was in like chapter 4 or 5. So I did miss one collectible, but you can go back and do it in chapter select. So there's 50 case files to find, plus the 25 puzzle pieces and the 7 Billy puppets, as well as another 20 audio tapes. So there's about 100 collectibles in the game. It's not terrible, though, because once again, if you follow a guide, you shouldn't have too many problems with it. So then we get to the more difficult trophies in the game, the only ones that could potentially be problematic. So you have to beat the best time in each type of minigame on both normal and insane. You're going to be playing through the game on normal because it's easier. There's no point of playing through it on insane at all. You don't get any trophy for beating the game on the higher difficulty. Though I'm not really sure how much different the game is on the higher difficulty, because this game really does not have a lot of combat the way the first one did. Because in the first game, there was a lot of really bad combat, and in this one, there's a lot less of it. It's still terrible, but it's not, it's not as overwhelming of a factor of the game. There's a lot of puzzles, though. So for this one, the point-to-point minigame, I believe, is like a circuit-connecting puzzle. And I don't remember it being too terribly difficult, but you're going to have to beat every single type of puzzle on normal to get these first sets of trophies. And then you're going to have to go back into each level of the game where a puzzle can be found and beat them on insane difficulty, which generally makes them harder. So this one, like I said, I think is just a circuit-connecting puzzle. This one is another type of circuit connecting puzzle, except that there are like red and yellow colored circuits, and they have to, like, two of the same color can't touch each other, from what I remember. Then you have the Kaleidoscope minigame. That one, I believe that there's a set one that you can do this on. I believe this is the one where it's up to 4 different... where like each dial is divided into 4 sections, and each section can be a potentially different color, and you have to match them up so the colors match up. But the good thing with all of these puzzles in the game is that you can pause the game before you go in and actually start solving it. Like, the timer doesn't go while you're paused. So you can pause the game and figure out the solution to it, which makes it much easier. It makes it much more doable than it would be if you couldn't do it otherwise. So that's how you solve this kind of puzzle, because I believe the puzzles are mostly randomized on each playthrough, so you do have to keep that part in mind. The Jigsaw box, I believe there's only one of these in the entire game. It's in like Chapter 3, sort of in a hidden area. So that one's a little bit annoying to get to just because, well, you really only get one try during your playthrough, and then you'll just have to go back and replay the chapter. That one, I recommend. You're going to need to probably look up not a solver, but like a set of solutions from, I want to say that the Xbox Achievements website actually has one, because this is one of the last trophies I got because of that. So there's like a list of solutions you can look up there that'll tell you exactly where to place each gear on each different setup, because you can get like 3 different setups on normal that it can be, and 5 different ones it can be on insane. So just keep that in mind. That one can be just a little bit tricky. The weapons case minigame is fairly straightforward. With this one, you're going to be, instead of controlling the lockpick like you do during the lockpick minigame, instead of controlling the lockpick, you're going to be controlling like the actual walls inside of the little lockpicking segment. So you just have to move them out of the way and allow the lockpick to reach its final target. The good thing with these is you're allowed to repeat them as many times as you want, and it's pretty difficult to miss the time on these as long as you solve them, so that's kind of a good thing. It's the same thing for the lockpick minigame. It works basically the same way, except you actually control the lockpick itself instead of the dials inside. So then we have the dial puzzle minigame. There's only a few of these in the game, but I think their solutions are always set in stone. They're always the same. But this one's very easy to do at the very beginning of the game. There's a puzzle right after you escape the chair at the very beginning of the first chapter, so that's a great place to do it. And then the lights out minigame is the one with the lit up squares, and you have to, basically you hit one and it turns all of the ones around it to the other color, and you just have to solve it that way. There's a solver online. I've actually got it included in the trophy guide I wrote for the game. But for the most part, it's not that hard to figure out, because there's a couple of fairly easy ones in one of the rooms in like Chapter 4, so it's not really too bad. But again, you don't have to beat the game on Insane, just beat it on Normal and then go back and replay certain segments of chapters for these other puzzles. Like the lockpick you can do at the very beginning of one of the chapters. The circuit puzzles you can do pretty much at the beginning of different chapters. The kaleidoscope you can do at maybe the beginning of like Chapter 7. The Jigsaw box is probably about the worst one, along with the light out minigame. I think those are about the worst ones because they're not particularly early into levels. Then you have this miscellaneous trophy for saving someone that you don't have to. This is in like chapter 3. It's a random guy that you can save if you want to by solving an extra puzzle. It's a pretty easy puzzle. Then the eye surgery. This is an unmissable story related trophy. It's the first trophy you're going to get in the game. Most likely. Then you have to play on Christmas and on Halloween, but you actually don't have to play on those specific days, as you can just change your game's or your system's internal clock to those particular days and just log into the game and get them, so very easy. So then you have the 2 ending-related trophies. Now, normally, you would have to complete the entire game twice, technically, to be able to get both of these trophies. However, if you pick one of the specific endings, and unfortunately, actually, let me go check something real quick so I can give you guys the correct information. Okay, so what you're supposed to do, so I can give you guys the exact information here, is at the end of the first chapter, let Campbell survive his test. So that's this trophy that I got. And when you do that, once you complete the game, you'll get this trophy upon completion of the game. Now, once you complete the game that way, then all you have to do is use the flashback feature to replay Chapter 8, so the final chapter, and you can still play it on normal. And if you do that, then you actually will not have to complete the game a second time because the game will default to the second ending. So that's an interesting factor. So basically, first playthrough at the beginning or at the end of Chapter 1, make sure that Campbell survives. Finish the game, you'll get this trophy, then just replay Chapter 8 and it'll default to this trophy. Finally, you have to watch the credits to completion, which is very easy. This is like a 30-second long credit sequence, and you can even, if you miss it, you can actually just select credits from the main menu. And you have to enter the Konami code on the main menu, which is kind of silly, and it was the last trophy I got, and it made for a very probably boring video. But yeah, it's not a particularly hard platinum. It's like a 3.5 out of 10, I would say. The difficulty really comes from some of the randomness of the puzzles, and the game just being absolutely terrible is really the only reason why it's kind of a problematic game at times. I would say that it's probably easier than the first Saw game, because the first Saw game was so heavily combat-oriented, and this one really isn't that bad for combat. It's more puzzle-oriented. So that's kind of for the better with how bad the combat is. Anyway, our next game is Get to the Top 2, Breakthrough Gaming Arcade. One of the last Breakthrough Arcade games I will ever do because I had to do the series, because I did the first one at some point previously, so I had to do the second one, unfortunately. This Platinum Trophy is very, very easy. All you have to do is complete the first 10 levels of the game, so it's like levels 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then phases 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know if maybe you get these 2 trophies at the same time. I wouldn't be surprised if you do. Oh, no, you apparently don't, because they're slightly different percentages. So basically, complete the first 10 levels of the game and get a single game over, and you will have the Platinum Trophy. So this game would be difficult if it didn't have a cheat in it that allows you to become invincible. So basically what you do is you get a game over on your first run of the first level, then you go back to the main menu, input the cheat code, and then just finish the first 10 levels, and you will have this Platinum Trophy in about 5 minutes. Nothing much more else to say about this. It's basically the same as the first one, so let's move on. Next Platinum was Alexio. This was a okay little game. You play as like a duck or something, and it's kind of a platforming type of game. Now, the nice thing about this game is this is another one that has a cheat menu. So because of that, you can activate like unlimited health and a couple other things. So you have to jump 150 times, which is pretty easy. You have to die 10 times, which is very easy. Defeat 20 enemies. I think you can do this by landing on them, I believe will kill them, but I believe you can also get some kind of projectile weapon. We'll come back to this in a second. And then you have to complete level 0 and level 1. So level 0 is your initial tutorial level. It's fairly easy overall. But then you have to go to level 1, and you have to pick a certain path at the end of chapter, or at the end of level 0. I want to say you have to take... Well, actually, you know what? I do not remember which path you have to take. I highly recommend checking out a video guide to make sure that I'm not, telling you guys wrong, but there is a specific path that you have to take at the end of level 0, or else you will skip level 1, which is really, really annoying because you have to complete level 1, And you also have to buy something from the cat, which is done, I believe, at the end of level 1 as well. So right at the end of level 1, you can speak to a cat and you have to purchase something from it, which is going to require you to have a large amount of coins saved up. But there are ways you can go like back and forth on screens to collect coins. So it's not too bad. It's not that bad of a game. It plays fine for what it is. It's not quite shovelware level of game. Plus, as you can see, the Platinum Trophy isn't particularly common on this one. It's less than 60% on here. I'm sure it's higher on PSN profiles. But that's pretty uncommon for kind of an easier Platinum game. So that is kind of a nice thing. And then how long did the game take me? Took me about 24 minutes, but I know I could have done it faster. I would have done it faster had I known about the whole go on one of the specific paths at the end of level 0. If I had known that at the time, would have been probably at least 5 minutes less. Next up, Conan Exiles. Now, you guys might remember this game. It went free on PS Plus a number of years ago in like 2018 or something. And then I didn't play it until like 2020. The game has an absurdly large, not save file, but just, it takes up an absurd amount of space on your hard drive. It's well over 100 gigs. And the game is absolutely terrible. It plays terribly. It's just awful. It is just a very, very bad game. The only reason a lot of people have done this game, especially on PSN profiles, is because the game has a debug menu in it, which allows you to make the Platinum much, much easier. So I did the Platinum all the way back in 2020, all in one day. So you had to reach level 60, which you could do through the debug menu just by like inputting a code or something. You had to get a dedicated weapon, which I think you could just spawn on yourself. You had to create a building I think you could just spawn or just build pretty simply. Sleeping once, I think you could just spawn in the bed or whatever and sleep on it. The religious altar, I want to say maybe took a little bit. There was something in here that was more difficult. I want to say it might have been this one, just because the guide I followed, I think it was actually Bad Driver's Guide, wasn't as accurate here. It was one of these two trophies I remember being a lot more finicky. Like, this one's kind of tough just because the game's so buggy to get the enemy into the wheel itself. Whereas this one, I think actually was just the guide wasn't necessarily clear on what you had to do in order to make this happen. It wasn't overly difficult, but it still took some time to figure out and extended the time the Platinum Trophy took. Then you have to kill all of these different bosses, which is very easy as you can simply just spawn them in and then just kill them, or I think you can actually just even do a menu command to kill them once they respawned in. Then you had to reach 2 locations on the map, which you could do using the teleporting feature through the debug. You had to fall for 3 seconds without dying, as well as reach these skies, which I think you could also do by just spawning into certain areas using the map. We'll skip this one, and then complete the first chapter of the journey is just finishing a bunch of the most basic tasks, like eat a meal, sleep for the first time, kill an enemy kind of tasks. This trophy, strangely enough, requires you to play online multiplayer. So you actually have to find someone else out there that played this game, that bought this game, or rented it on, or not even rented, but just got it on PlayStation Plus back in the day. And you actually have to do this with another real-life person. Now, it's a very easy trophy. You just have to build a tower and then jump off of it and land on top of someone. It's pretty easy, but it's still, once again, a little bit finicky. And again, it is a multiplayer trophy, so if you're ever going to do this game, knock that trophy out first, I would say, because it's the only multiplayer trophy in the game, including the DLC. So now, let's talk about that. So after several years, after 2 or 3 years of this game, so after over 2 years, probably closer to 3 years, this game was completed. It didn't seem like anything else was going to happen. The game got some DLCs over time, but they never got trophies to them. Then all of a sudden, in I believe it was 2021, they randomly dropped this Maelstrom DLC for absolutely no reason. The DLC is overpriced. It costs like $20 to $25 normally, and it's equally as bad as the base game, as you might expect. I mean, it's still fairly easy because of the debug menu, but the game is still just absolutely awful. It just doesn't function well, and it forced me to reinstall this 100 plus gigabyte game onto my console, which was horrible. And again, it's such a bad game. I don't know why they thought it was a good idea to add in a DLC with trophies in it. I mean, you can go ahead and add in more DLCs if you want, but don't add trophies into it because that's just punishing people who played your game and, probably gave it way more exposure than the handful of people that probably purchased the game, the whole 5 or 6 people that actually bought the game themselves. So from what I remember with this DLC, you had to, for these, I think you could just warp around the map to specific areas to do it. Same with the tower. The sigil, I don't even remember what you had to do for this one. I have honestly blanked this game out of my memory for the most part. I do remember for the Maelstrom, though, this one is very random. The Maelstrom spawns at random times around this new world, and you have to enter into it, but you never know when it's going to spawn or where. So I got fairly lucky with this. I know that Ghost had a lot more trouble with it when he did this DLC, but I got fairly lucky with it. I got it within probably 10 minutes of actually trying to get it. I believe there's certain tactics you can use to speed up the process, though. So then the sigil, the surge summons, I believe for this one you have to go into one of those like temple areas and you have to do something with a console in it, and then it spawns in a whole bunch of enemies for you to kill, and then once you kill them all you get this trophy. I think that's what it was. And I think that you do the same thing with this one. Like, you can get those at pretty much the same time. Yeah, you can pretty much get those at the same time. So first you summon it, and then you actually defeat it, and you can get a couple of trophies that way. We'll come back to this trophy. Then we have craft an item using Eldarium. I think this is fairly easy because I think you can just auto-learn the crafting recipes and just spawn the materials you need. Then this one, I believe you get the sigils just by completing certain actions around the game, and you just have to memorize all 7 of them at once. I think you can actually just spawn those in, though, with the debug menu, so that's actually pretty easy. This, I don't remember what it was, but I know that it was in the guide that I was following for it. I think I was following both a video and a text guide for this DLC, just because it was kind of confusing. So the last trophy I got here was exploring the entire island, and man, this trophy is awful because there are dozens and dozens of locations around the island that you have to explore, and with how long the game takes to load and how much it lags as you're flying around or even just trying to load into new areas through fast travel, and with how finicky a few of the areas of the game are and a couple of them that aren't even marked on the map normally or on the main guides for it, this trophy was awful. It took like a couple of hours this first day while I was working on all the other trophies, and then probably another hour the next day to knock it out. I mean, again, none of the trophies in this are difficult thanks to the debug menu, but just the game is so awful and the game is so buggy. It just made it take absolutely forever to knock out all the trophies. So like 2.5 hours the first day and then another hour the next day. So you can get all the trophies within a good 3 hours if you're really dedicated to it and nothing goes wrong for you and you can get the Maelstrom quickly. But man, was this an unpleasant experience. Definitely not one that I would recommend. I would not recommend even going for the platinum in this game. It's just not worth the effort. It's just such a bad game. Then we have another game with DLC that no one was expecting to happen. Far Cry 6. So I finished this 100% initially back over a year ago. It would have been in the 501 through 600 video, I believe. Yeah, it would have been through the 501 through 600 because I think I did Resident Evil back in April of 2022. Anyway, so that's the last time I played this game. Then suddenly in December it was, or was it December? Did I play this on the day it came out? I honestly don't remember if I played this on the day it came out or not. They randomly released another DLC for the game, so I guess we can talk about everything quite briefly. I'm going to be brief about this because I actually did recently purchase Far Cry 6 for the PS5, and because it was on like a really good sale, it was like $10 or something on sale, and I already have all the DLCs, so I figured, might as well do that. So it's basically you get several. This isn't a missable trophy. This one is actually a secret ending. You just have to either fly or drive a boat away from the map at the first opportunity you get one, and you can get this trophy. You can do it anytime before the end of the main story. You get some story-related trophies through here. You have your typical take out an outpost without being detected, take an outpost with a co-op partner, take all the outposts, return resource vehicles, clear checkpoints, which are basically mini outposts. They're brought back from Far Cry 2. Blow up anti-aircraft cannons, which are a new type of thing you can find around the map that remind me a little bit of the towers that you had to climb in the earlier games that allowed you, once you had them open, you could actually see more of the map. The military supply drops, I believe that was seen in one of the previous games. This is a specific side quest that you have to do to unlock some items. Win a single cockfighting match, there's plenty of opportunities for that. There's 12 different races, you only have to win 3. Win a game of dominoes is super easy, just do it on the easiest difficulty. Complete any special operation is pretty easy. Then complete 5 Bandito operations, I believe, is that the one? No, that is not the one I'm thinking of. So Bandito operations are the ones where you send the people that you have out to go and do some kind of side task. And when you send them out, like you can send 1 or 2 of them out, you have to give them choices that they do in it. And if they're successful, they bring back supplies for you. So that's what those are. Just finish 5 of those and you'll get that trophy. The vehicle machete kill from a horse is pretty easy. The 49 unique weapons is just a collectible type. Just fully upgrade 1 camp facility, but you should be able to get enough supplies to fully upgrade everything by the end of the game. Acquire every Supremo. A few of them are just story-related. Most of them are purchased with resources, and one of them is a reward for that previous side quest that we saw, that Triada's Blessings. Purchase meals just requires you to have meat to be able to trade to the cook at your camp. The USB sticks are a collectible type. The cryptogramma chests are a collectible type. The rides, I don't remember how you get all 4 of them, but they might be story and side mission related. Roosters are another collectible type. Amigos are basically a collectible type. There's 7 of those total. Then Petting Guapo is a super easy trophy you can get right at the beginning of the game. He's the pet crocodile. Then this is Chikaron. He's the little chicken guy, and you just have to give him the Mother Clucker outfit, but I didn't get him until pretty late in the game. Distract 10 soldiers with Chorizo. That's the adorable doggo in the doggy wheelchair. 10 soldiers with active heat. This one's unmissable. That's going to happen whenever you are basically a higher level of being targeted by enemies. Take out a shark with an explosion. You can do this either in the water, in like the actual ocean, but you can also end up occasionally finding one in a pool in some places for some reason, so it's pretty easy there. Catch fish. It doesn't matter how big they are, just catch 10 of them. Sabotage an alarm. This one requires you to have a specific ability or a specific piece of clothing. The Insurgency here, this is one of the more time-consuming trophies because you can only take out 1 Insurgent leader per week once you have finished the main story of the game. But then you can just do this once a week. You have to complete all of the Insurgency tasks, which basically retakes an area of the map. Complete it, then go and take out the Insurgent leader. But the nice thing is you can actually kill the Insurgent leader and then die and keep retrying it, and it should pop after about 4 or 5 insurgent leaders are killed. So it might seem like it takes a little bit longer that way, but then you only have to do the insurgency stuff for 1 week instead of 3 consecutive weeks, or just 3 weeks in general. It doesn't have to be consecutive. 10 Special Forces soldiers is unmissable. This one's pretty easy. Just hit a tank with an EMP and then go take it over. The mythical animals, there's only 4 or 5 of those, so basically a collectible type. This one can only be done by sliding down a certain mountain. This one's very easy. This one is technically slightly missable because, well, no, I don't think it's missable anymore because I think that they've made it so you can reset any outpost at any time at this point, I think. But this one, you basically have to use the security controls within certain outposts to disable everything at once, and you have to do it before you're detected. Take out a soldier from 50 meters above. It can be with any weapon, including an explosive. Have poison soldiers kill 5 other enemies. This one's kind of time-consuming because the poison doesn't work all that well, but it's just 5 total throughout the game, so it's not too bad. This is an unmissable story trophy. Then install mods in every resolver weapon. There's certain resolver weapons, I think, that have fewer slots or cheaper parts for it. Build each camp facility, but you don't have to fully upgrade them, even though you'll have enough to do so. 10 parts installed on a ride is pretty easy. This one is, I think, unmissable. Then you have your Special Operations trophies, and they're all terrible, basically, because Special Operations is not very fun. It's like an attempt to do the expeditions from Far Cry New Dawn, but it botches it up horribly. So finishing any of them without exceeding 50% is pretty simple if you're playing it on the easiest difficulty. There's certain ones that are easier than others, though. Then the Hidden Stash and Moneda, I don't even remember how to do that one. The hostages, you can only free 3 per playthrough, and it has to be on at least like the 2nd difficulty option, so you can only get 3 per playthrough, so you're going to have to do at least 10 extra playthroughs of one, or the start of one, then you can fail. But then you had 2 DLCs that were related to the Special Operations. You had to finish 5 of the 6 Special Operations on the Mastery Level 3 difficulty. These 2 are fairly easy overall. Like, Puerta del Eden isn't too bad from what I remember. It's a fairly easy layout overall, and then this one's probably the easiest one out of all of them. But the first three are a lot harder. You have to have a very, very specific weapon setup to have any real chance of being able to do these. I definitely recommend... one of the guys on PSN Profiles has a really good guide for both of these, so I definitely recommend checking that out. Then you have the Become the Villain DLC. All three of them are basically the same, so I'm going to breeze through this pretty quickly. You have to escape the mind of the villain with at least a score of 25,000, which is going to come naturally during the final trophy for each DLC. You have to carry 8,000 of whatever the currency is at one time. It can be grinded fairly easily by just usually replaying the highest difficulty and finishing certain specific tasks within it each time, and then just quitting out and then joining back in, like saving and investing all of your coins and then rejoining. You have to discover every location in each DLC, which is easy. This trophy is a little bit different in each DLC. In this one, you have to unlock all the weapons, whereas in one of them, you just have to unlock all of the slots at the bottom of the screen, the power-up slots, and fill them all. And then the last one, I think you have to fully upgrade all of your traits in the mirror. So a couple of them are much more time-consuming than others, but nothing like too bad. It's just grindy. Find all of the collectibles in each of these. Oh, no, you have to unlock all weapons in each, and then this is the one that's different in each DLC. My bad. And then you have to escape each one at mine level 5, which the first two are fairly tough. The third one's a little bit easier because the other weapons are better, but in the first two, really the only weapon that works is the pistol. Like a fully upgraded pistol is about the only way to do it. So these other two DLCs are basically the same thing, but just with one change. In this case, it's the powers instead of the other trophy. They're not particularly hard, but they might take a few tries to get used to with the very different sort of Returnal style of gameplay. But then we got a brand new DLC called Lost Between Worlds. It's thankfully not that difficult, but it's not all that fun either, and it really is, like, to me, it doesn't make any sense as to why they felt the need to release this. My assumption is maybe it's going to somehow tie into whatever the next Far Cry game is, maybe like a prequel to it somehow secretly, but it's not that interesting of a DLC. You're basically running between different fractured areas of worlds, and you just have to basically complete them. You sort of chart a certain path through. So, like, at the beginning of each one, you start selecting paths, and at the end of the set of paths, you'll get a vessel shard, and you have to follow all 5 paths, but each path has sort of multiple ways you can go through it. I don't remember what this one was. I think this might have been an unmissable story trophy. This one is an unmissable story trophy. Then you have to complete 5 consecutive ones without respawning. This will probably come naturally as long as you're playing on the easier difficulty. You have to complete a run in under 15 minutes, which seems pretty strict, but there's a certain path you can take that makes it fairly straightforward. You can do it in well under 15 minutes if you just follow the right path. Then take out 25 enemies with gadgets. This one's a little bit grindy because the gadgets aren't really the most effective thing in the world, but it's not too terribly difficult. You have to take out 10 enemies with melee attacks in a single playthrough of the maze area, which is fairly easy as long as you remember to do it and explore the full thing. You have to swim to this depth in a certain chapter of it. This one you have to go to a very specific part of Sunken Esperanza and then swim down, but it's fairly simple. 20 enemies in one run of Death by Darkness. Again, nothing particularly hard, just as long as you remember to do it. I think that's the one where, like, the sun goes down, and if the sun fully goes down, you die. Then you have to blow up 30 defense units as Faye in this mission, which is not too hard either. It's a little bit going to be cutting it a little bit close. Then this one, you just have to get through the area without your health falling to a critical level. I don't even remember what this one was. Again, none of this DLC was particularly hard, but it's not very memorable either. It's just kind of weird and kind of dumb. So I'm assuming it's meant to be some kind of tie-in to maybe a future Far Cry game or something. And also, it's not covered by the Season Pass, so that's the other thing they did. They made sure to force us to buy another DLC for another 10 or 15 bucks that wasn't included in the Season Pass like it should have been. So thank you, Ubisoft. Not really surprising about that. Next up, Maneater for the PS5. This one was an auto pop from the PS4 to the PS5, but this is a pretty fun and easy platinum trophy. However, I was worried about the PS5 version because, at least when it first came out, it was really, really buggy, people found. so it could be kind of challenging to get through just because it was kind of a broken game, not really the fault of the players. So I didn't really have any problem auto-popping this one because I didn't want to worry about running into bugs on a second playthrough. So you have several trophies related to growing your shark. I believe all of these might actually be... I don't know if they're unmissable story trophies, but they're pretty tough to miss because... I want to say they actually are unmissable story-related trophies that you get just by beating areas of the game. So that's how you're going to get all these first few trophies. You have to acquire all of the evolutions, which I believe requires you to maybe eat certain targets, certain amounts of different fish and humans to get. Then you have to complete all the objectives in each area of the game. There's like 8 total objectives you have to complete. You basically just have to complete all the objectives, which is some side stuff, an apex predator, and finding all of the collectibles. So you have an apex predator in each area. A few of the later ones are actually pretty tough to kill. You have 2 story-related trophies here as well. Nutrient caches are a collectible type. There's several of them in each area. Same with the license plates and the landmarks. And then you have to reach Infamy level 10, which is a pretty big grind because it basically means you have to keep killing humans for a while until your Infamy meter fills up. And once your Infamy meter fills up, then you can actually target whatever the sort of boss is of that Infamy level, kill them, you go up a level. Now you're going to see that not all the trophies popped at the same time. These 2 did not pop at the same time. The reason for this is because I was in the DLC world when I synced the game up to the PS5 version. So you actually have to travel back to the main world to pop these 2 trophies, so just keep that in mind. Truth Quest is the DLC. It was also very fun. You have a couple of story-related trophies. I believe both of these are story-related trophies. Reach level 40, which is pretty easy. You should get that naturally while finishing this next area. You have to fully upgrade the new evolution set, which is also fairly easy. Complete all of the objectives. Most of them are in the Plover Island complex, but a few new ones spawn within the main world. And then you have 4 either bosses, like all of these are either bosses or they're... Well, I think they're all bosses, but I can't remember if they're all apex predators or if any of them are story-related or not. Then you have to eat all the questers. This is the new thing for the new objectives back in the main world. And then 100% all of the time trials, which is pretty easy once you equip the correct evolution set for. You need one of the ones that allows you to move faster. So Maneater is a great game. Highly recommend this one. Definitely do play it, but I would definitely recommend doing the PS4 version so you can auto-pop the PS5 version. And do be careful because there might still be a few buggy trophies here and there in it. Next up, Sanuka Attack and Many Faces. I actually did both of these games a while back in a previous one, but then I went and did the PS5 versions because I don't think that they were cross-buy this time, so I had to re-buy them. But these are okay games. These are East Asia Soft games. These are not too bad at all. East Asia Soft games are usually a lot better than like Ratalaika games. They actually look like they put some effort into them. So this is a game where you basically are using a guy with a pool cue, and he has to hit giant pool balls into certain locations. Or billiards, whatever it's specifically called. So hit balls a total of 40 times. That one's going to be unmissable. You have to hit switches 12 times. That one's unmissable because your main trophy is going to be for completing all 12 levels. Well, not all 12 levels, just the first 12 levels. Most of them are very easy, but you might want to have a guide up in case you do somehow get stuck on one of them. You probably won't get stuck on any of them. They're all mostly fairly easy once you figure out the controls and the mechanics. But it might be just a little bit tricky on a couple of the later levels. As you can see here, it took me a little bit of time to finish a couple of these levels down here. But it's nothing too difficult at all. I mean, you can have a guide there just in case you get stuck, but you probably will not need it. You should get all of these other trophies along the way to finishing those first 12 levels. So it's a pretty solid game. Definitely one I would recommend picking up if you can get it for cheap. It looks like it took me about 12 minutes to get the platinum, so it's a very short game. Yeah, again, pretty solid game right here. Definitely pick it up, play it if you get the chance. It's not a bad time. Same thing with Many Faces. This is one where you are basically a character that shoots a bunch of targets, and he can pick up different hats that make him do different things. Like one of them gives you more health or lives, one of them gives you more firepower, stuff like that. So this is another pretty quick and easy platinum trophy, but this one does require a little bit more luck, and I'll explain that later. So you have to complete the tutorial, which is recommended to learn how to play the game, collect a hat, which you'll do at the end of the very first level. You have to kill a grand total of 48 enemies, as well as collect 10 total hearts, both of which should come naturally to these last few trophies. You also have to beat stages 1, 2, and 3, which is not too problematic. And then you have to kill a boss. So once you kill one boss, what you want to do is kill the boss at the end of stage 4, and you're not always going to be lucky with the kind of boss you get. Sometimes you're going to get a boss that's just really, like, either a boss in a bad arena. That's the main thing that can happen, is you'll get a boss that's in a bad arena for that specific boss that makes it a lot harder to kill them. But once you kill your first boss, you should have a majority of your trophies. You just might not have the 10 hearts or the 48 enemies yet. So what you want to do at that point is let yourself die at the start of the next level, then start a new game and play back through those first 3 stages, and then you'll kill the boss there and you'll get this trophy, and then repeat the process for your third boss. And that's how you're going to grind out your 10 hearts collected and your 48 enemies killed. It's not too difficult once you sort of get the hang of the game. It might take a little bit of time to get used to, but it's nothing too bad. The Platinum Trophy took me less than 20 minutes. I'm sure you could do it faster if you were a little bit better at some of the bosses, because as you can see here, it took me another 8 minutes to get back to the bosses, so I must have died on the boss on this run. That's presumably what happened. But again, not a bad game. Worth picking up and playing if you can get it for cheap. Again, East Asia Soft games are generally of a higher quality than a Ratalaika game. Next up, we have The Pedestrian. This is a very, very easy 100% game, and it's easy because I don't know if it's considered a debug menu or not. I don't know if it's a debug menu or cheats or what, but there's basically I think it's more of a debug menu that allows you to basically warp between levels, and it allows you to knock out the trophies very quickly if you just follow a trophy guide. Most of them are pretty easy. Most of them are just for warping around to different places. On the PS4 version, I actually missed this step of the video because I was dumb. So I started with this trophy instead and got everything through here pretty quickly. And then I believe you actually have to sort of finish the last little segment of the game, but it's pretty short. You just have to interact with a few things, walk out a door, and then you're done. The game is not bad at all. It's a very unique design. You're basically a small character jumping between a bunch of sort of larger screens that go in and out that sort of connect with one another in obscure ways, like a maze almost that tells the story. So it's really not a bad game at all, and I think it was free or something. It must have either been free or super, super cheap. And with that debug menu, you can knock the 100% out in about 5 minutes. I think there might have been a time where the debug menu got changed to make it even easier to do everything. Instead of taking, 5 to 6 minutes, it could be done in like under a minute. But I'm not sure if that maybe got patched out or not. It might have been by this point in time. But it's not a bad game. It's another one that's worth picking up and playing. It's quick, it's easy, it's probably cheap or maybe a free game. So yeah, that's another one that is definitely worth picking up. Next up, we have Bugsnax, and this game was a lot of fun. Definitely enjoyed this one. Definitely recommend playing Bugsnax. It is a very solid title. It's very Pokemon-esque because you're going to be running around, you're going to be collecting these Pokemon-style creatures. You don't get to battle with them or anything, though, unfortunately. I guess if they did that, it would be way too obviously Pokemon. But you basically just collect them and then feed them to the characters on this island, and that's how you sort of forward your quests. So you're going to get, it looks like, is this the one that has, yeah, it has all the trophies actually grouped together by type. So this Platinum Trophy didn't take me too long to get. It can be done in 10 to 15 hours. It's not that long of a game, and it's a pretty fun game. So you have to complete the main story, which is pretty self-explanatory. Finish the main story. Catch 100 different Bugsnax. There are 100 in the base game, and I think 13 in the DLC, so I assume that the DLC Bugsnax count toward this. Complete all of the side quests. Most of them are easy. A few of them are more difficult, requiring specific or rare Bugsnax, because obviously, like with Pokemon, certain Bugsnax are very easy to catch, certain Bugsnax are a little bit more difficult to catch, and a lot rarer, or they only come out at certain times in certain spots in each area. You have to fully transform every Grumpus. This is probably the most time-consuming trophy, because it means you need to feed every Grumpus enough Bugsnax to be able to affect each part of their body, so it definitely takes a little while. Now, you can keep feeding them the lowest level Bugsnax, things like Strabbies and stuff that are super easy to catch, but it definitely takes a while to fully transform all of them, and that might very well be the last trophy that you get. I mean, it looks like I did several of these trophies right on the last day, though. Then you have to defeat all of the legendary Bugsnax. There are 4 of these in the base game. There's like 1 in each of 4 different areas. It's the giant watermelon, it's the Mega Mahi, then there is the Mothza Supreme, and the Daddy Cake Legs, I think, are the 4 of them. So you just have to catch them all. They're all sort of unique little boss fights. You can't die in this game or anything, by the way, so there's no real combat. It's just catching Bugsnax and laying out traps to catch Bugsnax. This trophy is unmissable if you have completed all of the side quests before playing the final story mission. If you completed all the side quests before playing this one, you'll get this one automatically. But if you didn't finish all the side quests before doing the final main quest, this one technically becomes missable, and you have to save them all during the final sort of, I guess you could call it a boss fight, even though it's really not, because you're basically just laying out traps to defeat hostile Bugsnax during the final segment. The video diaries, a few of them are story-related, like 2 of them are story-related, and the rest you have to go out and find or get as rewards. Fully interview every Grumpus. This one it's not quite story-related, I don't think, but it's fairly easy to get. Just talk to them as soon as you get the option to. There's like 12 of them. This one, you just have to keep donating Bugsnax to Gramble's Ranch until it fills up entirely. This is another fairly time-consuming one. You can use the, I guess, easiest to get Bugsnax as much as you want, but it still takes some time. You have to return every Grumpus to Snacksburg. That is an unmissable trophy for story. You have to catch unique species of Bugsnax. Already talked about that in Transformation. The Snack Squatch is a rare spawn that only appears in a few areas. You can't actually catch him. You can just scan him. But he's guaranteed to appear during the final battle when you go inside of the mountain, so you can catch him there. Then you have to transform any Grumpus using a Scoopy, a Banopper, and a Cheery, so 3 different parts to make basically an ice cream sundae. This one is a little bit, actually no, it's not that tricky, it's just something that people tend to forget about. You have to attach the trip shot to your buggy ball, and then use the buggy ball to like drive it around and trip up an enemy. You can do this very easily in the first area where there's a lot that are just sort of walking around. That's where there's some Bungers and Friders and a couple of Sodies. You have to catch every single snack pod in a single biome. There's 5 at a time, and they eventually respawn. So this one's pretty easy, just catch the 5. They're sometimes in obscure places, but not too bad. You have to catch your first Bugsnax, of course unmissable, probably one of the first trophies you're going to get. Use a Bunger, Frider, and Sodi to transform a Bugsnax into basically a McDonald's Happy Meal, except that McDonald's Happy Meals comes with apples now instead of fries. They probably come with juice instead of soda, making them a not-so-happy meal. I haven't had a Happy Meal in many years, so I don't know if that's still true or not. Stun a flying Bugsnax by launching another one at it. This one's going to require you to use the little, like, bounce pad, the launch pad, or it's called a lunch pad, technically. Transforming Gramble, he's a little bit tougher to transform because you can only do it when he's sleepwalking around at night. You have to solve one of these secrets. This opens up a secret passageway between those 2 areas of the world. You have to catch multiple Bugsnax at once. This one's pretty easy if you just coat the trap with with whatever good sauce you need for the area, and you should be able to catch 2 at once. It's not too hard. There's plenty of opportunities for this. This one, if you don't get this earlier on in the story, the only other place you can get it is by going to find the Grumpus that stays on the mountains and spraying them with cheese and then taking their picture. This one, Beffica's Diary, you just go to the cave and find it and just take it. Catching Bugsnax again, unmissable story trophy. Pretty easy trophy for the first area here. Just look behind the waterfall for secrets. Just look behind the waterfall. You have to go there anyway to get to certain areas. Then they released the Isle of Bigsnax DLC. So this is a DLC area that adds in, I want to say it's 13 new Bugsnax and a whole new area to explore. And by beating that new story, you will finish this first trophy. You have to collect hats, and these are a little bit random. Like, one will appear on a Bugsnax in a certain area of the map, and you can tell by looking next to Grumble's farm and the hat rack there. So you have to go to that area of the map and look for the Bugsnax, and eventually you'll catch the one that has the hat, and then you go back to the farm and see where the next one spawns at. Then you have this trophy. You have to fully finish your hut. And this one requires you to complete a bunch of miscellaneous requests that are sort of like side quests. And it's a little bit random because you never know what reward you're going to get or what side objective you're going to get. And certain ones are definitely harder than others. They're definitely more complicated than others, usually requiring you to catch very specific bugsnax in very specific ways or catching a bunch of them in a certain amount of time. Some of them are actually fairly challenging. I did do all of them just in case they ever, made another DLC for this game. I don't think it would happen. But just in case it ever does happen, I did do all of that to give myself a head start. I don't think they would, though. But just keep that in mind and just try to focus on doing the easier requests in the given time. And eventually, though, you might get stuck doing a few of the tougher requests. And if that happens, well, you might just have to do a couple of them. That is, it is what it is. But most of them have video guides on YouTube at this point, so it shouldn't give you that much trouble. So Bugsnax is a great game, highly recommend playing it, and the nice thing about this is one of those rare games that auto-pops from the PS5 to the PS4. Now, not everything auto-pops immediately. As you can see here, they auto-pop over the course of like an hour. But basically, what you have to do is you carry your save data over to the other version of the game, and then complete the main story. And once you complete the main story, you'll get a bunch of the trophies to auto-pop just by doing that. I think you then have to go, like, catch one Bugsnax or something. You might still have to do the transformation trophies and some of the miscellaneous trophies like this one. But overall, I can't remember exactly what you have to do, but for the most part, it's just, complete the story again. That'll pop most of the trophies for you. You might have to rewatch the videotapes and do a few of the miscellaneous sort of catching trophies and exploration trophies. But it's very, very easy. It shouldn't give you too much trouble. I think that there's even like an auto-popping guide probably on PSN profiles or PlayStation trophies, so do keep that in mind. And I believe all the DLC trophies immediately auto-pop. They do, okay. Or you might have to change like one thing in your hut to auto-pop this one. So, very easy, very nice that you can auto-pop it, play the superior version first, and then just go back and auto-pop it. Next up, Donuts Injustice. This is a decent little side-scrolling shooter game. It's not a bad game. It's not, shovelware level type of game. So, you're going to get several trophies just by completing the game. I don't remember how many levels there are. There's not that many. But I believe every trophy through here is unmissable and story-related just by finishing all of the levels of the game. Yeah, are they in the right order? Yeah, I think they're in the right order. No, they are not in the right order. So this one you're going to get, like, midway through the story. Like, probably right around here, you'll get the car chase bonus level. But then you have to unlock a weapon, which you'll get naturally just by pretty much blowing through the levels. So that one shouldn't be missable. Same with, well, buying your first hat, technically, it's not missable. It's just not something you're going to do naturally. You have to go to a certain menu to purchase a single hat, and then you knock that trophy out. Was that the last trophy I got? It was. So the game took me about 15 minutes to do, which is pretty fair. It's going to take you the 15 minutes probably no matter what. You can't really speed it up that much because it's side-scrolling. But it's not a time-consuming or difficult game at all. Just once you sort of understand how to play the game, it's not bad at all. And then you just have to defeat all of the bosses in the game. So a lot of your trophies are unmissable and story-related. Basically, beat the game, unlock a weapon which should come naturally, and then go purchase one hat, and you will get all of your trophies within about 15 minutes. Again, nothing much more else to say about that. PS5 version, pretty much the same thing, except I did it just a little bit faster, so this one took about 14 minutes, and oh, no, it still took 15 minutes, okay. So it's basically a 15-minute platinum. You can't really speed it up that much, so just keep that in mind, but I mean, that's not time-consuming at all, and it's not a bad game, so it's not a bad time at all. Next up, What Remains of Edith Finch. This is the PS5 version. This is a wonderful, story-driven walking simulator game, and it is 100% worth playing. Highly, highly recommend playing this one. It is a great story. It's a very intriguing world and all, and it's a very, very easy trophy list. Now, the original PS4 version did not have a platinum, but the PS5 version does have a platinum, which is even better. So to get the platinum trophy, the trophies are almost identical to the original version of the game. I don't remember. I'll figure out which one was different as we look through it. So finishing the game, finish all the stories, you'll get this trophy. So just finish all the stories and you'll get this trophy for beating the game. You have to look at all of the peepholes and telescopes to hear commentary. There's about 10 of these. There's no new ones in the re-release or in this remaster, whatever you want to call it. There's no new ones, so you can just follow any guide from the PS4 version and you'll get almost all the trophies just by doing that. You have to follow both paths to the house, so go one way to the house and then turn around and take the other path until the trophy unlocks. This one is a little bit trickier. It's in the very first story you go into, just because they can be a little bit hard to see, and if you miss it, you're going to have to replay the chapter. But the good thing is that you can replay each of the stories as much as you need to, and most of the stories are pretty short. They're each like probably about 5 or so minutes, so they're not too bad. These are both, though, in that very first story, so the rabbit one is a little bit trickier. This one is easy. You just sit there and listen to the guy sing for a few minutes, and you'll get this one. You have to clear all the balls off the pool table. It's not just the balls. You have to clear all the other junk off the pool table. This is when you're playing as the teenage girl that's trying to be an actress. This one is when you're playing as the baby, when he's in the bathtub. You can, like, control the frog toy that he plays with, and you just have to use it to knock all the letters off. Then this one is going to be unmissable. You're going to get it while you're reading through the credits. Then you have to replay Calvin's story and replay any story after completing the game. I think these last 2 trophies are the 2 new ones for this version, along with the Platinum. So just play Calvin's story again, and you'll get both of these trophies at the same time, which is very nice. So that's pretty awesome. 2 easy trophies there. And then this, I think, is the other new trophy. This one is when you're playing as the daughter that's the photographer, and the dad that she has gets, like, kicked off of a ledge by a moose or something, or a deer. It's during her segment. There's a specific part of it when you're, like, outside of the national park. You just have to take a picture of a rabbit out there. So that one is a brand new trophy. So again, just keep that in mind that there is 1 new trophy there, or 2 new trophies. Again, great game. Definitely worth playing. Definitely give this one a chance if you have not played it before. It is very well worth your time. Now we come to the last Platinum Dumpster Dive that I've done at this point in time. They're going to be more in the future, but not anytime soon, just because, well, Platinum Dumpster Dives, yeah, I mean, they can be kind of fun to do, but they're also helping out shovelware a little bit too much, and we don't want that. So we're going to try to brush through this one pretty quickly as well. So you have Would You Like to Run an Idle Cafe 1 and 2. These are Japanese-made cafe visual novel games. Basically, with both of these games, all you have to do is finish the story in a bunch of different ways, make certain dialogue choices, save your game at strategic points. If you just follow a video guide, you will be able to knock out both of these games super, super quickly. This version takes about... So the first one takes about 3-ish minutes to get through, so basically just follow a guide, make saves at specific points, and then just get all the different endings and you'll get all the trophies. So the first one takes about 3 minutes, the second one takes about 6 minutes, but they're both, of course, extremely quick and easy. There's not much more else to say about them. Again, I mean, they are technically legitimate games because they do have a story to them, but the reason these are so short with visual novels is because you can skip through the dialogue. You can set it to fast forward as quickly as possible and skip through most of the dialogue. So that allows you to knock these games out way faster. If you were actually reading through everything and trying to figure it out yourself, you would be looking at several hours for each visual novel game. So just keep that in mind. Sakura Succubus. This is the original Sakura Succubus. This is one of the fastest and easiest Platinum trophies ever made. Every single trophy is unmissable and story-related. No matter what choices you make, you will get every single trophy by simply completing the game. You can use that fast dialogue option. That's literally all there is to it. Finish the game. No matter what choices you make, you get the Platinum trophy in about 1 minute. Same with the PS5 version. It might even be a little bit less than a minute, potentially, if you have like a really fast-moving system. Then we have No Man's Sky, and this was an auto-pop, but I've actually have played this game legitimately for a while now on the PS5 because the game has gotten so much better than it once was. It's really, really fun now. It's a good time now. It's definitely worth playing. The Platinum Trophy is not particularly hard, though it wasn't... I think it's a little bit tougher than it was on the day one version of the game, because like the day one version of the game, I think a lot of the trophy requirements were different, and then they updated it very quickly. So basically, to get all of the trophies for the Platinum, you just have to get the maximum level for 8 out of the like 9 different abilities, or milestones, whatever you want to call them. So pretty much the only one, so like Planet Zoology is the one where you have to scan every single type of creature on a planet. This one is a little bit tricky because a lot of planets have a lot of life on them, but I think that certain planets that only have like one species on them do count, so it's not as bad. Space exploration, I believe, is discovering planets or warping. Actually, I believe yeah, it's warping. That's what it is. So this one you're going to get by warping a bunch of times, which can take a while. This one is just earning currency. This is one of the earliest ones you're going to finish because earning currency is pretty easy. It's not all at once. It's just total throughout the game. Words collected. Pretty much every time you go up to a glyph and interact with it or talk to a creature, you can get a word from them, so you'll just get it over time. This one, just talk to different aliens and have dialogue with them, and you'll get this one probably around the same time as this word one. The ships destroyed requires you to shoot down ships while you're in space. This can be pirates or this can be sentinel ships. Either one counts. This one is a lot easier now than it once was. You can just build a simple base on any extreme survival planet and just wait there for 8 hours or however long it takes. I don't know if it still takes like 8 hours. It's very, very easy now. It's a lot easier than it was when the game first came out, when you had to still check in every now and then to use resources to... You might still have to do that with your life support and all, and you don't have to do it consecutively either, I don't believe. Like, I don't think it has to be consecutive now. I think you can do it for a while, then leave the planet and come back. I think you can do that, but don't quote me on that because I'm not sure if that's true. And then this one's just for walking a certain distance, which is very easy. The only one that doesn't get a trophy is the one for destroying sentinels. For some reason, doesn't get a trophy. I don't know why it doesn't, because it is another milestone, but hey, you know, it's one less thing you have to do. Then there's the Pathfinder update. So this trophy is a little bit tougher, or this DLC is a little bit tougher because of these last two trophies. The first two are easy. You'll build a base on your first planet right at the beginning of the game now as part of the tutorial. Building an exocraft is done a little bit further on in the tutorial. It's very easy. It allows you to explore the planet a little bit more easily without using your ship. Visit any player's base. I don't remember how you do this, but it's easy. You just have to have another person on your friends list to visit. And then these two trophies pop together. If you finish the game in permadeath, it will also unlock the survival trophy. So permadeath mode is exactly what it sounds like, but not really. On permadeath mode, you actually... I mean, yes, if you die, you have to restart the entire game. But pretty much everything you do in this game will generate an autosave, including getting in and out of your ship. So that will generate a save and allow you to quit the game. And then once you quit, you can proceed to back out of the game and back up your save to the cloud or to an external hard drive. And then if you happen to end up dying at any point, you can just re-download that save and you're good to go. And you can do that as often as you want. So it's permadeath, but not really permadeath. Additionally, it's much faster to get to the center of the galaxy than it was when the game first came out, because there's other paths you can take through, like the black holes or the warps or whatever it is. There's something that you can do, some story path you can do that allows you to knock it out within like 10 hours. But the fastest way to do it is to use a permadeath taxi service. So find someone who has a base close to the center of the galaxy and then just warp once from there to the center and knock the trophy out. That's the way I did it on the PS4 version. That's the way a lot of people do it. It's a much faster option. But I might still try to finish the game normally on the PS5 version at some point if I have time. So, awesome game. It's gotten so much better than it once was. It's still getting updated constantly with free updates and free content. Definitely play the game. Definitely try it out. It is 100% worth your time. Then we have Round Invaders as well as Round Invaders Rush. Round Invaders, we might have already talked about. Yeah, we did talk about this one already. So this is actually the re-released version of it, because for some reason it has a re-released version, and why isn't... Okay, there it goes. So this is identical to the version we already talked about, but it's just called a re-released version for some reason. I have no idea why they did that. I guess just so they can milk more money out of trophy hunters. Then there's Round Invaders Rush, which is a little bit different. It's like an old school flip phone game where you move your character left and right to collect falling objects. So to get this platinum trophy, you can do it in about 1 to 2 minutes. You have to grab a basic ice cream cone and a big bowl of ice cream with the 3 flavors in it, which you don't get until you've been at it for like over 30 seconds, I believe, is when these start spawning. You have to earn a grand total of 350 points, which is going to come naturally by collecting all of the items that keep dropping for that first 30 seconds or so. By the time that you get your first big bowl of flavors, you should have all of your point trophies done. Yeah, I think so. You just move for the first time will get you this trophy. Same with this one, I believe, or just move a few times. Grab 15 total ice cream cones is easy enough. This is technically the last trophy that you will probably get because you have to collect 30 total ice cream cones in 2 of the bowls, which won't be able to be done until like 30 to 45 seconds into the game. So this is probably the last trophy that you're going to get just because you have to collect 2 of the bowls, and at that point the game speeds up like crazy. But if you do somehow fail at that point, you'll only be set back like a minute, so it's not really that big a deal. This one is for losing a life. This is for collecting a second ice cream cone. Yeah, that's really all it is to it. You're an alien flipping left and right across the screen to collect ice cream. It's not all that interesting. Then we have High School Romance. This is another visual novel game that works the exact same way as the previous ones. Get all the different endings, make saves at specific points, and follow a walkthrough, and you will have your Platinum Trophy here in about 5 minutes. Both versions are the same. 5 minutes, get your Platinum. Moving on. Dating Life Miley X Emily. Same thing once again. Get all the different endings, pick different specific dialogue options, save your game at the right times, and you will get all of your trophies in about 3 minutes. Now, interestingly, this is a much shorter visual novel game, just as a game in general. It is much shorter than some of these others because each playthrough often only lasts like 10 to 20 seconds, so it's definitely a shorter game than some of these other visual novels. Strawberry Vinegar, this one is only on PS4. It doesn't have a PS5 version at the time this is being recorded, and it takes closer to 10 minutes here, as you can see. Yeah, this one takes about 8 or 9 minutes, so this one is a little bit longer, and it has a lot more trophies to it. But the trophy list is basically the same as our previous visual novels. Say it with me again here, guys. Finish the game, get all the different endings, pick certain dialogue choices, and make specific saves while following a walkthrough, and you will get your Platinum Trophy, this time in about 8 to 10 minutes. The final game I did during that sort of dumpster dive stream was Tanks vs. Tanks PvP. This game is really bad, but also quite easy. All you have to do is destroy 20 total tanks. You are allowed to die, so it's not 20 in a row, it's just destroy 20 total tanks. So that's already easy enough, but the funniest thing is that since it's PvP, it just loads up like 4 different screens at once, even if you don't have any other controllers or any controllers plugged in. And all you have to do is just destroy your own tanks 20 times and you will get the Platinum. It's as simple as that. It takes 1 to 2 minutes. Load in the game, figure out which part of the screen that you're on, destroy your own tanks 20 times, and you get your Platinum Trophy. It is literally as simple as that. So that's it for the Platinum Dumpster Dive. So since then, you're going to see that I've focused a lot less on doing bad games and focusing more on games that are either outright good games or are at least not shovelware games. I mean, I'm still doing easy Platinums, as you can see, but I haven't done any shovelware since the beginning of January, and it's currently the end of April. So it's been almost 4 months since I've done any shovelware, and really the only times that I'm going to be doing shovelware are either if I am making a video out of it, in which case I do have a couple of ideas planned for that, or if I'm doing a Platinum Dumpster Dive stream, are really the only times where that rule is going to be broken. So the next 2 games I got, I guess these are the closest thing to shovelware that I've done recently, but they really aren't. They're East Asia soft games, so at least they have some content to them. 112th Seed, I barely remember this game. Basically, all you have to do is complete 30 levels of the game. This is a puzzle/slight platforming game. Basically, you control this little seed guy who can go into the ground and create platforms, and you can push things around to create platforms. It's really the best way to say it. I barely remember this game. It's not a very memorable game overall, but it's a decent enough little puzzle game for what it is. Platinum Trophy takes about half an hour. Like I said, you just have to finish. Well, I did this version in like closer to 20 minutes, 23 minutes. So basically, just complete the first 30 levels of the game, you get the Platinum Trophy. You might want to have a guide pulled up for a few of the later levels, because a few of the later levels are a little bit tougher, a little bit more counterintuitive with how you have to stack platforms and stuff to climb. But overall, it's nothing too difficult, nothing too time-consuming. It's another decent little East Asia soft game. You guys know my thoughts on that by now, so yeah. Okay, I didn't want to do this, but I think I'm going to have to go one more recording session after this just because these last few games are going to be a little bit more time consuming to talk about, because this is Platinum 700 right here. The last few we're going to take a little bit more time to talk about, especially this one right here. So yeah, I'll be right back for the final part. Alright guys, it is time for the 5th and hopefully final recording session for this 601 through 700 Platinum Trophy video. The next game to talk about is Grand Theft Auto 5 for the PS4. So, GTA 5 is a reasonably challenging Platinum Trophy. It's not, the hardest game in the world. It's certainly not the hardest of the GTA franchise or the Rockstar games. But it is a very time-consuming one. So, I barely remember going for the actual Platinum Trophy because I did a majority of it back in 2015. Because I got it for the PS4 when I was a freshman in college. And it was kind of funny because after that, I brought the game back, and I was the only one in my, quadrant of people that had the game, so me and my roommates were playing it constantly in the campaign mode of it. We were just playing everything, getting money, stealing cars, just having a good old time with it. So from what I remember, everything through maybe... God, I honestly don't know. I want to say everything through here is story-related and unmissable, but I honestly do not know because it has been so long since I played this game. But I assume everything through there is an unmissable story-related trophy, so you get like a fifth of your trophy list just by beating the story. This is one of the more challenging trophies, 70 gold medals on missions, strangers, and freaks. It's not that bad, though, compared to, say, Red Dead 2, because in this game you can complete your objectives over the course of multiple playthroughs. So each playthrough you can focus on just one specific objective and then keep replaying it and do a different objective each time, whereas in, Red Dead 2, you had to do every single objective in a single playthrough, which makes it a lot easier. Then you have 100% game completion, which is extremely time-consuming because there are so many things you have to do. But again, this is something that we sort of got just by playing together. Like me and my roommates in college, we would just come home after class each day and pretty much play this game constantly for several hours and just, slowly work on stuff. So we got through it after a while, and it was just a lot of fun to play. I mean, I loved playing through this campaign back in 2015, back in the early days of the PS4. I believe this one might be unmissable while you're going for the 100%. This one's probably unmissable while going for the 100%. This one, I don't remember. Again, I don't really remember what most of this stuff is. Gold medal in hobbies and pastimes are things like tennis and golf and stuff like that, and the shooting ranges, stuff like that. The spaceship parts are a collectible type. I think this is a collectible type. This is a collectible type. This is the Trevor Phillips Industries Rampages, where you play as Trevor and he has to go around killing a bunch of stuff. Stunt jumps are basically a collectible type. The Path to Enlightenment, I want to say a couple of these trophies are missable, by the way, just because they are related to either having certain characters or making certain choices within certain missions. I think a few of these are missable. It's not many of them, but I think there are a few that are missable, sort of like with, say, Red Dead 2. This one I know is technically missable because you have to pick the C option in the final mission of the game, where you band together with your two friends and you go on basically a giant revenge mission against everyone who's wronged you throughout the game, and it's a hell of a lot of fun. And then once you do that, you can then go and do this trophy, which is really not that hard. You can just drive around the airport for 3 minutes. It's a really easy way to do it as long as you can get everyone together. It's a little bit buggy to get everyone together, but it's not too bad. This one, I think you just have to swim out really into deep water and get eaten by a shark. This one, yeah, I think that this is one of the ones that might be missable, so you have to drive a victim to this cult area during like a certain time during the story or the side mission storyline. This one is a lot easier, same with the stock market one, if you exploit the stock market, because I specifically remember that there was a way to exploit the market to where you would invest in certain things and then you would complete a certain side mission, and you could do this like 4 different times, and it would allow you to make an insane amount of money across all characters. You could make like $1 billion per character. I assume that those methods are still in the game, but I could be wrong. Fully model weapon is very simple, so buy all the attachments available for any weapon. Bail bond targets should be fairly easy. Fully modded vehicles, very easy. The under the bridge and knife flights are, well, they're pretty self-explanatory. You're going to be flying under bridges and between buildings. There's a lot of them in this game. The under the bridge, I believe you can do with a helicopter, though, whereas it's just honestly simple enough to use a plane for the knife flights. And then we get into the multiplayer. So again, the single player isn't particularly difficult overall. It's easier than, say, Red Dead 2. But it is pretty time-consuming still. It's going to be at least, 50 to 100 hours for most players to finish everything in the single player. It does take a while. But with this game, the online is definitely harder than Red Dead 2. I'm going to compare it a lot to Red Dead 2 because that was the most recent of the major Rockstar games to come out. So the campaign in this one is easier than Red Dead 2, but the multiplayer is definitely more difficult. So you have to complete the introduction, which is unmissable when you're playing the multiplayer, and then you have to reach rank 100, which takes a very, very long time to do, because that's a lot of XP you have to get. And apparently, from what I remember, you cannot level up while you are in a mission, or it won't count, or something weird like that. I think that happened to me with one of the trophies. So be careful with that. You have to level up when you're out in the open world, or else it won't count for this trophy for some stupid reason. You have to win every single competitive game type, so this includes all of the shooting ranges and darts games and tennis and all that kind of stuff. But you can thankfully boost this. You can boost pretty much all of the online multiplayer, which makes it much easier than it once was. Same with this one, just use custom vehicles to win 5 races. You can easily boost this. All 10 waves of a survival, I'm sure that there are easier ones than others, so I'd recommend just finding the easiest one you can and playing that one. This one you are going to have to boost because no one plays rally racing mode as far as I'm aware. At least they didn't when I got the trophy, so they probably don't anymore. Survive with a bounty on your head. This is, of course, very easy if you do it in a private lobby with a friend. Then a gang attack without dying and killing at least 10 enemies. There are certain gang attacks that are only 15 enemies, so those are easily the best ones to get this on. 30 Platinum Awards is not particularly hard. It's a little bit grindy, but you should get this while going for the DLC as well, because the DLC gives you a bunch of new Platinum medals you can get. Hold up all 20 stores. That's not particularly hard. You just go to each one, hold it up, and then run away from the cops. You can die as much as you want. It's fine. Participate in everything. That's not particularly hard. It's just a long checklist of stuff. Complete any job as a member of a crew is simple enough. You'll probably get that one naturally while playing. This one, just have a friend call in a mugger on you, and once he does that, just kill the mugger, or kill the thief that mugged you in that case, and you'll get that trophy. Call for a backup helicopter from Merryweather. That's fairly easy. Own an apartment, a garage, and insure a vehicle are all very easy. As you can see, a lot of people have done this. And then this trophy was actually new to the PS4 version of the game. You have to play in first-person mode. I would suggest doing this in the campaign. That's a little bit easier. But if you really don't like the first-person mode, you can simply just put it in first person and leave your controller and your console idle for 15 hours, and that'll work perfectly fine in the single player. So if you don't want to do it, legitimately, just do it that way. It's super easy. And then Rockstar Editor I also did at some point in the past. This DLC was really easy. I just, again, don't really remember it. So you had to create and export videos in the Rockstar Editor. You had to unlock special characters, which I think required you to find collectibles around the map or something. Director mode as an unlocked actor is easy enough, and as an unlocked animal actor, again, I think you just have to unlock them all somehow. I feel like it was from finding collectibles like peyote plants or something. That's what a lot of these trophies are, though, just entering director mode as different characters and unlocking certain characters, as well as visiting locations. All of this is really easy, but it doesn't even take that long, actually. It only takes 10 hours to finish this DLC, so it's a super short DLC overall, and it's heavily single-player based. You have to enter director mode using an online GTA character, but that's easy enough. As long as you played a little bit of GTA Online, you shouldn't have a problem. And then unlock all the animals. Again, I think it has to do with the peyote plants or something. So this DLC is super easy, but I did it, 7 years ago at this point, so I barely remember it. The main things I've been working on in the last year or so have been the heists and the Doomsday heist. So that's what we really want to talk about. So with the heist DLC, you're going to get a bunch of trophies here by simply completing all of the heists. So you have to complete any heist setup mission, which is super easy. And then you have to finish all 5 of the original 5 heists. There are Humane Labs, Series A Funding, Fleeka Job, Pacific Standard, and Prison Break. So Fleeka Job is the first one. It's the 2-player heist that's basically the introduction to heisting. Then you have Prison Break, which is fairly simple overall. Then Humane Labs is the one that has like a stealth mission going into it. It's at that giant lab building, and it has a really annoying stealth mission early on in it. That's that one. Series A Funding is the one with Trevor, and then Pacific Standard is the most complicated of the 5. But just completing all 5 heists really isn't that hard if you have a reasonably competent group to play the game with. So as you can see, I did this one a long time ago, but then over like the course of a week or so, we finished all of the heists together, and I finished Prison Break during that time as well. As long as you have a reasonably competent group that has some idea of how to play the game, you really shouldn't have any problems completing the 5 heists, just, finishing them. You also have to invest your cash to actually set up a heist, which is like $25,000. It's simple enough. Then, in any 4-player heist, you have to be the leader of the heist and set the finale as 25% for each player. This is not going to be hard if you're doing all of this in a group together, because each person can trade off leading one of the heists and setting it as 25% and knocking it out over the course of the 4-player heists, because Fleeka Job is only 2 players, but all the other ones are 4 players. So it's not difficult at all, just you might not be able to do this one in a random public lobby or anything, because you might not be able to get a 4th player, or they might leave if they don't feel like they're getting enough of a cut. But it's easy enough if you're boosting it. And then you also have to do these last 3 miscellaneous trophies. So spending $8 million is a lot of money, but there's actually an easier way to do it. What you can do is you can purchase certain heist vehicles. I believe the Kuruma actually is the one that the guide suggests purchasing. Purchase the Kuruma and then sell it back to the store. And then when you do that, you'll take a net loss of like $200,000 or something, but it will count as like a $500,000 purchase. So if you just repeat that process over and over again, you'll only have to spend like $4 million or something to be able to get this trophy. So it makes it a lot easier than it would have been and a lot cheaper than it would have been. Or if you're like crazy into this game and you've banked a lot of money, it shouldn't be a problem. Or if you want to go buy shark cards, you can do that. I don't recommend doing that because that's very predatory, but some people will do that. The heist finale without taking damage, there are several heists where you can do this depending on the role that you're in. If you're the pilot in the Prison Break heist, you can do this fairly easily. If you're the driver in the Fleeka Job finale, you can do this, and there might be another one where you can do this. And the 25 platinum medals across heist setups and finales. At the end of every heist setup or finale mission, you will get a medal, either platinum, gold, silver, or bronze, depending on how well you did, even though it seems to be very random. It's supposed to be based on if you played the objective a lot or not, but I'm not entirely sure that's true. You will get a random medal, and you just need 25 of the platinum ones. This one's very easy to farm by just replaying the Fleeka Job over and over again if you don't get it naturally by finishing all of the heists. Then we have the Doomsday Heist, and this is where the big problem is with this game. So setting up the heist, easy enough. It costs $25,000 and having a facility to do it, nothing difficult there. Complete all 3 acts of the Doomsday Heist, easy enough. So that's 5 trophies out of the way, no problems whatsoever. Kill another player with the Orbital Cannon. This one is not particularly easy unless you were boosting it, because the Orbital Cannon is very, very expensive, and it's also very expensive just to shoot it. Like, just shooting it is super expensive, purchasing it is super expensive. But if you go into a lobby with any friend on your friends list, simply have them stand in one place and kill them with the Orbital Cannon, and you will easily knock out this trophy. So, nothing much to worry about if you do it that way. Then we have the 2 big boy trophies, 2 of the hardest trophies out there, or at least rarest trophies out there. Not necessarily hardest, but definitely rarest. First, you have to complete all 3 elite challenges in the Doomsday Heist. Now, the elite challenges are tied specifically to the finales of the Doomsday Heist, Act 1, 2, and 3. They have to do with completing it in a certain amount of time, not having anyone dying or restarting, like quick restarting, and then usually a couple of other objectives. So, the elite challenges are not actually all that bad. because you don't have to do them on any specific difficulty or anything like that, so it's really not that bad. You can do it on the normal difficulty. Act 1, its finale is pretty short. It's mostly the time limit you have to worry about there. We were able to complete it after a few tries. It does have a tight time limit, but it's not anything too terribly difficult. Act 2 is... Which one was Act 2? Okay, yeah, that's the one where you go to the submarine. That one, we found the best strategy was to actually fly the Avenger over to the beach and then call in a boat from whoever gives you a boat, and take that boat out deep into the water above the submarine where the people on the submarine are doing their thing. And once they're done, they can get onto the boat. You run back to the Avenger and you fly it away, because that one has an Avenger-based objective. You have to get out of it with the Avenger taking less than 5% damage or something. And then Act 3, its finale isn't necessarily difficult for this. It just takes a really long time to get through, because it's like a half-hour long mission or something. You have to get a lot of kills. But we managed to finish this without all that much difficulty, so I wouldn't say the Elite challenges are that much of a problem. It's mainly this little pecker down here, completing the 3 Criminal Mastermind challenges. So, a Criminal Mastermind challenge requires you to complete the entire Doomsday Heist from Act 1's beginning to the finale of Act 3 on the hardest difficulty with the same group of 4 players without dying or restarting a checkpoint. So that is what it requires, which is absolutely insane. But here's the big kicker of it. For Criminal Mastermind, you have to do all 3 Criminal Mastermind challenges, meaning you have to do it with 2 players, 3 players, and 4 players, meaning you have to basically be the most perfect player in GTA 5 Online on 2-player, 3-player, and 4-player, so 3 times through the Doomsday Heist, which is absolutely absurd, insane, and unreasonable. Now, I was actively going for this trophy a few months ago, and it seemed like it was going fairly well. We had gotten through all of Act 1 pretty easily, so we were into Act 2. And the thing is that technically, you can quit out to the main menu or quit out of the game entirely, and it's supposed to stop you from losing your progress toward the challenge. It's the only sort of silver lining to this, because again, dying or failing an objective immediately screws you over. The problem is that the dumbass in my group that was driving a vehicle in one of the missions drove the vehicle straight into an explosive fuel tank at the end of an HVT escort mission during Act 2. Now, we all immediately quit, which means that it should have not saved our progress, but guess what it did? It gave all of their progress stayed. Mine was wiped, and only mine was wiped. No one else was, despite the fact that I was one of the earlier ones to leave the lobby. So, because of getting screwed over by a stupid player, and because of getting screwed over by the game itself, I have no real interest in going for this trophy right now. I know I could do it if the game doesn't screw me over again, but that was completely unfair, completely unreasonable. That was 100% the game screwing me over for no good reason other than to screw with me, because that was not my fault. I did exactly what you're supposed to do, and the game only punished me. It didn't punish anyone else in the lobby, it only punished me. And that's part of the reason why I really don't know if I ever want to do this again, because I feel like I'm going to get to Act 3's finale, and the game is just going to screw me over again in some way like that, and it's going to be like, oh, hey, you got all the way to the end? Well, you're going to be punished by someone's going to die due to something that they couldn't have known was there, and we're going to wipe your progress, but we're not going to wipe anyone else's progress. And the fact you have to do this shit 3 different times is just so insane. I don't know how Rockstar thought this was a good trophy. It would be one thing if if this stuff actually worked correctly and didn't screw you over randomly. If it actually worked correctly, it would be one thing, it would be more reasonable. But when the game is just so broken, it just makes it so much harder, because you know it's broken, you know there's a high chance of getting disconnected or something at any time, you know there's a high chance of just one person in the group getting their progress reset, whereas everyone else is totally fine. It's just insane. I don't know who at Rockstar thought this was a good idea for a trophy, but they need to be castrated with a rusty knife and then, like, just... there's other things I'd like to say about that, but it will probably get me censored here on YouTube, so we're not going to say the rest of my thoughts on that. But it's completely unfair. I got completely screwed over, whereas no one else did, despite the fact that I wasn't the problem. And of course it was the guy in the lobby that I knew from the beginning was going to be a problem, because he really wasn't that good at the game. So yeah, that really pissed me off, and it's really killed my drive to try to go for this trophy. Maybe someday, or maybe even someday, they'll let us buy trophies in-game from the in-game shop with in-game money, the way that Nier Automata did. It wouldn't surprise me that much. I could see Rockstar being the kind of developers that would do that, because it's easy money through shark cards and stuff. And in all honesty, I would consider paying even real money for this trophy, because it's screwed me over already, so I just don't know if I really want to suffer through it again. Now we're on to a much higher note, SpongeBob SquarePants The Cosmic Shake. This game was a lot of fun. It is a spiritual successor to Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated, and it is an excellent game. It is a platforming game with a lot of collectibles, and it is just a blast to play through. I had so much fun with this game. And the Platinum Trophy is quite easy. I wrote a trophy guide for it. It's a pretty easy Platinum Trophy, just you have to know what you're going into with this. So all of these first few trophies, like everything through here, is unmissable and story related. So you're going to get all of that by finishing the 7 worlds, I think it is, plus Bikini Bottom. I think it's 7 worlds, and then the hub world that's Bikini Bottom. So finish all the worlds and you'll get every trophy through here, including the final boss fight. Then you get a lot of combat-specific trophies. So the baby booms, by reflecting their missile, those are the guys that are basically the, what are they called, chucks in Battle for Bikini Bottom. They basically function the same way, but you can send their missiles right back at them by hitting them, so that makes it fairly easy to kill them. 10 enemies with the burrower, that's the giant worm thing that goes under the ground and burrows out underneath enemies. When it ends up killing enemies doing that, it'll count toward this trophy. 25 enemies with Big Jelly. He's the guy that has the bathtub that he attacks people with. It's not all that hard to get this, but it is a little bit grindy. But you can farm a lot of these actually in Bikini Bottom itself, because some of these enemies do spawn in Bikini Bottom. Then you have your level-specific trophies, so these are all boss fight specific. Catching Mr. Krabs in under 3 minutes is harder than it sounds, just because the time limit is really, really tight. It took me about 3 or 4 tries to do. Basically, avoid all the enemies and sprint through the area as quickly as you can, and you should be able to get it after a couple of tries. This one, the Sandy boss fight, is definitely not easy, because she has a lot of annoying attacks that are kind of difficult to dodge, and you have to hit her 3 times. They're pretty fast, but with a little bit of practice, you should be able to get through it. Reclaiming the Dutchman's ship within 5 minutes is actually very easy. It's more than enough time to get through this. Just avoid most of the enemies, hit all the buttons to get to the final ship, kill the enemies on the lower level of the ship to open the upper area, and then kill the couple enemies on the upper area, hit the button for the cannon, and you're good to go. This is the hardest trophy in the game, because King Gary is really annoying to fight, because for some reason his attacks, sometimes they'll like see you through enemies, or he'll like warp his sort of attack to like right in front of you, so you have no chance of dodging it. This one took quite a few tries. It was very annoying. It was definitely more difficult than it should have been. It's a little bit buggy as well. But once you get through it, you're basically through the hardest part of the game. Pom Pom, that's the boss of the 5th area. This trophy is actually pretty easy, but it seems to be voided if you die. Then the cakes in this area, this one's actually really easy, because you are allowed to be hit by the witch that shoots the green goo balls at you. You just aren't allowed to be hit by the standard enemies that cause damage, so you can clear out the standard enemies, then pick up the cakes you have to deliver and deliver them, and it's fine if you get hit by the witch, because the enemies are not infinite. This one's super easy. It's during the Glovey Glove boss fight, and it might come naturally if you're just messing around here a little bit. And this one is really, really difficult to miss. Most people get it naturally while fighting the final boss. It's not difficult at all, because, I mean, I definitely got hit by, like, the goo attacks and stuff, but I think it only gets voided if you get hit by the actual tentacles, which is pretty difficult to have happen. The jelly makers, by knocking other enemies into them, is fairly easy but time-consuming. Those are the big spawner type of guys. Push 50 enemies with the roar. That's going to happen naturally no matter what. A big jelly with a baby boom projectile. This is best done in the medieval sulfur fields when you're up on top of the castle. Bubble 10 jellies engaged in an attack is pretty easy. You can do that anywhere that they're available. The nin jellies, this one should come naturally over the course of your playthrough. If not, you might just have to farm it a little bit. I mean, really, that's how a lot of these trophies are, is just you'll probably get them naturally. If you don't, you can farm them easily. So let's get to something a little bit more unique here. This one you probably won't get naturally because the Reef Blower, you don't get it until the very final area of the game, and then you have to go back and use it for a few earlier collectibles, but that's about it, so you don't get a whole lot of chances to use it. You might have to grind this one a little bit in the Jelly Glove World boss fight. That's a good place to farm it. So the secret spatulas, there's one in each level for a total of 8. Some of them are very well hidden. Some of them are pretty easy to find. If you just follow a guide for them, if you can't find them yourself, then you shouldn't have a problem. Mostly easy trophies. These are both level specific. These are both in Goo Lagoon, so you can get both of them there. The costumes has apparently become a little bit more difficult since I got the Platinum. Apparently the cost to purchase all the costumes has increased. So it's way more expensive in terms of jellies, and there's no super easy way to farm jellies. So it apparently takes longer now, so it might not be a bad idea to play the game on the unpatched disc version if you can. And then finally, you have to clear every level and defeat the final boss. That means 100% every level and defeat the final boss. That's going to be a prerequisite to getting the actual Platinum Trophy. So, wonderful game overall. Had a lot of fun with it. Really hope we get some more Nickelodeon games in the near future. THQ Nordic. So, next up, Dead Island Riptide Definitive Edition. So, I played this because I played the original version on PS3, and I wanted to do this version before the Dead Island 2 came out. And yeah, it was probably a mistake. So the game took about 2 weeks to finish. Me, Ghost, and Killer were playing it together, and of course we all ran into various issues while playing it. So every trophy through here is unmissable and story related, and I don't think any of those are actually glitched. So finish the story, you'll get every trophy through there. But here's one of the missable trophies that's glitched out. You have to finish all quests in the game. Oftentimes, at least one quest will not count, and we had one point in time, actually 2 different points in time, where the quest counter completely stopped counting up. Now, it's eventually sort of fixed itself, but it was really random as to when it would fix itself and when it would start counting again. So, basically it required us to do 2 playthroughs of the game because this trophy glitched for all of us and another trophy glitched for Ghost. It was a mess. I mean, this game is known to have really buggy trophies, but I was really hoping that we would be able to track it properly to where the PS4 version wouldn't be that big of a problem, but it was, so it made the experience a lot less fun. Like, the game's not bad to play if you're playing it in co-op, it's just knowing that the trophies are so buggy is a big turnoff from Dead Island 2. Like, I know that Dead Island 2 isn't supposed to have any buggy trophies left in it, but I honestly don't trust the game. I feel like any future patches might break the game, because it wouldn't surprise me if it did. I mean, that's the first game that studio's made since Homefront the Revolution, and we all know my feelings on Homefront the Revolution from back in the day. Then you have collectibles, including the secret files. We'll talk about collectibles a little bit later. You have to reach level 70, which is going to require a little bit of farming in a New Game Plus playthrough. It does take a little while to get there, but it's not particularly difficult. You just might, require an extra half playthrough or something. The 5 barricades during hub defenses, you can actually install a barricade, take it off, and then take it to a different defensive area. And this has to be done during a single defensive portion, by the way. So do that, and then take a different barricade and put it over each area, and you should get this no problem. So this trophy, you have to complete all the main quests with any number of players in co-op. This one, it looked like it was going to glitch, but it actually didn't, I don't believe. I think this one actually did unlock where it was supposed to. 221, yes, it did. So that one actually did unlock where it was supposed to, surprisingly, despite the fact that it looked like it wasn't. So just the main quest for that trophy. So then we have this trophy for the collectibles. Now, this one glitched out on me on the PS3 version. By some miracle, the PS4 version, me and Killer didn't have any issues with this trophy, but it glitched out on Ghost. And the good thing was we actually figured out where his collectibles were that didn't count, because we were keeping better track of it. But still, just the fact that this trophy is still glitched makes this very much not any sort of a definitive edition. That's a collectible type. This is a certain type of enemy that you find somewhere. They're in that sort of transition area before you get to the city when you're at the ferry station. We have another collectible type here. This one is sort of a full game kind of trophy. It's probably something that's going to take the full game through all of the defensive portions to get. All three of us were able to get it in a single playthrough, but just barely. Me and Killer got it on the final defensive mission. 10 enemies with 1 mine. This one's actually fairly easy to do. You can do it when there's just corpses in that floating water area next to the movie theater when you're in the city. The thrown melee weapons, this one's easy, just grindy. This one's easy but grindy, except it's not really that grindy. This one's probably going to come naturally. This one's easy but grindy. This one's easy but stupidly grindy. It's the last trophy I got. It takes absolutely forever because it doesn't always count as a speedboat kill or a speed boost kill. But the thing about this game is that it has a trophy tracker. But for those who aren't aware, games that had trophy trackers, especially in this era, were usually very, very buggy when it came to their trophies. Like, any game that had a trophy tracker was usually going to be a buggy mess when it came to unlocking trophies, and this game was no exception to that. Charge attacks is another easy trophy but grindy. Chainsaw, easy trophy but grindy, and this one requires you to get the chainsaw in, like, the final mission of the game, so it's pretty heavily missable if you don't get it. These are both side quest related, which are going to be coming along the way to finishing all the quests trophy. This is a story trophy, and then this is another multiplayer trophy, so you have to mark opponents and then have your friends kill them, but the marking system is super janky, and the mark goes away after a few seconds, so it's not fun. Then you have to kill all the different special enemies in the game. There's 8 different ones. This one's not too hard. This one should come naturally while doing all the, like, dead zones and stuff. And then you have to finish all of the dead zones, which is basically certain locations around the map. So yeah, not a particularly fun experience. It was much more fun in co-op than it would have been trying to play it solo. But of course the game sort of broke on everyone in some way, shape, or form, so it could have been a much better experience. Next up, Ratchet & Clank, All for One. So this is the first Ratchet & Clank game I have ever played on my trophy list. And unfortunately, I figured out later on, both due to talking to you guys and due to what Ghost said, this is one of, like, if not the worst, or maybe the second worst of the Ratchet & Clank games. But the Platinum Trophy is also very rare. I think it's the rarest Platinum Trophy in this franchise. It's like around a 10% or a sub 10%. So it has a lot of fairly uncommon trophies, and it's meant to be played in co-op, so that's why we all played it, me, Ghost, and Killer, right after Dead Island. So I believe that in this early area, you're going to get like 1 story trophy with 1 missable miscellaneous trophy in each level, so that was this first area. Now, Ghost was able to carry us through a majority of the game, but not all of it. A few things we had to do on our own. This is probably the hardest trophy in the game because the 85% of crates means you basically have to hit every single one of them. You can only miss like 1. And if you die, it resets all the crates, which means you have to replay the entire level from the start, including a long cutscene at the beginning. So, not a fun time if you screw up. I screwed up a couple of times. It took me like 4 or 5 tries to get this, just because of stupid stuff happening. That's a story trophy. This one I thought was going to be difficult, but you can actually use the shield ability that you have on one of the characters, and that'll stop you from getting hit, so it's actually not that bad. Story trophy, story trophy. This one is actually glitched in a good way. We definitely did not defeat all the slorgs in the level before this trophy unlocked, so it seems to be glitched in a good way. Story trophy, not story trophy, but very difficult to miss. Story trophy. This one, we just let Ghost sort of take the reins on this one, and he was able to do it without us really knowing what we were doing. Story trophy. This one, it's best to have everyone that isn't the main player kill themselves, so the main player can just sprint through this area and get through it in 45 seconds. It would be easier to do solo. That's the final story trophy. This one was also rather annoying, just because it took us a while to figure out exactly what to do with it. But basically, you have to carry this little bag of like light stuff or crystals or something through an area infested with enemies. And it's very easy to accidentally either let it go out or be killed by the enemies because there's a ton of enemies that attack you. So this one took several tries, but we sort of figured it out, or once we sort of understood what to do, it wasn't too bad. 8 enemies with 1 shot is very, very easy when you get some upgraded weapons. 4 enemies at the same time with the Pyroblaster is easy. There's a great place to grind a lot of these kill-based trophies. I think it's in the 3rd mission. It's right before you, like, enter the building in the 3rd mission or something, or it might be the 4th mission. There's an area right before you enter a building, and it's just a great place to grind out all of these trophies at. Kill 3 enemies with 1 attack with a blitzer, same thing, do it there. 10 critters on screen at once basically means using the critter gun, which is one of the best weapons in the game. Then 8 enemies in 8 seconds using the Dark Star Fission Tether. So I think that this one is a multiplayer trophy, but I could be wrong on that. Then we have... Oh, Mr. Zircon, that's not a character-specific trophy, I don't think. That's just an ability trophy, but you can do that in that farming spot. Same with the melee kills. This one is best done in that same level, but just from the start of it. But you have to do it with a second controller plugged in, or else your partner will kill a bunch of stuff for you when you don't want them to. Just basically run through the level using the long-range melee wrench throw to kill everything. Use your partner as bait when one of the harder-to-kill enemies spawns in and have them kill that enemy. And as long as you don't get hit, you're good to go. The Doppelbanger, I believe, is Ratchet's ability. The Quantum Deflector is one of the character's abilities. The Zoni Blaster is Clank's ability. And the Cloaker, I believe, is Dr. Nefarious. Is that his name? His ability? So basically 4 different character-specific trophies. You will have to level them up enough to be able to purchase these first abilities. But once you get them, you can easily farm these trophies in that one area of the game. 8 enemies in 2 seconds is pretty much unmissable. Co-op Overload is pretty much unmissable. You have to revive a teammate when they only have 1 second left on their timer. This is pretty easy, but it's easier if you're playing with other people in real life. Then you have to buy all of the weapons and fully upgrade all of them. I would not recommend fully upgrading them until you are done with one of the later trophies. 500 enemy kills is super easy. 50 kills with the vacuum is super easy. You also have to bank 1,000,000 bolts, so you have to have 1,000,000 on you at once for this trophy, so I would recommend getting this trophy first, and then go back and purchase and fully upgrade all of the weapons. I would say get the critter gun and the starting weapon fully upgraded, but otherwise you won't really need that many of them, especially if you're playing in co-op. It's super easy. And then you have a couple of online trophies here. You have to reach a multiplayer lobby, so this is a true online trophy. By the way, we did this through the streaming service, or whatever PS Now is at this point, so that's how we did it. And then play a single online game. Again, very easy, but it is a multiplayer trophy, so knock these out as soon as possible. As well as play a single-player game and an offline split-screen co-op game. So, not a great experience, but, you know, at least we had Ghost to basically carry us through that one, so it wasn't too bad. PowerWash Simulator, we're going to talk about that later because that was actually Platinum 700, but this was the PS4 version, and the game took me about a month to get through, I believe. Yeah, 2.5, that was the first day I played it, so it took me right around a month to finish the PS4 version. And it took me, I think, a little bit less time to do the PS5 version, but they have identical trophy lists, but we'll only talk about the PS5 version here in just a moment. Next up, Terminator Resistance Enhanced Edition. This is Terminator Resistance for the PS5. This is a great Terminator game. It is a lot of fun to play. It is one that I would highly recommend both for fans of the franchise and trophy hunters because it is not a bad game at all. It is entertaining. It is, again, actually pretty fun to play, and it's also an easy platinum trophy. So, destroy a T-800 is unmissable. A T-800 with a flamethrower, just shoot its fuel tank. You can start doing this in like the Pasadena level or something. It's pretty easy. Hack 10 devices is pretty much unmissable because you're going to be hacking a lot throughout the game, especially while hacking turrets. Because hacking turrets is really, really overpowered as it turns them against the enemies and makes outposts and such much easier. Upgrade any one weapon is super easy. This one is... One guide, I think, says this is missable, and one says it isn't missable. Basically, you're going to do the radio for Ryan's side quest, and then you're going to go in and turn on the boombox and then turn up the volume on it. And when you do that, it will make Alvin go in to deal with the boombox, and that's how you get the trophy to unlock. Take a photo of an enemy. You can do this pretty early on in the game. Complete any side mission is very, very easy. open 10 locks is pretty much unmissable. You're going to be lock picking a lot. It's ripped straight from Fallout and Skyrim. Craft 5 items is super easy to do, just any 5 items. Find any one node is basically unmissable if you're exploring it all. This is a highly, highly missable trophy. It's in the Pasadena level. You have to have invested 3 skill points into the lockpick tree. And if you do that, you will be able to pick hard level locks, which will allow you to pick the level, which will allow you to pick the lock in this area of Pasadena. It is highly, highly missable. It doesn't lead to anything, but it is a super missable trophy, so be very wary of this trophy. Have an enemy killed with a hacked turret is unmissable if you're hacking all the turrets you come across. Kill a Terminator with the termination knife. It's a good way to kill them, especially if you're only facing like one at a time. The Skynet Outpost, these are common things throughout the game. There's like 5 or 6 of them throughout the game. Just destroy any one of them, you'll get this trophy. This one is in Pasadena as well. There's a T-47. It's a giant mech type of robot machine, and it takes a ton of damage to kill, so you're going to need to shoot it a lot. You might want to save before it and then reload your save if it goes poorly or if you use up way too many supplies. 5 side missions is easy enough. There's at least 10 in the game, so it's not a problem. 10 notes, there's about 31 or 32 of those, so this shouldn't be a problem. And then you have a bunch of story-related trophies just for finishing the game on any difficulty level. You can beat the game on the easiest difficulty, and that will get you all of your trophies. So I would recommend doing it that way, as it will make your Platinum Trophy journey much easier. And then you have the Infiltrator mode, which is new to this version of the game. So you have to finish the mode. It's like a permadeath type of mode. It reminds me a lot of the Become the Villain DLCs from Far Cry 6. So you're going to go in as an infiltrator, and you have to fight off groups of hostile humans, like mercenaries and resistance members, while completing certain objectives and then getting to like an extraction area of the map. So that's how you finish it. You can finish a playthrough in like an hour. You can do it on the easiest difficulty. And then just along the way, you have to find the 3 secrets. So as long as you follow a guide, this shouldn't be that much of a problem, even though the world is pretty dark, so it's a little hard to see them sometimes. So the Platinum Trophy is pretty easy, but then there's also a DLC to the game. It's a fairly expensive DLC, by the way. I actually wrote a trophy guide for this DLC because there wasn't one. But this DLC is not particularly hard as long as you know what to expect. There are a few missable trophies in it. The first 3 trophies are all unmissable and story-related. You'll get those for finishing like the first 2 or 3 story missions in this DLC. Then this is a set of optional side missions in like the 3rd mission where you're rescuing Anselmo. You also have to destroy the antenna in the refueling station. Those are just optional objectives. If you destroy them, you get a trophy. This is a story trophy for the 4th mission. This one, at least one guide says that it's missable, but I'm honestly not sure if it is. It's during like the 5th mission. There's a crane or some construction equipment you're supposed to destroy. I'm not really sure how this could be missable, but supposedly it is. I just don't really see how it could be missable, though. It doesn't feel like it should be, because it feels like it's a required objective. This one is at the very end of the next to last mission, I believe, in the same mission where you're halting the infiltrator production line. In that mission, at the very end, you have to plant explosives on the factory main core. You have to plant 6 explosives, and you have to plant them faster than Pharaoh. As long as you do it in like 10 to 15 seconds, you're good to go. You have more than enough time to do it. And then a final story-related trophy for finishing the DLC. So mostly story-related, a few missable trophies, but you can do everything on the easiest difficulty, so it's not too much of a problem. Again, great game, highly recommend it. Definitely check it out if you haven't already, at least on the PS4, because the PS4 version does not have the DLC or the Infiltrator mode to deal with. Next up, Abs Animals. This game came out on the PS4 right around April of 2023, and it was very random because the game was on PS3 and Vita, you know, over a decade ago, and then it never got any other version, but then it randomly gets a random PS4 version, which, by the way, the PS4 version of this game costs $10, which is insane, given how little of a game it is, because I think that there's actually less of a game here, because there's no backgrounds to choose from, there's no different cats to choose from. You just get one cat on a screen, and that's the entirety of the game, which is really dumb. But the good thing is that supposedly like half of the profits for this game, or half of the sales cost, go to like animal charities. So if that's actually true, and if that's still true, then I can support this kind of a game because I love my animals, especially my doggos, so I don't have necessarily a problem at all supporting animal charities. But to get the 100% in this game, all you have to do is play the game for 315 seconds. 5 minutes and 15 seconds. That is literally all you have to do. There's nothing else to say about it. Play the game for just over 5 minutes and you will get all 5 trophies for doing absolutely nothing. It's hilarious. It's kind of a meme from the old school PS3 Vita days. But at least the money in this case is going towards a good cause, and the game does not have a platinum, so it's not a shovelware platinum. I mean, it's technically early shovelware, but it doesn't have a platinum to it, so that's one thing. And again, the money might be actually going toward a good cause, so I can support that. Our penultimate game here, A Day Without Me, the North American PS4 version. I think it's only PS4, but it's the North American version. This game was a straight-up fever dream, and it was not a fun experience. I do not recommend playing this one. Every trophy is fairly easy to get if the game chooses to function, and that's a big if. So you have these first 2 trophies that are both inside of the house where you spawn. They're both fairly easy. But the game is just a straight-up fever dream. It transforms from, like, random, like, satanic worship into following lines across the ground and being chased by a boulder and flames going around the level. It's weird. It is 100% a fever dream. And, yeah, because if you guys have ever had an actual fever dream, you know what I mean. It feels like you're playing this game. So, I mean, the Platinum Trophy isn't difficult, once again, but it took me almost an hour to do because the game broke on me on 2 different occasions. So, on my first playthrough, I couldn't even get to the trampoline because you have to get over the hopscotch area, and the game would not let me do the hopscotch area for like over 10 tries. It just wouldn't work no matter what I did, and then it eventually decided to work randomly. I don't know why. This trampoline is known to be super, super buggy. Sometimes when you push the ball and then hit the trampoline to access this for the flowers, it just will not work. It won't let you move the ball around. It won't spawn the flowers. It won't spawn any button presses. And if any of that happens, you just have to delete the game, delete your save data, re-download it, and try again, which is super annoying. This is an unmissable story trophy. This is an unmissable story trophy. This is an unmissable story trophy, as is this. This is unmissable story related, as is this. And then at the very end of the game, this trophy glitched on me as well. It didn't unlock when I got to this part of the game. I don't know how these have identical percentages because they're different areas of the world. But yeah, this one did not unlock when it was supposed to on my first playthrough, so it just didn't unlock at all. So I had to delete the game and start over. And when I started over on my second playthrough, this trophy, or this area of the game, just didn't work. So I wasn't able to do it because wonderful game design there. It just didn't work because, of course it didn't. Why would anything be easy for me? It's not like life is supposed to be easy for me, but still. So then on my effectively third playthrough of the game, I was finally able to enter the teleport and finish the game for the Platinum Trophy. Again, I do not recommend going anywhere near this game. It is a miserable experience. The game is awful. It's a straight up fever dream. It's just a buggy, broken mess. It is not worth playing. Don't waste your time or money on it. I wouldn't play it again if it was free. And then finally, we have Platinum Trophy number 700, as well as a Platinum Trophy slightly before that. PowerWash Simulator. So, why did I pick PowerWash Simulator as a milestone Platinum when it's really not a hard game at all? It's because this is the kind of game, I actually found this game to be super enjoyable. It is so relaxing, it is so simplistic in design, but just so relaxing and so satisfying. I work a pretty stressful job in the healthcare field, so it was kind of nice to just be able to come home and spend, an hour getting on this game, cleaning something, and it's so oddly satisfying when you're actually done cleaning it. And you get to see the time lapse of it being clean, and it's just so freaking satisfying. And it's just a good way to relax. It's a fairly grindy type of game, but again, I don't really mind grindier games because it helps me sort of relax after long days, because I can just sit down, spend like an hour grinding away at the game, and I know that I'm making progress, but I can do other stuff during that time. I can edit videos, I can watch stuff on YouTube. That's part of the reason why I like this kind of game. It's oddly satisfying, but it's also fairly relaxing, calming, good way to wind down after the day, and a good way to, get trophies or trophy progress while working on other stuff on my laptop. So as for the Platinum Trophy, this is a relatively easy Platinum Trophy. It's about a 3 out of 10, but it is a very time-consuming game. It's about a 40-hour Platinum, so this is not a short time. So you have to own all 6 cleaning liquids at once. Just purchase 1 bottle of each and don't use them, and you'll get this trophy. The Prime Vista 1500, the Urban X2, the Prime Vista 3000, and Prime Vista Pro are your 4 different power washer nozzles. So you have to purchase all 4 different nozzles as well as all of their attachments to get all 4 of these trophies. It's easy enough, but you won't be able to purchase all of them until pretty late in the game when you have a lot of money, because like for this one, buying the washer and all of its attachments costs over $10,000, so it's really, really expensive. Then you have to equip a new outfit, gloves, and washer modification. This is going to cost you another like $100 to $200 in-game, so it's fairly expensive. You want to save this for last and make sure you were able to purchase all of the washers and their attachments first. And then we get to all of our level-specific trophies or job-specific trophies. I want to say there's 38 jobs in the game, or 39 jobs. Yeah, it's 39 jobs, I believe. Or no, I think it's 38 jobs. So there's 38 jobs in the game, and like 2/3 of them have miscellaneous trophies tied to them. So this is the tutorial job. You just have to clean the van using only the red nozzle. It takes a while because the red nozzle is the most precise with the least amount of like spread, but it's not too difficult. You can do it with that starting power washer. Back garden, this is super easy because it's right where you spawn in at. The playground, this one is super easy because, well, I wouldn't say it's super easy, but you have to roll the football, aka soccer ball for those of us in the US, to the back of the Stega slide and then spray it up the slide with the red nozzle. It's a little bit finicky. It might take a couple tries to get, but it's not terrible. Then you have to complete the bungalow gutters last, so clean everything else first. This one's a little bit tricky because it's cleaning something last, so you have to be kind of careful around the gutters. The detached house, just clean these 4 objects first because there's 2 different driveway edges. You just mark them from your in-game menu and you'll be good to go. The soul of the shoe house last, same thing. Just mark everything else and save the soul for last, but the soul is gigantic, so it's a lot harder to accidentally clean. This job, you can clean the entire fire station without the scaffolding, no problem, but it's mainly the fire tower that's the problem. So you're going to want to have at least like the 2nd or 3rd power washer with the red nozzle and one of the longest extensions you can get for the washer. That'll make it much easier to clean certain parts of the station or of the tower itself. You can also hang out the windows to do it. Supposedly you can get on the scaffolding to clean the outside and then clean some of the inside, then save and quit the game, and then join back into the game, and it's not supposed to void the trophy, but I never tested that on the PS4 5 version, so I wouldn't be fully sure of that option. The skate park, just push the ball out of the bowl, is very, very easy. Just use the red nozzle again. Fire truck, just clean these objects first and you're good to go. Penny far thing, before you clean it, just stand on top of it for 10 seconds. Super easy trophy. Treehouse, clean this object first. Fire helicopter, clean the blades first. There's like 10 of them, including the back blades. Carousel without turning it off is a little bit annoying because the carousel does keep moving, but it just makes it take a little bit longer. It's not overly difficult overall. This one, once you clean the upper part of it, clean the whole thing to like 99%, clean the entire upper part of it, then quit the job and join back into it, and the gnome will be repositioned on the top, because you're almost guaranteed to knock it off no matter what you do. So then you can just go back in and it'll be back on top and it won't void the trophy. This is the only trophy in the game that is known to be bugged because it just doesn't unlock properly for everyone. What I did was I cleaned every single thing except for the toilets. Wait a minute, I just realized something. I think they changed this trophy description. I'm almost positive they changed that trophy description. It used to just be toilets. Okay, so they actually changed this trophy description. That is interesting. I didn't realize they had changed it. So for this one, you just have to complete the toilets, toilet seats, and toilet lids last. But it used to always be really buggy, like it wouldn't always unlock. I didn't run into any problems with it on either version, but a lot of people did. So that's cool. So they actually changed it, so they must have acknowledged that it was broken and fixed it. So that's actually really nice of them. Awesome. Helter Skelter, there's like 16 light panels you have to clean, plus there's an upper like walkway panel as well as a sign that you have to clean first. The Helter Skelter is a pretty big, complicated job, so it takes a little while to get through. The private jet, there's like 5 objects you have to clean first. That's easy enough. The monster truck tires first, there's 4 of those, super easy. This one is on the Ferris wheel job. Just grab the gnome from the top of the Helter Skelter and ride the Ferris wheel around with it. Subway platform is gigantic, but you just have to complete the advertising boards first, which is super easy because there's nothing else around them. The ancient statue, just knock over the 4 buckets scattered around the area, just spray them with the red nozzle. The ancient monument with the white nozzle is kind of time consuming because the white nozzle is really low power despite its wide range, but just stand kind of close to everything and you'll get it eventually. Fishing boat, complete these 3 objects first isn't really a problem. Complete career mode, complete all 38 jobs to 5 stars. The final job is like a giant temple area. It's like a giant pyramid temple. It takes absolutely forever to clean because there's so many things you have to clean in it and it's so picky. But it takes a while, but most of the jobs are not quite that stressful. That's really the only one that I would consider stressful because there's a lot that can go, not necessarily go wrong with it, but just a lot of stuff you have to find. This is on the carousel job. Just turn around to your right and you will find a booth with coconuts in it. Spray them with the red nozzle to get this. All the star trophies are unmissable while finishing the game because you'll need all 190 stars to finish the campaign. Then you have to clean 95% of a job without completing any tasks. Some people suggest the golf cart for this. Some people suggest the penny farthing because it has so few things to clean. I actually did it on the skate park in both versions, but I'm not sure if that was the most efficient way to do it. The skate park doesn't have any like small objects to clean, so that's part of the reason why I was attracted to doing it there. But there's probably better, more efficient ways to do it, certain other jobs. Complete the drill, head, and tip first. That's another specific job trophy that's very easy. Then you have challenge mode. This is the hardest trophy in the game. 5 medals in challenge mode is actually a bit challenging because in challenge mode, you're either limited to a certain amount of water you can use or a certain amount of time to clean the object, and both limits are very strict on most levels. I would recommend personally doing both of the van, like the starting van jobs, for both time and water is a good place to start. Then the golf cart time and water challenges are both fairly reasonable. And then I would say the motorcycle and sidecar water challenge worked out well for me. And some people have suggested, I think it's the detached house time challenge or the bungalow time challenge. One or the other is another good option. So there's about 6 that are fairly reasonable out of the like 20 or so that are in the game. Thank God you don't have to do all of them or else this trophy would be like really like nearly impossible because some of those limits are insanely strict. And then finally you have to complete a bonus job. I did the Mars rover for this because it is the shortest of the bonus jobs and the easiest to clean. And the bonus jobs are just fun because you get to go to Mars and clean a Mars rover. I mean, who wouldn't want to do that? That sounds like a lot of fun. That's Elon Musk's dream right there. I mean, come on. But overall, fantastic game. Had a lot of fun playing it both times. It's just, again, it's something I could relax, zone out, and chill out to for long periods of time. So I would definitely recommend it if you're looking for the kind of game that you can sort of grind in the background and just chill out and relax to. I don't know if this game is going to get any DLC trophies because it's gotten some like DLC cleaning jobs, but I'm not sure it's ever going to get any actual DLC trophies. I don't know if I want DLC trophies. I mean, I wouldn't be offended if they did that, but it would require going back and re-downloading the game and taking a lot of time to it, so I don't know. So since then, I have earned a few more platinum trophies and other trophies in general since that time period because it's taken me a while to record this video. It's taken me several weeks to record it over several sessions. Since then, I've done an Artifacts Monday game, a stack of a Palki game, Resident Evil 4, which was a great time. I've started the DLC for Horizon, and Ty the Tasmanian Tiger is close to being platinumed. So, let me go ahead and sync up my trophies. So at the point in time in which I obtained my 700th platinum, it would have been 700 platinums, less than 4,560 golds, probably like 6,700-ish silvers, and about 13,500-ish bronzes. It would have been a grand total of about 25,400-ish total trophies. But currently level 822, I've gone up probably 2 or 3 levels since I got to 700 platinums at 8%. So that's where my current stats are. That is 601 through 700. Man, this is going to be like the longest one yet. I love how I said that this was going to be hopefully a shorter one, and it turned out to probably be the longest one yet because I don't know how to abbreviate things apparently. But I really want to thank you guys for watching this video, especially if you stuck around the whole time. If you stuck around the whole time all the way to here, and you can go down into the comments section to leave me a comment, go ahead and say Aloy, because she's my, like, kind of video game crush. Kind of. Sort of. Anyway, yeah, just leave that in the comments, because why not? I honestly don't have any better comment to say about that. So, yeah, go ahead and drop that in the comments if you stayed here the whole time, or along with your main comment. But, yep, that is going to be it for this video, guys. Please like, favorite, share, comment, subscribe, ring that bell if you haven't already. I am looking forward to the next 100 Platinums because I've slowed down so much on shovelware at this point to where the only time I'm really going to be doing shovelware is if I'm going to be making a video out of it or going to be doing like a probably 3 times yearly Platinum dumpster dive, which at the time this is being recorded, we're coming up on the timing probably for the second Platinum dumpster dive of the year, probably around like May somewhere will be the next one. And then there'll be another one probably close to like my birthday or something, like October-ish. Be a good time to do it, like September, October. We'll have to see though. Unless you guys like really desperately want some more of them. So yeah, again, hope you guys enjoyed. And I will see you guys back here in the near future for lots more trophy content.